Yo, yo, yo. We're live. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Hello, around the world. You found yourself at my doorstep yet again. What's going on? I got myself a coffee to feel, you know, extra juiced. Trying to lock in, you know what I mean? Oh, God. What are we talking about today? Literally everything. All of it. Everything that should ever be discussed will be discussed. And more. And more. Happy to catch a stream live. Enjoy watching you. Thanks for keeping it real. Hey. Thanks for watching me to keeping it real. Frag Punk? How's that game done? Like, I saw it got like a little bit of a bump, and it seemed like people were like somewhat interested in it, and then all of a sudden I just stopped hearing about it entirely. Yikes. Only got 12,000. It's 24 peak. Maybe it's doing better on console or something like that. It hit 100k peak like a month ago. 1 point. Yeah, it hit, yeah, last month. I'm actually curious about something now that you say that. There you go. Friendly jab at Asmongold was a good one. Can't wait to see his reaction. He hasn't watched me in a while, huh? I haven't seen any of his reactions come through in a while. I think he's been more tied up with like political content and shit like that lately. Here's the thing is, I initially as a viewer, because I'm personally not all that interested in like the political content or anything like that. Like, I'll pop in every once in a while and see what the guy's talking about if I'm at the gym or something like that, right? But I mean, for any of us in the gaming commentary space, Asmongold's evolution into like more political content has opened up a lot of viewership. Because that dude absolutely dominated the entire algorithm. I'll tell you that right now. You gonna stream Expedition 33 on release? I'm mega hyped. What's the release date for Expedition 33? What day is that? Dude, I've been so busy. It's on April 24th. I feel yeah, it's that Friday, so we'll probably play it on stream and check it out. But I was planning on playing Baldur's Gate 3 this weekend because I wanted to check out the new patch and and like all the new classes and stuff like that, but I haven't had the opportunity to. April, yeah, it's April 24th. Yeah, I just took a look at it. I think that that other Souls-like or action game, I don't know really what is going on, to be honest with you, but there's also that Wu Chang Fallen Feathers game that's coming out as well, so I'm hoping that one ends up being pretty decent. Same question as MJ. What were you doing in construction? I just worked for a general industrial contractor, working at like power plants and oil refineries and chemical plants, glass plant, stuff like that. General maintenance, turnaround work, working with composite crews of pipe fitters and boiler makers. I was in management. I wasn't on the tools. Love watching your videos. Thanks, man. Wu-Chang drops this Friday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's April 25th. I just saw something recent. I saw something on Twitter. They were talking about it. I think they're doing like a big giveaway like the week of the game's release, and then they're gonna do some other stuff as well. Waiting for Oblivion to drop. Do you know what the thing is? I was thinking about the whole Oblivion thing, and what it's actually kind of, no, not kind of. It is like a massive dick move on Xbox's side if they are gonna if they're gonna shadow drop it this month. If they truly are just gonna like just drop this thing into the wild and they're gonna do it next week, like some of these leakers and stuff have alluded to at the very least. Xbox has backed Expedition 33. They took on their marketing rights. They're putting the game on Game Pass. They covered Expedition 33 in the Xbox Direct, and actually, you know, went through the whole like marketing deal and showed off like them, the studio, and did their interviews and all that stuff, only for them to go and then want to drop Oblivion in the same fucking week that game comes out. I'm gonna explain something. So I end up getting a lot of I get some negative feedback now and again. I get some people that get really upset with some of my takes, and the reason why, because they feel like in a lot of cases that I'm like siding with, like, you know, whether it's like ideologies or like political ideologies. They think I'm anti-woke or something like that. No. I'm a businessman. That's the only thing that I think about when I'm looking at these companies and I see them driving themselves into the ground. I think about what would I do if I was running that company. And when I see these companies go and do things that are contradictory to their very actions and the money they spend, it drives me fucking crazy. So I'm a very apolitical person on just about any issue out there. It's, you know, how many people can buy this game? That's usually the question that I'm asking myself, right? And it is fucking mind-blowing that you would release, that you would support, and you'd put this money into, and you would also spend the money to get the game on Game Pass, because typically there's this type of there's this type of what is it, like an agreement that they have. They pay a lump sum of money to these studios if they're going to put the game on Game Pass, right? And it blows my fucking mind that you would spend that money only to then want to drop, potentially, allegedly, drop a massive nuke like Oblivion in the same week. Let's be real, though. Where's the hype for the Oblivion remaster, especially with the casual market that knew nothing, such as... Hold on. I'm confused at what you're saying here. Especially with the casual marketing that new games such as Expedition 33 are targeting. I think that Expedition 33 and Oblivion target the exact same audience. Not all of it, but I think in a lot of cases they do. There's definitely a cross section. Them both being RPGs. While one is more like cinematic and turn-based and all that stuff, I still think that there's going to be a cross section there. Nostalgia is hell of a drug. That doesn't mean it'll equate to massive success. Fonz. An Oblivion remake, if all it has to do is just run, it will fucking sell. It's going to make a lot of money. It's going to make a lot of fucking money. Elder Scrolls is one of those ones where, like, it's just going to do what it does. Why do you think that they've constantly re-released Skyrim? Because it brings in money. Makes them a lot of money. There's definitely a connection between Oblivion and the general RPG fan base. It's not huge, but it's enough to matter. Especially for a game that's coming out and it's like their first game, right? That's the thing that really frustrates me with it. Where I'm like, I obviously it hasn't happened yet. If it does happen, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Like, you backed up this studio. You paid them money. Not only are you wasting your money, but now at the same time, this almost feels like a targeted attack at this small studio that's just getting started. Imagine releasing your first game and you put all this love and attention into, and then here comes Xbox going like, we're going to shadow drop Oblivion in the same week. Dated, feel wrapped in Unreal Engine 5. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm just gonna tell you. The Elder Scrolls has a farther reach than you probably are giving it credit for, to be honest with you, man. It's not just a nostalgia thing. It's just a game thing. I mean, fuck, Fonz. Where is it at? Yeah, dude. Right now, oh my god, my screen's, I don't know why this keeps happening lately. All my stuff keeps getting like remixed for what oh, I know why. I know exactly why. There's been this so sometimes, have you guys ever had this happen when you're playing a game on PC and then for whatever reason the game wants to launch in a much higher resolution than what your monitor actually is? So what ends up happening is that you have like a game they'll want to launch in like fucking 4K, but I have a 2K monitor, so it's like oversized, and then your monitors turn off and on because the GPU is like, bro, what the fuck is going on right now? And then yeah, it's well, and anytime that happens, it like fucks up all the apps on my entire computer. It's so annoying. I was trying to get footage because I was making that video on Marathon, and I was gonna get footage of Destiny, and I was like, well, I'll just log into Destiny and do like a fucking, you know, Nightfall or something like that. I don't know, you know, run a dungeon or something like that just to get some footage for the background, and it would not launch that game in the resolution of my screen. And every time I would try to set the game to go to my actual resolution of my monitors, it would just crash the game. Fucking peak Bungie. Peak Bungie. So I just uninstalled the game and I just used somebody else's like Marathon game footage or something like that. Bethesda at this point needs a lot of positivity from the community after Starfield. No better way than an Oblivion remaster. Well, here's the thing. I have even more faith in it because it's actually not being made by Bethesda. It's from a so there's been more that's come out about it. Apparently the Oblivion remaster, remake, whatever you really want to call it, is from a satellite studio under the direction of Xbox, not being handled by and not even fucking asked to by Bethesda. This was a complete Xbox decision. Period. This is them being like, hey, you're not doing anything with this. We're going to have somebody else make it. And they don't have a say in it because Xbox owns the IP because Xbox owns them. That's typically a masterpiece when another studio makes a game for Bethesda. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah. Could you check your source on the Wu Chang drop? Steam page says a whole different season. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers giveaway. Oh, Wu Chang Fallen. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're right. We'll pick a random participant on April 25th. That's what it was. So they haven't announced a release date, but they're gonna you know, ask people for their release date prediction, and then they'll give them a free copy or something like that, I guess. It's kind of funny. Interesting way of doing things. Trying to get back to where my shit was. Probably about right in here somewhere, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. We'll leave it around here and then we'll just go through it all. What's on the agenda for today? Talking shit. But I was going to say, Fonz, the thing is, you have 29,000 people. You have almost 30,000 people that are playing Skyrim right now. And this is just the special edition, special ultimate edition. And obviously there's other versions of it as well. Like the original Skyrim only has like 1,000 people or whatever. But like, I'm going to tell you right now, if it comes out and it's functioning, people are going to buy the fuck out of it. People are going to play Oblivion. I understand why people like Skyrim, and I played a lot of Skyrim myself. I think I replayed the game probably like 4 times or something like that over the years. But Oblivion was just objectively better. Better narrative, better world building, better dungeons, better everything. Like the idea of like having a world where you just had these procedurally generated Oblivion gates that just popped up out of nowhere was just like fucking peak. We had dragons flying in the sky. No, bitch, you had a dungeon. You had dungeons that would randomly pop up. That was sick. Reminds me of like solo leveling. Where it's like, oh shit, dungeon gate. Everybody has to respond. I wonder if that's where they got the inspiration for that. Is this the chat shit at Bungie stream yet? Oh, actually, you know, so you know what's really funny? So what is it? What does it say? Bungie reboot a franchise made in the 1990s, announce a reboot in 2023, finally show off the gameplay reveal and details about the game. It's bad. Movement is slow despite the game's name. That's true. Which is based on an event meant for fast-paced individuals. Generic art style. Will likely cost 40 to 50 to 60 to 5 like 40 probably $40. We'll have a battle pass, only have 3 minutes or three maps at launch. Halo Infinite and Helldivers 2 come with more content in this game. Yeah. So the thing is that I'm telling you right now, Bungie definitely was not expecting the negative reception. They were like not even close. And I think now, looking at some of the things that are going on at this moment, there's a lot of movement that's in the background, and I think that they're trying to do whatever they possibly can to get whatever feedback they can to try to improve the game before launch. One of the things that I've noticed already was just today, I think I saw it. Where is it at? Yeah. Breaking, Bungie has now removed the alpha NDA. Huge W. Yeah, so Bungie removed the NDA from the alpha, so now people can freely discuss it and talk about it. I'm going to be honest with you. If you have streamers, YouTubers, content creators, journalists, if you have these people that are coming in and playing your game and testing it, and they're allowed to only talk about like a little bit of it, and they're not allowed to talk about all of it, what the fuck is the point of having them come in the first place? Tell me, like, what is the point? What are you trying to do? Just to get their personal feedback right there in the moment? What you need to do is you need to let them go out into the public and just say whatever they need to say. Get everything off of their chest, all of the things that they're concerned about, have them talk about it with their audience, so then that way you can actually get valuable, actionable feedback. Otherwise, this literally goes to what I brought up in the video that I made today, which is that there are far too many instances in which these studios are coming out and they're asking very curated questions, and they're not asking questions that they don't want the answers to. And sometimes you have to ask the questions, even if it's going to hurt your feelings with how the audience is going to respond to it. You have to ask, because if you don't, then you don't make money. That's the entire point of like 90% of the videos that I make. And one of the things that frustrates me the most is that people always want to section this off into like identity politic issues and things like that. Erase that entirely. Are they going to buy it? Because this is not a humanitarian cause that you're doing. This is a capitalistic business. You are here to make profit. Do you want to profit? Okay, well then you need to start asking more difficult questions and find out what people really want. Because, you know, I've seen a lot of people that have been shit talking about the character designs. There's something around here that I had that I think I saved for this specifically. Oh, yeah, Paul. DePaul came out and said, I did not see this discourse coming out about Marathon. Like I know, like I should know better, but come on. These are clone robot shell things that have, that are practically Legos. It's parody at this point. And this is, and this is in response to a clip from Asmongold. We'll watch this real quick.
Make sure and shoot. I think that, pretty much every single circumstance, it's always a bad idea to make characters that are not conventionally attractive. Because this is, again, this is a shooter game, and shooter games are going to be primarily played by men. So
I agree with him. Asmongold can be hyperbolic. He often is incredibly hyperbolic in a lot of cases. Sometimes he'll speak with nuance, but like right here, I mean, he's kind of, volume is like 2% or something. I'll play it again real quick.
I think that pretty much every single circumstance, it's always a bad idea to make characters that are not conventionally attractive. Because this is, again, this is a shooter game.
See, the problem is that I wonder if he does this shit I swear to God he does this consciously. There's no way that he doesn't. Because the thing is that the first 10 seconds of what he said is a wrong statement. It's not the right statement to make. Saying you need to make sure that your characters in any video game need to be conventionally attractive. Well, we know that's not the fucking case, because look at the vast majority of games that we play. That's not how it's ever been. Fuck, one of my favorite games of all time is fucking Earthworm Jim, right? I don't look at Earthworm Jim and go, man, that Earthworm is, highly masculine character that I feel cool. Like, that's, you don't need that kind of thing in all occasions. But then he immediately follows it up with the actual point and the real point.
And shooter games are going to be primarily played by men.
That part. That is true. So it's like, the problem is that when it comes to the attractive character discussion, one of the things that frustrates me is that you do have a side of that argument that makes it where all these bad faith actors that want to say, oh, you just want to goon to hot chicks all the time or whatever it might be, they just immediately, dismiss the entire conversation. And it's because they are of the mind that every game needs to have some chick with tig-o bitties, and that's just about, that's it. That's how all games need to be. And it's just like, no, that's not the fucking case. You know that's not the case. You're a fucking idiot if you think that's the case. It depends on the game and the audience that you're trying to target. You have to think about the audience that you're sending this game to, right? Like, if I'm making a cozy farming simulator that I know that I am mostly targeting women, let's be real, then it doesn't really, I don't need to make the same kind of characters. If I'm making a military shooter, extraction shooter, now all of a sudden my audience is shot up from 98% men and 2% female. That I'm not saying that women will not play these games. I definitely, I know for a fact that they will. But we can agree that the overwhelming majority of people that are going to play a game like Marathon are going to be men. That's what it's going to be, because that's this genre. That's what men like, guns and shit like that. The amount of women that are into that kind of shit is just not as, there's just not as many. It's not that they don't exist. It's just that they're not the target audience. So when you make a game where your target audience is going to be predominantly male, you need to make something that speaks to what they're interested in or what they're looking for. And men can still find these really cool, these weird and off the wall designs really cool looking. There's a ton of examples of that. But the problem is when you just don't make it where anything is really, nothing resonates with them. And I think that's the biggest problem with the designs, or at least the character designs for Marathon, is that none of the designs really resonate all that well. Because not even from just a hero perspective am I like, oh, dude, this is really cool. I want to play as this. In Maneater, you play as a shark, and I'm trying to imagine myself, and I'm not trying to imagine myself as a shark, but playing as a shark is badass. Yeah, exactly. It obviously depends on the genre and what you're actually trying to go for, but you still have to always think about your target audience at the same time. But it obviously depends on the game. Yeah, if I'm playing a shark simulator, I don't need my shark to be a hot chick. I guarantee there's probably an audience for that, for sure, without a doubt. Do they sample test the different designs before landing on them? I would almost guarantee that the designs are pretty much only going through maybe their own developers and then maybe a focus group. Maybe. Probably not. What does it say here? I have to say that I like the way the Destiny feels and playing it when it shoots. I hate the system surrounding it. Bungie needs to step up their game. This is the thing, and I brought this up in my like criticisms of Marathon, is that I am going to guarantee that game is going to feel great to play. Like, Destiny is probably one of the best feeling games that you can play, bar none. It just really is. I don't really think there's much of an argument for that, to be honest with you. Like, Halo 1, 2, and 3 were some of the best feeling games to play. I feel like the target is console players. But that would just be stupid as shit. I'm just going to be honest with you. Today, if you were specifically targeting only console players, you're a fucking moron. Like, literally. I'm almost positive that you should lose your job. Because the PC gaming audience has grown substantially ever since COVID, and then past then, and it's just continued to get even more popular. Now you have the entire Chinese market on Steam with Steam China. It just doesn't make any sense at all for you just to target PlayStation and Xbox. There's just not enough players. We already know that's the case because we see how many of these games that are console only don't really sell very well. Let me listen to the rest of him.
So if you're making a shooter game that's primarily made for men, then you should make sure that all of the female characters in the game are fuckable. And I know this might sound crazy to say, but I'm just going to say it. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. Because that's what people want to do. That's what girls will cosplay. Girls don't want to cosplay ugly, weird-looking, androgynous, creepy characters.
No, not really.
And all of that, like, think about how much advertising Marvel Rivals gets because of how many girls try to cosplay the characters.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a completely different topic, though. But I fully agree with the attractiveness of the characters. Obviously, the language that he used triggers like the shit out of his opposition, the people that do not share the same opinion as him, because they like, oh, well, you just want to fuck these characters. And it's like, well, no shit. Like, guys like looking like, oh my fucking God, guys, this just in. Men like looking at hot chicks. More news at 11. No shit. No fucking shit. And the funny thing is that like, even I do in games that like have even if there's like military shooter, if there is a conventionally attractive female character, I will sometimes like to play as that character because, just from my opinion, they end up looking cooler in gear and armor. Like whether it's a military shooter or whether it's an RPG or whatever it might be, they just end up looking cooler, and I just like looking at the character. It's kind of simple as that. But this is just generally a marketing thing. Like you can say whatever the fuck you want about like, but they're just, they're robot shells. And it's just like, yeah, but not everybody's going to be fucking into that. And when you're talking about a game that is going to be primarily targeted towards men, yeah, I don't disagree. Having weird looking female characters is probably going to turn some of those people off, and they're not going to play it. I mean, let's think about like, what are some of the most, what the fuck is that game called? Valorant female characters. Just out of curiosity. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, somebody might like that, I guess. Like, I do not understand what the motivation is to just ignore reality. I don't. I don't. I also think the other thing is too is that like he could like Asmongold can say and other people can talk about like the female characters specifically that they were showing off in the marathon trailer. Like I think there's like some some like feminine attractive qualities about the character. There's also obviously like the lore layer of it on top of it, which is like why they don't really look conventionally attractive in a lot of cases, and it's because they've kind of like completely detached themselves from reality to begin with because they've been reborn and born. There's actually something I could use to be able to illustrate this a little bit better. Where's it at? Oh, it'd be probably down here maybe. I saw something because I saw somebody having like a bit of a meltdown about something at one point. Ah, there it is. Yeah, so like Grums had talked about how Marathon Alpha application contains a completely unnecessary gender identity question. If it does not matter if you are male or female or whatever. There is no reason except for virtue signaling, tolerating. This is how you end up with Concord. This is that's how we got to this point. And what he's referring to is that when you would sign up to get into the Alpha application, it would ask you, how you identify male, female, non-binary, transgender, whatever it might be. You know what the funny thing is? He's completely wrong here. Like absolutely, completely fucking wrong. Grums has declared the data sampling is woke because of Marathon. Yeah, like this is just general. Like that's like from my perspective, like you're virtue signaling about just general marketing data that is used to figure out who is interested in your game and better understand what those people are going to be looking for. Like you can talk about the options that are on the survey, but I mean, it's a fucking survey. So what do you expect? This is the exact way that you go out and poll data and find out, just what the fuck are we talking about? And the thing is that what's really what I think this is really illustrative of is it's the idea of how little trust there is out there right now, because there's too many situations in which you're seeing people try to force a cylinder through a square hole, right? And it's just not it's not working. So like you have to find out who is actually playing your game. Who is interested in playing your game. But data of anything more than female doesn't matter. It doesn't, really. So are you telling me that if the vast majority of people that you then surveyed came back and said they were non-binary or transgender, and that number for whatever reason somehow had overwhelmed whatever the male population of that game is, that wouldn't be useful data? That's incredibly useful data. That tells you who your target audience is. While small, that still tells you who your target audience is. If I have this specific survey right here, but the survey comes back and it's 96% men and there's no votes on anything else, well, then that tells me that I don't need to pay attention to those other groups. I just need to focus on the 96% men that have said that they're interested in playing my game. Get away from the gender ideology bullshit of this. I don't really give a fuck about that. I'm just talking about just general data analysis. This is one of those situations in which you can pull your worldviews out of the conversation because it's just not necessary here. You're just pulling data. You're just trying to find out who's interested, who wants to play the game. That's it. But the thing is that the issue that we have in games today is that there is so little trust, because in a lot of situations you've seen all these companies try to I don't even know. Like, I have to take a lot more time to be able to think about exactly what my position is on this kind of thing, because it feels like other people's views, their beliefs, their ideologies are being forced onto other people, and they are essentially being demanded to just surrender to it. It's not that you have to be tolerant, it's that you have to believe it yourself, right? And because of that, that has built a lot of distrust within just about any industry, especially media, especially video games right now. And as a result, now nobody trusts anything that you do. So when they see something as simple as just a data survey, they're like, oh, this must be a part of some agenda. And it's like, no, it's just general polling data. But like, it'll immediately get turned into something that it's not. The same thing, I think the same thing can be said for the character designs as well, right? Like, there's like two separate conversations. There's one where it's like the character designs just really aren't interesting. I'm just gonna say that. Like, it's not even that they're like cool in a sci-fi way. They're just kind of fucking boring, right? I think there was like one of them that looked like halfway decent or interesting. I did like the glitch, like the female character in like one of her outfits that they had shown when she was doing like her rebirth over and over again. It was kind of like street punk, you know, or something like that. And I thought that was actually kind of interesting. But the rest of them just look stupid. It's just not it. I just don't want to play as the character. If that's the case, then that means I likely won't want to buy anything for that character either, regardless of how good they are. Doesn't really matter. The point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make, though, and this is the thing that I'm talking about where I'm saying, like, that trust has evaporated, is that people are going to look at this and they're going to say, this is, and obviously, because I've already seen it, and I'll just say it for what it is. I've seen a lot of people that are like, oh, this is, you know, woke ideology in video games. That's the reason they're making the characters this way. The funny thing is, I actually, like, maybe there's a little bit of motivation with like, ideology behind these. I actually think what's really going on is that canonically it makes sense that these characters would look this way, because if you guys remember from the trailer, they had shown it where the marathon characters, I'll put this into context. I think, yeah, it's this one here. Where's it at? No, it's not that part. Yeah, right here.
Do you recognize this child? Who are you? I don't know. Do you recognize? Can you identify her? Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mother. Your mother. Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child? Who are you? I don't know. It's you. What?
These characters don't even know who they are anymore. They've given away their mortal body. They have, you know, techno bodies that are made by machines. They're not actually, she's not actually a woman. Not even by any, like, not even by any means. This is literally a fucking robot. They're not even human. So, like, consciously they are, but not, like, in physical form they are. And they've been reborn so many times that they don't even, she can't even recognize herself in a photo. So canonically, the idea is that this is so far into the, you know, cyberpunk future that they've likely, in cases of like these characters that have been reborn fucking 1,000 times or whatever, they have lost touch with what it is to even be male or female in the first place. Sick concept. It is a really interesting concept, but the problem is that because of social political discourse today, and also the motivations that people have seen with the studio in the past, and they don't fucking trust them, and they also see what's going on in a lot of these other games, they look at something like this section right here, that little 5-second clip, players don't even see this, don't even understand it, and don't even fucking care, because they see the way the characters look, and they're like, oh, woke, just woke. That's as far as it goes. Transhumanism at its peak. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what this is. Like, these people have given up entirely on humanity. Simple as that. It makes sense canonically. I totally get where they're coming where they're coming from with it. I don't really think it's as motivated as people probably think it does, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the character shouldn't be attractive. That also doesn't mean that the character shouldn't look cool. That's the problem with it. But you're not allowed to have that kind of conversation either. Otherwise, you're going to get people that are trying to make fun of you and say that, oh, look how goofy you are for wanting to like whack off to a video game character. Shut the fuck up. Like, if the players are saying, if there is an overwhelming part of the audience or an overwhelming discussion online of people saying that these character designs suck, then maybe you should listen to it. So I play as a blow up doll then? Yeah, essentially, yeah. Idea is cool, but I don't care. They burnt me out so bad with Destiny 2. Yeah, and that's the one thing. So this is actually a really interesting topic, to be honest with you, because there's been some rumblings in the background, and things have been weird lately for me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't have a big head about any of this shit. I just make videos and post them and then just come and just like talk to people about video games and shit. I don't really think about it anything past that. I don't think about the views. I don't think about the fucking subscriber numbers. Like, I'm just doing my thing. Great, it's paying my bills. I get to just play more video games and vibe and just keep doing something that I really enjoy doing. I don't really think about how it scales or how much it scaled, how quickly. There's a very high chance that I'll be having a interview with Bungie soon. Which is crazy. Because, like, I went pretty hard on them motherfuckers, I'm gonna be real. I went pretty hard. And here's the thing. If they want to sit at the table and they want to chat, I have a unfathomable amount of respect for that. Like, that is, like, being willing to even come to the table and discuss is huge. And to be honest, I'm the exact person that you want to convince, because I don't like you for things you've done in the past. I don't like what you've done today, and I don't like what you're doing right now. So how are you going to prove to me? How are you going to talk to me? How are you going to, heal some of the wounds? What are you going to do to be able to cross that bridge? And I'm all here for that, by the way. I'm not just some dude that's just trying to like shit all over these video games all the time. I've quite literally made this a very strong point to say any video that I make is supposed to make games easier to make. What I do, and like in a lot of cases, I think that because I see a lot of people that have complained about my content. I see people on message boards. I see people in little fucking Twitter circles and shit like that, circle jerking with each other, which, by the way, I think I'm doing okay because I see it on both sides. I see the anti-woke people that'll call me woke, and because I'll say that I don't have any problem with the gay character being in a video game or something like that. And then I have, and then also because they think I'm like a CCP apologist or something, which is, it's fucking weird. And then I also get it, twice as hard from the other side because they don't feel like I ever represent their concerns. Well, the thing is that your concerns, from my perspective, at least when I'm looking at like some of these games and some of the ideology that we've seen pushed in them, in a lot of cases, it's you're represented. You're represented by the industry. The players don't really have a whole lot of representation right now, and I think in a lot of cases their arguments and their reasoning is being taken in bad faith. And the reason why they're being taken in bad faith is because there's bad faith actors within that community that supercharge it to be a hardcore political issue, social ideological, oh my gosh, hardcore social issue and things like that. There's two sides of the virtue signaling coin, right? And they're both doing it at the exact same time. And it makes it really easy for them to create these straw men for these companies, for these writers, for all these people to be able to chase after and hyperfixate on them being the true issue. This is what people are really complaining about, right? And yeah, it doesn't do a lot of good. Like there's some prominent voices that I'll see, like Grums and people like that like every once in a while will bring up something that's like a genuinely good or interesting topic or something well worth discussing, and then they'll be insanely hyperbolic about something else that'll completely like devalue the discussion entirely. So it sucks when you have that kind of thing, because it's like, well, like I'm not gonna fucking argue for this. What are you talking about? Like when all those people went off a fucking cliff about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and like the articles that one website was writing talking about how it's like I can't even say what they were accusing the game of. like, ugh, dude, it's so weird. Steel Bones with the $5 says, I can't even count how many stories carry the moral that ideological is forced is doomed to fall apart. Yeah, you shouldn't try to be forcing anything anyway. The thing is, though, since it's not a story-based game, these themes will hardly be explored beyond lore logs. Very true as well. Very true as well. I was talking to another content creator the other night, and I said, you know, one of the things that I think is really frustrating for me as somebody like on the outside looking in at what Bungie's doing right now is that you're not doing anything that's playing to your strengths. Bungie games have always been popular because of their mix and how well they deliver on both the single player story experience, narrative experience, cutscenes, all that stuff, and multiplayer. Obviously, you know, they haven't handled everything perfectly over the years. Destiny has more than enough. I'm just talking about gameplay, right? I'm not talking about the DLC shit and monetization. That's a completely different story. But just for gameplay, for the experience that you're looking for from them, they're not playing to their strengths here. By just going full PvEVP, going for a flat-out extraction shooter doesn't really make a lot of sense from my perspective because it's just not what people would be looking for from a Bungie experience. You couldn't be more right in your marathon video. You described exactly what Destiny players have felt since we knew this was full PvP. Yeah. And the thing is that if I'm not mistaken, and I haven't been in the Destiny 2 community in a long time, but there's more people that play Destiny PvE than there are that play Destiny PvP, right? Because I think for the most part, haven't they kind of just like shit on the PvP community and just not really giving them a whole lot of content to begin with? Like they very rarely update it, balance it properly, or even get rid of cheaters. Great videos as always. Thank you, man. Yeah, it's been rough. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm telling you right now, like I brought it up in the video, and this is exactly is the stream supposed to be 720p max? No, I'd set it. Don't tell me it fucking reset the settings again. I swear I'll fucking lose my mind, dude. No. It's coming out at 1080p. Yeah, it's 1080 on YouTube. It's locked to 720p on your side too. I have no idea why. It could be that maybe there's like a couple big streams on YouTube, and for whatever reason, or not YouTube, sorry. There's might be bigger streams on Twitch, and because I'm not like partnered or anything like that, they're like swallowing my bit rate. Who knows? Yeah, YouTube's fine. There's been moments where the PvP shine, but they almost ruined it instantly or just completely abandoned stuff, like Gambit. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed Gambit, by the way. I thought Gambit was really cool. I always say you can get past the character visuals if the gameplay is compelling. Bad looking characters can be a part of the lore. Oh, I mean, look, there's a ton of examples of games that people like that you don't have to be attracted to the characters. Or some people jump through fucking Olympic loops to find themselves in love with those characters as well. Well, I mean, like case in point, you know, not every game needs to have like super hot chicks and characters in it, right? Like Schedule 1 doesn't need to have that kind of shit. Might be a hot take, but I think that there have been so many half-assed bad games the past 5 years that the average fan doesn't trust any developer anymore besides potentially Riot from Software and indie devs. It just sucks. What does it say? Just sucks seeing what I thought was such a unique reveal at an event today for Marathon get met with criticism that I don't think it deserved. Why doesn't it deserve it? From my perspective, Bungie has done nothing but absolutely dick down its audience for close to 5 years or more. Why would you expect that audience to be optimistic about a game? Especially when it's obvious that, like, how, like, put yourself in the Destiny 2 audience's shoes. How does it feel to know that you've supported a game for a decade and the next game that they go to make isn't for you? That's fucked up. Simple as that. Like, think about who their audience is. The vast majority of people that are going to be sitting there excited for a new Bungie game, that are going to be waiting and watching the reveal, are going to be the people that are still playing a Bungie game right now. So no shit that those people are mad. No shit they're mad. But then again, people are burnt out on AAA devs getting completely outclassed by some guy. Then again, people are burnt out of AAA devs getting completely outclassed by some guy that made a game himself. Players aren't burnt out with AAA devs getting... Why would we be burned out because of them getting beaten? We love it. We love it. What are you talking about? I love it. I love watching these AAA devs get absolutely smoked out by some dude and some random dude in Australia. Yeah, I want more of that. Exactly. I want more of it. A lot more of it, because it keeps them honest. It makes them humble. Imagine, like, I don't think people ever take the time to imagine, like, put yourself in the shoes. Imagine being this $3 billion company that just spent, you know, $300 million making a game, and some fucking random dude in Australia just ran circles around your fucking game and completely destroyed your launch because everybody went to go play their game instead of playing your game. So not only did this cat just go and make a shitload of money, but he took your money. And now he made it where chances are people are going to come back to play your game. Like, you got pie on your face, man. You're definitely not going to be feeling good. Definitely not going to be feeling good. No. AA games will rule high self-standards and low budget. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, when you have a low budget, you have to make some sacrifices. And where do AA games make their sacrifices, chat? Yep, visuals. Yep, visuals, marketing. And I saw the third one. Somebody else had said it as well. Visuals, marketing, and scope. Chat. What are the three things that end up fucking over AAA games? Visuals, marketing, scope. It's funny how that works. They go and they waste, like, keep in mind, the marketing budget is typically either, the marketing budget is typically the same cost as it is to make the game. So, like, it's just it's directly making your game less profitable. So it doesn't even make any fucking sense either, by the way. I can't imagine how many more sales these companies get running, like, TV commercials or... honestly, even like YouTube ads, like banner ads on websites and stuff like that. I don't see the point in it. I really don't. Like, you can do your own guerrilla marketing campaign far far cheaper and way more effective. That's what I would be doing. 100%. I'd capture the money for myself as the person that was working on the marketing team. Instead of spending all that money on the marketing itself to all these other third-party companies that are supposed to help us promote the game with very little turnaround, right? Very little market capture. Conversion rate is really what I'm talking about here, which is like somebody actually like seeing the ad, clicking the ad, and buying the game. Like the conversion rate on that is incredibly low. Instead of doing that, I'd be doing some type of like more grounded guerrilla marketing campaign where you're actually getting involved. Like, I'll be honest with you, the video that I put out today, it's not showing it on here. It's already over 200,000 views. It's already over 200,000 views. The vast majority of the comments are positive. People really enjoyed the video, specifically because the fact the developer did not try to chain me down in any way. They just said, dude, just make a video about our game. This is our update. Outside of that, you can talk about whatever the fuck you want. I was like, all right, bet. I'm good. Like, I already wanted to talk about them at one point anyway. I just hadn't made the time to. And I'm like, cool. I'm like, no restrictions at all? They're like, no. I'm like, all right. Sick. I'll go play it. Asmon played it too. Yeah. And yeah, so I have no problem covering that. And then like, plus on top of that, keep in mind that also they were very, very forthright with information, right? Like they talked they spoke very casually with me, especially the CEO. He just told me what it was, right? That's what people want. I think that if there's one thing that can really improve the state of the games industry is they need to humanize themselves. Fuck. Real. Where's the other one? Where's my sticky notes? I use an app for sticky notes. Then that way I can keep track of like I think this is the guy. Yeah, the one. I have like a sticky note tracker, so if I ever have like an idea for a video or something like that, I just like throw it on my little sheet so I can remember it. I just want them to be authentic. Yeah. So let me explain this a little bit further, because I actually think that this is like a really big I actually think this is a really big issue, and I think it's something that needs to be addressed in some way, and it can't keep going on like it has from a AAA perspective. I think that because of the lower barrier to entry on indie games and AA games, it's really not super necessary, though you will see in a lot of cases these guys will get really involved in their communities. But like, keep in mind, as a society, as a world, we are becoming less and less human and less authentic by the day. Like everything's about AI. Everything's about social media. Everything's about virtue signaling on the internet or whatever it might be. It's all about fake opinions. It's all about saying what everybody thinks that everyone else should want them to say, or whatever it might be, or be the person that everybody thinks that they should be, or whatever it might be, right? And because of that, these like cold corporate approaches to making video games isn't working. It's not resonating. And anytime you see any of these developers that are humble enough to lower themselves down to the level of the player, it almost immediately works. And they actually get actionable feedback. That's the most important thing. is that I don't think in a lot of cases with the way that these games have been marketed, with the way that companies have been discussing things or talking about players, you're not getting anything you can actually work with. Anything that's going to give you anything that's going to make your game more popular, make you money. Like GGG with the PoE2 interview. Exactly. Yeah. Is this about Marathon? It's just about games in general. Kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. But I do think that Marathon definitely sits in that conversation as well. I think that you need to do what you can to be able to, like, especially with a game like Marathon, there's just a lot of things there that are just, I feel bad because I guarantee that Bungie wants to put that game as free to play, but PlayStation is stuck on this idea of being the premium console. Like that's their brand. Their whole brand is the premium console. You see that because that's how they market their accessories. That's how they market the products. That's how they market their games. So premium and free to play don't mix, right? Because they're like, what are you talking about? We're PlayStation. We sell premium products. So the idea of them giving away, from which they're not giving away, they're going to be charging, you know, probably half the game's price in fucking skins, right? Let's be real. Limp Jellyfish. Thank you for the gifted tier 1. Stop using emulators. It's hurting our business. But if I want to play Pokemon Diamond, what is this? But if I want to play Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and not, hold on, my God, if I could read today. Stop using emulators. It's hurting our business. But I want to play Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and not only are you not making it available on the DS, but you also haven't re-released the game on your current platform. So either I'm buying the game and the system from someone that isn't you, or I'm illegally downloading it. You lose money regardless. True. It's just true. Like there's just no, like, there's nothing else to say about it. I brought this up in the video where I talked about video game piracy specifically, and I said one of the reasons why a lot of people pirate Nintendo games specifically is because Nintendo does not make their games accessible. You cannot find them. The only way for you to be able to get those games is if you go to a third-party retailer that sells old systems and cartridges, and that's how you can buy it. Nintendo isn't making any money. Somebody else is making all that money. If Nintendo would actually make it where, I mean, just as an example, Nintendo could put out their own, you know, mobile, like their own cell phone emulator, right? They could put out their own, like, Nintendo DS for the phone, and people could download it and then have access to a library of Nintendo DS games, and they could buy it straight from there if they wanted it to. That would work. They would make a dump truck of money. They don't want to do that, though. Jonathan with the $5. Bad example, Nintendo just re-released Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, but you get the point. It doesn't necessarily need to be that game. Thank you for the 5, though. They could even sell the games for $40 each. Yeah. Oh, and I guarantee they would. What are you talking about? $40 each. They charge $60. You don't understand. It's high def. This is some high def shit. Oh, I wanted to. I saw this. I wanted to see this. So, as darkness lifts, a new series emerges. We introduce Lifting the Veil, a new monthly show providing all access pass on the development journey of Lords of the Fallen franchise. First episode airing April 17th, which was yesterday. I didn't see the first episode yet. Is it on their YouTube channel? How long is it? If it's long, I don't want to watch it today. We'll watch a little bit of it. I want to see this. I like the general idea here they're trying to like get rid of the like mysticism behind game development and trying to make, you know, the overall process and the strategy that they're going through to be able to like put these games, you know, why they're doing what they're doing in these games and whatnot. They're trying to make it a little bit more. It's not. Authentic's not the word that I'm looking for. Relatable. They're trying to be more relatable, and I think in a lot of cases, I think gamers across the world don't really feel like game developers are all that relatable anymore. I don't know about you guys, but I felt that way.
I'm Ryan Hill, Global Brand and Marketing Director here at CI Games. Led all things brand on the last Lords of the Fallen, will be doing so again on the upcoming Lords of the Fallen. Been in the video games industry since 2017 and actually worked in fashion before that. Hoping to inject some of the things I learnt in fashion into our upcoming Souls-like and ensure we continue to have some of the best looking drip in the genre.
Based. Dude's like Jack Sparrow. This dude's fucking metal. Yeah.
I'm the creative portfolio strategist.
I'm gonna be real. This looks like the exact people that I want making video games for me. I'm just gonna say it. Like, this looks like the exact people that I want making video games for me. Fashion? Yeah, he was probably a 3D designer. So people will use like CAD, it wouldn't be like CAD, but they'll use 3D programs to design clothes and stuff like that.
The development team at CI Games. I look after the Lords of the Fallen.
Helgren, thank you for the
and
5 gifted subs. Appreciate that.
Deliver on the promise that we make to our fans. I've been in games for 20 plus years now. I've been in a variety of roles: QA, marketing, consulting, creative direction. I've worked on everything from Call of Duty through to Sonic the Hedgehog, and every time I work on a different project, I get a tattoo. So, as you can see, I've worked on a lot of titles. I haven't yet got a Lords of the Fallen tattoo, yet, but I will.
Damn. This dude's been around the block.
As a player's first studio, we really want to lift the veil on video game development. We want to offer our community a full access backstage pass to everything that goes into making one of these games, from initial concept and ideation through to actual game development and even how we brand and market this video game series.
Lifting the Veil is all about bringing you behind the scenes on what it's like and what it takes to make a Souls-like, because they are difficult games to play and fucking incredibly difficult games to make. It all really starts with that question, what even is a Souls-like? And we want to answer that in collaboration with you, the community.
You can expect sneak peeks, exclusive reveals, and complete transparency.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is what you want. Like, I'm just gonna say that, as simple as that. This is what you want. You want to be able to, like, I think that, you know, there's a really good example of this. Was it Mark Dara? So if you guys remember,
hey everybody,
this is the guy that worked on Dragon Age the Veilguard, and he made a video talking about how, you know, you're not you shouldn't be complaining, you shouldn't be trying to, you know, go after these developers, you shouldn't be getting, you know, any of this stuff. Like, your $70 doesn't buy you cruelty, is what his video was titled. $70 doesn't buy you cruelty. And in it, he talks about how you gamers don't understand who makes these games or how games are even made. So you shouldn't be trying to complain about these things to all these different people and whatnot. What's really funny is that, does he ever take the time to help you better understand like who is making decisions, so that you then know who is the right person to complain to or complain at in some cases, because it's social media, right? It's not like you're going to have a lot of like direct interaction with them. Does he break any of the mysticism around that? No, because in a lot of cases, a lot of these very weak-willed developers, they want blame to be nebulous. They want it to be something intangible that you can't understand who you need to, you know, direct your outrage towards. Or actually, better yet, don't direct your outrage anywhere. Just be angry, but never talk about it, right? Like, but here's these guys that are like, hey, we're going to walk you through how we're making our decisions, how we're building our game, how we're, you know, coming to the idea of what a Souls-like game is, all those kind of things, right? Like this is what players want to hear. I don't want to hear you tell me that I can't be angry and that I shouldn't be angry about, you know, losing $70 on a video game. But now that's going to be $80. So I hope that doesn't, the Twinkie Factory take. That's another really good one. Yeah. That was, Emil Pagliarulo from Bethesda that had said, I don't know what, you know, I see all these gamers that talk with absolute authority on how games are made, but they don't know a damn thing. I mean, I've never worked in a Twinkie factory before, you know, like, and he's like, so I wouldn't know what to say about making Twinkies. And it's just like, oh, fucking K, dude. That's great. Oh, so your answer is be mad, stay mad, and you don't know nothing. So you're not allowed to actually be mad. It's just so fucking dumb, dude. So dumb. So dumb.
So the original Lords of the Fallen came out.
Who pays these people, man? That's my fucking... That's like the... People want to know where my frustration comes from. It's because, like I love business. I do. I really love business. I love business. I love marketing. I love PR and things like that. Like, those kind of things interest me. Like, how to interact with an audience, how to get people to buy something, how to come to the decision to sell something very specific because it's what people want, how to discover what people want. Like, those kind of things are very interesting. Like, managing people and stuff is very interesting to me. So when I watch on as these fucking idiots just, like, take a fully loaded AK to their own foot, they tape their finger to the trigger. Why? Why are you like this?
In 2014, and was actually arguably the first game to try and pay homage to this new genre From Software had created. And that's a really difficult thing to do. We were the first people to create a game in this genre that until now only From Software had done. So there was a really fine line to walk between...
Oh, fuck, I didn't even think about that. The first Lords of the Fallen, 2013, no, 20, was it 2013, 2014 or something like that? 2014. That was the first Souls-like. There's the first, they are the first company, the first studio to actually even attempt to try to do what FromSoft was doing. Humility is a rare virtue today. It is. Thank you for the 2. I didn't realize. I didn't even think about that. So these guys are actually, in a way, they're the pioneers that are like the first one to try to challenge what FromSoft has been doing.
Respecting those pre-established rules that actually make a game a Souls-like, and actually trying to do something new and interesting at the same time. Ultimately, whilst the game did inject some really cool ideas, it veered too close to that original From Software formula and actually ended up coining the expression Souls-like.
As an outsider,
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
I kind of became aware of Lords of the Fallen back in 2013 with the original. I wasn't sure what to make of it, honestly. I think Souls-likes were a new thing. I really became aware of the series with the 2023 title. I remember seeing the cover of Edge magazine, and you had this Dark Crusader monster of a man who looked like he was on his way back.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna tell you right now, this game's art direction is fucking peak. Like, Lords of the Fallen's art direction is fucking peak. They absolutely nailed the art direction with this game.
Album cover photo shoot, and I was like, okay, now you've got my attention.
This was one of the reasons for such a large gap in the franchise. Almost 10 years, in fact. Lords of the Fallen 2023 had to push the boundaries of the genre into a place that it hadn't been before. As you might recall, Lords of the Fallen 2023 actually started life off as Lords of the Fallen 2. But as we continued to develop the title, it became increasingly clear that this wasn't a sequel to the 2014 debut title. Whilst it might be odd to reboot a franchise after just one entry, we knew we had something new and exciting on our hands. This was going to be a completely new chapter for Lords of the Fallen.
It's always been about more than just copying.
I was actually really curious about this because I could listen to this guy all day. Oh yeah, no, he's an insanely fucking good orator. I was like thinking that myself. I'm like, this is just, I was like listening to him talk, and I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, from the outside looking in, both of these guys are not the people that you'd be like, oh, these guys are probably really well spoken. These guys are like super fucking well spoken. Like there's no bullshit to their words. They're very like straight to the point with what they're saying. They're not like coloring everything or anything like that. But yeah, no, super fucking well spoken. The one thing that I was going to say was I was really curious about the direction that they took to specifically make sure that they were going to change the game over to a reboot. But that makes a lot of sense. I don't know how many of you guys played the original Lords of the Fallen. I played the demo and was like, this just ain't it. Up the volume if you can. It's maxed. I just maxed it now. It was almost maxed, but I'll max it now. I was really interested to see like what was the motivation behind that. But then like after seeing like how much the game is transformed, it definitely doesn't feel like a sequel. It feels like at first they were trying to find their footing and failed, and then now here's this time that they're going through it again. But they've kind of gotten a better feel for it for sure. Like there is such a massive difference between the 2013 one and the 2023 one that it's like not even fucking close. They don't even resemble the same thing. And that what's even crazier is with all the improvements that they've made in their 2.0 update, their next game, Lords of the Fallen 2, I'm going to tell you right now, I would be shocked if it's not a fucking stellar game. I will be absolutely shocked.
The best. We've wanted to add our own flavor, and that really starts with identifying our USPs. What are the things we can add to this type of game that elevate it, that make it unique, that make it ownable, and that make it Lords of the Fallen?
Souls-likes are all about risk and reward. Do you take the easier path or do you take the harder path, knowing that the latter is likely going to result in some better treasure? Do you take on that enemy who's definitely too difficult for your current stats and run the risk of sacrificing all your hard-earned souls, but there's always that glimmer of hope you might succeed and earn yourself a super OP weapon? It's this concept of risk and reward and player autonomy that really gave birth to the concept of Umbral.
I remember...
So I didn't really get to talk about this too much, but like now that I've actually played the game, right? Like I've been playing it off stream, I've been playing it all week. The Umbral realm idea of like being able to shift between two different worlds is legitimately fucking cool. Like just genuinely, it's fucking badass. Specifically, what I really like is that it kind of adds this almost like arcadey layer to the game, where you're like building up your multiplier, your Zelda did it first. But I'm not talking about the layered world part of it. Like, yeah, we've seen that kind of shit in other games in the past. What I'm talking about is how it made like it gives you like a multiplier, so you can like multiply the amount of souls that you earn and things like that. You can spawn more enemies faster, more enemies to start to show up and whatnot like that. If you run it too close to the red line, then the Red Reaper will come for you. Maybe you're strong enough to be able to fight and beat him. Maybe you're skilled enough to fight and beat him. If you're not, then chances are you're going to be trying to, boogie pretty quick to get over to a rest site to be able to, reset everything. I kind of like that. I like how it gives me a more, because since it's not it is an open world game, but not at the same time, because there's a lot of like map structure that you have to go through to be able to get to a place. It's more of a linear designed game. But what I really like is that, in Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring specifically, if I'm having a hard time, there's certain areas that I can go to where I can just farm, right? And there's certain enemies that I can go and farm, get my souls up, tailor my build a little bit, go back out into fighting the game. It's basically, it allows me to have my own variable setting for what I want to do difficulty wise in a game, or how challenging do I want this to be? How many strikes do I need to hit the boss with before I can take them down? this game, instead of making it where it's something like Elden Ring or something like that, instead what they do is they allow you to just go hop into the Umbral realm and just go farm out souls, get a multiplier up real quick, and then come back into the regular realm, and then spend those points on abilities and stuff like that. I really like that. I think it's a cool dynamic.
Vividly, one of the first times I heard about Lords of the Fallen 2023, and it was my dad, who's like a hardcore Souls-like player to this day, and he was like, "Hey son, there's this new Souls-like, have you heard of it?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think so. Is it the one that was on the Edge cover?" And he was like, yeah, it's got this two worlds thing. It's fucking mental, but it's pretty cool. And I think that pretty much captures my impression of it as an outsider.
I think it's pretty cool.
We really wanted to delve deeper into this idea of player choice with our secondary realm, Umbral, the realm of the dead. So players could traverse to this realm of the dead at any point that they chose, but by doing so, they would sacrifice one of their two lives. There was no easy way back, and they knew that this was an even more hostile environment than the standard realm. That said, all the best treasures in Umbral, so you had to make that sacrifice in order to unearth these goodies.
Yeah, I like that. You make it a lot more rewarding.
Whether
Stranger
by design
Things Upside
or
Down
not,
inspired. I think what's really cool about what they've done with the Umbral realm and Lords of the Fallen is that like it's genuinely an entire other map layered on top of the game. It's actually kind of fucking wild how much the Umbral realm in a lot of cases will completely transform the map. And what's even more wild is that while you're playing the game, with the performance of the game's actually pretty damn good now, it's kind of fucking crazy to believe that like you're not only playing a game that's the entire world is being rendered at the same time, but it's also rendering an entire other world on top of the one that you're already playing on. Like, it's actually really fucking impressive what they've done for a fledgling studio.
Co-op adventuring in Souls-likes has never been a strong point of the genre. Usually you invite a second player in, you defeat a boss, and then that second player returns to their own world.
So I think what the team have done really smartly over the past year plus is kind of adjust the difficulty and the challenge, but that now empowers co-op to have more control over the experience. So when you've got two players in there, suddenly the odds are turned against the enemies sometimes, right? And it allows you to take your time, to be more strategic. And honestly, for me,
I think they should lean even harder into the multiplayer. I don't really know exactly how I want to voice this. I think that like making it a single player game and focusing on that is definitely what you still want to do. But I think that like making multiplayer even more interesting and even more varied in some cases or in some way, I think it would be really fucking cool. And it's a direction in which this genre hasn't gone in yet. You know, I always think back to like, did anybody ever play, I want to say it was called The Crew. Did anybody ever play 50 Cent Blood in the Sand? It's a really fucking off the wall one to bring up. I think Army of Two might have had it as well. Basically, what it was is there were these like random events that would pop up that would challenge both players to like play against each other, but not actually fighting against each other, to see like who could get the higher score, and then one of them would get a reward as a result of it, right? It would be really fucking cool if a Souls game had that kind of layer to it. Like, I don't think there's a problem with having some more like arcadey things in a Souls like, especially if it's something that's like more just specifically for the multiplayer thing. Blood in the Sand is a throwback. That game was fucking sick. It is like called classic peak.
it also relieves some of the pressure. I think in Souls-likes, the presence of another player can be a gift or a curse. You know, are they friend or foe? I think in Lords, more than any Souls-like, they're usually a friend, and you can adventure together. And honestly, one of the best parts is just being able to slow down, literally, and take in the environment. So I've had many times where I'm playing Lords and my co-op player, you know, has run off, taken on all the toughest enemies, and I'm just basking in the environment.
Army of
just
Two is a good
enjoying
couch
launch
co-op.
stuff. For me, that's why.
I just want more co-op games in general. I think that like we've kind of gotten away from that, like couch co-op and all that stuff. I think like in general, like has kind of gotten away. There's been way too big of a push in this industry to go towards what is it? There's been way too big of a push within the industry to go towards competitive, like shooters and competitive games in general. And while there's definitely an audience for that, I think when you go and you look at something, like just using this as an example, like Split Fiction had 259,000 concurrent players at its peak when it released. Obviously, it's not a super long game, and when you're playing it co-op, you're gonna break through it pretty quickly. But for an entire week, they held themselves at over 200,000 players. There's a lot of people that want games like this. There's a lot of people that want to play games cooperatively and are kind of sick and tired of playing games. You know, like 90% of multiplayer games today are almost always some type of competitive game. I just don't think it needs to be every single game. I think Helldivers 2 is another good example, right? I mean, 458,000 players at its peak. The game has maintained over 40,000 players relatively, like pretty much, you know, regularly. I mean, they fell off a cliff. I mean, this is all like, you know, I like how they marked it as account leaking shenanigans. Sony learned their lesson though. Marathon's not going to be that way. They're not doing that with Marathon. Good on them for that, I guess.
Co-op goes so well together because we've got this rich, detailed world, and it really breathes in co-op.
Horde mode for Rivals. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool to have a
space with Lords of the Fallen.
PvE mode for Marvel Rivals
with what we called seamless co-op, and at the time we felt confident that this was one of.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is another really good example. That one's up to over 100k now.
There was some confusion with what seamless meant. I think with version 2.0, we've finally delivered on that promise, and we'll go into that later on in this video. The third major element that we really wanted to provide a fresh take on with Lords of the Fallen was the combat. Traditionally in the Souls-like genre, combat's always been very slow, purposeful, and deliberate. Usually it's you versus one other enemy, and every single swing of the blade is the difference between life and death. With Lords of the Fallen, we wanted to change that up so that actually you're facing off multiple enemies at any one point, whether that's a mob of...
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. So like the thing is that I know not everybody's gonna be like this. I love Elden Ring. I love the Dark Souls games. I am not like super big on revisiting them a lot because they just take a fucking lot out of you. They're a really slow burn. They're incredible games, but they're also like relatively stressful to play. They can be very stressful to play. And I do genuinely dig the overall, like, much more fast-paced gameplay experience that you're getting from Lords of the Fallen. Like, I really dig it. Like, it's a game that, like, I'm still getting my Souls fix. I still have this, I'm still building the character the same way. I'm still looking at weapons the same way. I'm still, you know, leveling up and things like that. I'm getting all the things that I really enjoy from those kind of games. But at the exact same time, I'm like slashing and dashing through a shitload of enemies, and it just feels really good. I'm like I'm like going nuts on a boss and stuff like that. I really, really enjoyed it. Have you tried Lies of P? No, I do. I still need to play that one. They're dense and they demand your full attention. Yeah,
maybe more.
Which isn't bad. Which isn't bad, but it's not for everyone. It's not that it's not for everyone. It's just that you're not always in the mood for that, right? Like sometimes I like games that aren't using that like don't require my brain. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Like, I get in these moods where I just don't want to have anything to do with playing any game that requires me to think. Like, I just want to just be brainless for a while. Like, I use my fucking brain more than I want, okay? I think far more than I want. It keeps me up at night, you know? So, for me, I like being able to, like, I like ARPG seasons, right? Because I'm not thinking. In some cases, I'm following a build guide, right? Podcast gaming. Yeah, exactly. So it's just, yeah, you're in luck tonight with Last Epoch. Exactly. I like stuff like that. Plus, on top, I mean, for streaming specifically, I like games that don't require or demand a lot of my attention because it lets me talk more, right?
Players to have to approach the combat with a completely new strategy.
You'll enjoy Last Epoch, but I have 160 hours in the Last Epoch. The funny thing is that I played all of that in early access, and then I played some of it when it first launched, but I haven't played it ever since then.
Enemies one by one, or do you go in all sword swinging? And to account for that...
Sounds like you described Assassin's Creed games to a T. So there's a difference between I want to play something brainless and I want to play something that is garbage. I also don't want to feel like I'm wasting my fucking time. There's a difference between playing something that demands my attention and playing something that makes me feel like I've literally just wasted my life. Yeah, brainless versus brain dead. Yeah, it's a really good
Increasing
example.
difficulty, the player character actually has several advantages. The player has access to faster evasions with both
Solitaire is
the
pretty
choice of
casual. I play
a dodge
Balatro.
and a roll. They can seamlessly interweave both one-handed and two-handed attacks. Dual wielding is a very viable option in our game.
Yeah, they're just gonna go through like everything with the update and stuff like that. I just generally dig the overall conversation and stuff like that. Maybe there's some. I want to see what they're gonna say at the end here. What is the end about? Enhanced tutorial.
Version 2.0 is the combat overhaul and the lamp navigation system. So for combat, despite appearances, I couldn't fight my way out of a paper bag, but the new combat means I'm pretty special on our hands. And it's thanks to all the hard work and feedback from our community as well, who keep feeding back to us what they want to see next. We really want to deliver on that promise that we made last time. We think this is going to be the biggest, best Lords yet. It's going to be bold, bloody, brutal, and we think you're going to be surprised.
Next month, we'll be discussing exactly how your feedback is helping to shape the next game in the series, and we might even reveal the odd juicy detail or two.
So we want to emerge from the shadow of our competitor in all our blood-soaked glory this time.
In the meantime, we'd absolutely love to hear from you what exactly you'd like us to cover in future episodes, or whether you have any specific questions in mind. As we said, this video series is really us trying to burn away that curtain between video game player and developer and put you guys back in the spotlight.
Cool, man. Oh, they got a little something here at the end. What is this about? First encounter.
My first Souls-like memory is actually reading about Demon Souls before it came out, back in, I guess, 2008.
Like, they're just talking more about other stuff, getting to know the developers. I highly recommend. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. I'll share it to you guys really quick. Let me share this with you guys. Check it out. Watch the video. Give it a like. I recommend watching the whole thing if you guys are playing the game. Give them feedback because it looks like they're reading comments and stuff like that. They want to know like what people want out of this kind of thing, and yeah, I think it's just like a great direction for the studio to go in general. Is it just me or did the guy with the dread sound like the trailer narrator? He might have actually been. Devs have been really appreciative of constructive criticism. Yeah. I think it's gonna be I'm just gonna tell you right now with the direction that they've taken, how hard of a stance that they've taken against like a lot of industry trends and things like that. The leadership of both their publisher and the studio itself, it looks like they have their heads on they have their head on their shoulders, and I would expect good things. I'd expect really good things out of the sequel. I think they're gonna do really well. Can't. Like, this is so I want you guys to keep in mind, like, look how fucking consistent this fucking game has been. This is widely a single player game. I want you guys to keep that in mind. Baldur's Gate 3, yes, there are people that play the game Yes, there are people that play the game together. For sure, there are people that play it multiplayer. But at the exact same time, like, I cannot fucking believe this game. Like, it is held so consistently. Look at this. It basically came out, jumped up to 875,000 players. By September, it was at 580. October, still 300K. 200K November. Then it jumped up because they had a big sale here January, December. They also did a big update and added some more stuff to it. But back almost up to 300K players. And then ever since then, since January of 2024, this game has chilled at 100,000 players. A single player game that has chilled at 100,000 players. I'm loving Baldur's Gate 3. Just got it last week. It's fucking insane. It is like I get that, like, if it's not your kind of game, like you don't like the turn-based games or whatever, I still say, like, I would give it a shot regardless, even if the, you know, D&D strategy top-down CRPG isn't your normal thing. I would still at least, like, give it a shot and see if you like it or not. You know what I mean? But it just goes to prove. It just goes to prove, like, how just how good of a game it is. That just goes to show how good of a game it is. Baldur's Gate 3 is multiplayer too. Yeah. What's the hook? The hook is it's one of the best games ever made. Transcends the genre. It transcends a lot of things. But it's woke, LOL. Goes to show if you don't use message, it goes to show you can make a game inclusive if you want to, but you also don't have to beat the audiences over the head with a club to make them capitulate to the audience that you're trying to also include. It's kind of, this is a really fucking, guys, this is a wild concept. I'm probably going to blow your mind, right? But you can make something for people that don't all agree or believe the same thing. No, it's fucking crazy, right? I know shit! Oh my god! It's what do you wait? What? I'd imagine there has to be some game developers that are like, no, that's not true. If you play our game, you must also believe everything that I believe, and if you don't, then the world isn't fair. How am I supposed to make a game that gay people can enjoy if I don't make sure that the straight people hate it? How? How? Fuck me. Good Lord. Hey, man. Like, they gave me a job. I can't really bitch about it too much, right? I have a question. This is gonna be rough. Okay, this is gonna be rough. I guarantee that the vast majority of people here have not seen this. Okay, how many people here have watched my video? Baldur's Gate 3 is a wake up call. It's the first video that I ever made that, like, kind of set me on the path of the content that I've been making. It was the first time where I was like, all right, you know what? I this fucking industry is just like I was somebody that was just like very chill. Okay. I was very tolerant in a lot of cases. I would put up with a lot of bullshit. And then the minute that I had seen a bunch of fucking people like try to steamroll Baldur's Gate 3. Well, it wasn't steamroll Baldur's Gate 3. They were steamrolling fans from wanting to have raised expectations, right? Not me. Warframe was a wake-up call. I highly recommend it. I was incredibly... I was still very new at making YouTube videos, so I was a bit dramatic, to say the least. I was also not as good of an orator or as natural, right? This is like the first time... The funny thing is, if you go back and watch that video, you can actually see how I'm like, I can't believe I'm about to just say my open and honest, real opinion out loud right now. Oh God, I'm going to say this. I don't know how many people are going to end up seeing this. And then that video blew up and it got a lot of views. And then Asmongold reacted to it. And I was like, oh. So, like, I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude from like a back town. I'm a dude from a back town fucking, you know, little town in the Midwest, man. Like, I'm not like, you know, so all of a sudden, like, my face and a bunch of, and like, seeing the video get like 2 million views and shit, I was just like, oh God. I'm gonna go watch it now. Yeah, it's pretty, believe me, I'm a completely different content creator now. I feel much more comfortable in front of a camera, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, so if you guys remember, the topic of that video was essentially a bunch of video game developers and studios that were like, hey, don't compare us to Baldur's Gate 3. Okay? Don't do it. Don't compare us to Baldur's Gate 3. You gotta understand, that shit's an anomaly. That shit's just weird. We can't explain why this game is so good. You're never likely ever going to see another game like it, actually. Because it's just, you were too soft back then. I 100% was. It's because I was trying to, I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to be straight up. You want to know why? You want to know why I was so soft? Because I was trying to make everybody happy. And then I realized I can't make everybody happy. Not everybody's ever going to agree with me. And in some cases, I'm going to disagree with a group of people, and there's no way they're going to see eye to eye on it, and it is what it is, right? I try to do my best to be able to qualify and let people know that your opinion still matters. You still matter. You want me to give you a hug? You want a trophy? But yeah, I don't do that anymore. I don't do that anymore. LD hugging stream? Yeah. Yeah. I'd love a trophy. Thank you. Fuck off. You get nothing. So anyway, flashbang. Boom! Little preview on a little something I might end up talking about very soon here, by the way. I'm not going to go over it now, but I'm definitely going to be looking at this. But like, this is way too fucking good. Actually, it's pretty short. I'll read it now and take a look at it. I might end up talking about this. I kind of want to. BioWare veteran says the impact of Baldur's Gate 3 will be more muted than most people realize because it was a perfect storm of development that most RPGs won't be allowed to replicate. Former BioWare executive Mark Dara says Baldur's Gate 3 changed the landscape of who is willing to look at an RPG, but it might not change how games are made as much as you would expect. Of course, Mark Dara. Yes, this is the same guy that said $70 does not buy you cruelty. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. Yeah. KCD lived up to that standard. Weird. Fucking based, rugged. Yeah, you're right on the fucking money, buddy. This is my thoughts exactly. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Who wrote this? Jordan Gerblick. Let me see like one quote so I can see how bad this is. In a new episode of his podcast, Dara makes the argument that the impact and sales are not the same. What? What? So you're trying to tell me what the fuck is the reason? Like, dude, the amount of mental gymnastics some of these game developers go through is fucking insane. So you're trying to tell me that a game, no matter how insanely popular it is, won't have any impact? You don't understand. Sales and impact, these are two completely different things. Two completely different things. It's not like, I don't know, it's not like Call of Duty Modern Warfare somehow spawned an entire competitive shooter genre that blew up and everybody else wanted to emulate it. It's not like you know, that, what was that, Gears of War game? Oh, God. Remember when that came out and all those popular sales it got? By the way, its sales had no impact on everybody trying to copy its cover system in every game for the next 5 years. Yeah, that Dark Souls game. All that money it made, all the sales it made, that had no impact on everybody else trying to follow on to that trend. You know that? Fortnite. What the fuck? All right, I'm saving that for later. I'm saving that for later. Holy shit. Good Lord. Good Lord. You know what? Seeing as that he worked on seeing that he worked on Dragon Age, he did work on he what was it? He worked on Dragon Age the Veilguard. And all I'm this is the only thing I'm thinking right now. Yeah, he worked on Anthem and Dragon Age, and he consulted on Dragon Age the Veilguard. Dude's just like sitting there and he's just like, no, sales don't mean everything. Sales don't mean everything. Sometimes it's okay if your game fails because it's going to impact the industry. Please tell me. I would love to know. I would love to know. What impact will Dragon Age the Veilguard have? Other than the positive effect that it had on both my bank account and also Asmongold's. A very big lesson. Actually, you know what? You got a good point. You got a really good point. Now that I think about it, actually, you know what? He might be right. You know, sales, when a game doesn't sell, I'm sure it does have an impact on what games are made after, right? Yeah, I'd imagine. Concord had a big impact, just not the right impact. Yeah, that impacts a fucking crater. Good Lord. I saw that. I saw the fucking Reddit post where the Concord developer like was talking about Marathon. Marathon. I think this is it right here, yeah. Bungie is not your friend. You do not have to defend them. Based. Fucking based. Where is the there's one from a Concord dev. Top this month. Greetings from the Marathon team. We've spun up the Marathon team account across several platforms: Blue Sky, Twitter, Discord, Steam, and here on Reddit. These accounts will allow us to share more details and clarification with the team and topics and get general community feedback. Okay, so then why didn't you guys open a fucking AMA? I like how like 3 days ago you guys like, oh yeah, we put up the accounts. Okay, well put up a fucking post that says, hey, what do you guys think? How are you guys? Because like I'm looking like, oh hey, we started this 3 days ago. Look at the top post 6 days ago. Bungie is not your friend. You do not have to defend them. Ladies and gentlemen, please learn from the mistakes of the past. This is a tale as old as time. This community has the community have genuine feedback points. A group of overly sympathetic fans congregate to push critical rhetoric, giving developers the space needed to ignore the critical changes requested. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. These fucking apologists, these corporate fucking poll writers that come in here and they're like, stop being unnecessarily negative. The art style's great. I think the game's gonna do good. Guys, you don't understand how hard they worked on this game. You don't even understand how games are made. Fucking pussies. Fucking pussy. Shut the fuck up. This is a commercial product. They're not your friend. They're a corporation that is trying to make money. What are you fucking doing? The only way that ever makes sense to me is if either you are in a relationship with somebody at that studio, you are likely a developer at that studio, or you spend way too much fucking time on the internet. What the fuck is this? Personally, I do kind of fuck with the marathon art style. Bro, I brought this up. I just don't like the character designs. I think the world in general and just like the general aesthetic and stuff like that, people are like, pink and purple color, puke. I actually like the color. I like the color scheme. I like the way the world looked. I think it looked genuinely cool. I like the weird contrast between these like super unrealistic looking characters and buildings and then like a planet. Because like it shows like the distance we are getting away from like reality. Because this is like, keep in mind, this is like 2088 or something like that. So it's like the idea is like they've taken on the like cyberpunk 2020 or 2077 idea, like that framework of like transhumanism and like, you know, technology and whatnot, and then cranked it to 800 years in the future, right? So like I dig the overall aesthetic. I just think the characters look fucking dumb, and I don't really like the idea of it being just a straight up extraction shooter. Like those are my two biggest concerns with the game. Well, no, I have three. The other one's monetization. Like that, those are my problems. I don't have any problem with the art design. I think it actually looks pretty good. It's not about being unnecessarily negative. It's about wanting the game to be better. There's absolutely nothing wrong with setting a standard that you want developers to achieve, especially when you're making a purchase in a live service game. We don't know. We don't know what the game will look like going forward. Only that we've seen. Only what we've seen on one day. It's perfectly valid to be open in criticism. It's a live service we're footing the bill for. Preach, brother. Fucking preach. Good Lord. The amount of people that are like getting on their hands and knees to bend over and fucking take it for these corporations is just crazy to me, man. Like, this is the thing that like bothers the shit out of me. It's one of the reasons why, like, when I brought it up in that Lords of the Fallen video, where it's like, you can agree or disagree with whatever political or social political position these companies take, but at the end of the fucking day, these are a product that somebody is fucking paying for. They are allowed to complain. Like this idea of this like silent complicity that you just, I can't say that I don't like the way this character looks. I can't say that I like hot characters in video games. I can't say that, you know, this character doesn't really make a lot of sense in this setting. I can't say that this character is poorly written and it feels like it's purely there just for virtue signaling. I can't say those things because if I do, then I'm going to have a bunch of people that are going to tell me I'm actually a bad person. And that's the reason why I don't like it. Like, that shit needs to fucking go away, man. It needs to go away. You gotta fucking stop it. Somebody paid for this shit. They didn't ask for it. And like, that's the worst part of it, is that in a lot of cases, people have been buying games not expecting it to be something like that, not being sold on it being something like that. And then now all of a sudden, you know what's really pissing people off? I'm just gonna say it fucking straight out. As humans, we have ways of making sense of the world. It's fucking weird that we're alive. It's weird what reality is. We can't even fucking comprehend it. When you have products, media products, that somebody is buying or subscribing into or whatever it might be, and you think it is your place to then go and push whatever your ideology, whatever your position is, what ends up happening is you are fundamentally going after the very way that these people make sense of the fucking world. And when that ends up being the vast majority of people, you're going to have some fucking problems. You're going to have some people that are going to push back. Because I have no problem with the way that you believe, the way that you see the world. I have zero issue with it. I have an issue with it when we've gone from tolerating to I need to accept and subscribe to the same way that you see the world. And when you're doing that inside of a commercial product that somebody fucking spent money on, what are you doing? there's no place for it. There's just no place for it. That's not where it should be. That's as far as the discussion goes. And the thing is that, like, while I have a lot of people that'll be like, "Oh, you only complain about this. You're a fucking right winger." No, if fucking right wingers are doing the same thing right now, and I was playing a game and they're like trying to force me to be, I don't know, they were like forcing censorship and shit like that. I mean, keep in mind that like Republicans for years have tried to push and get rid of fucking video games. They've tried to get rid. They tried to get rid of fucking Mortal Kombat. They tried to get rid of Grand Theft Auto. They've tried to like. They get you with these fucking morality checks and shit like that, or they want to hit you with religion or whatever it might be. I don't care whose bullshit it is. I don't want to see the world how either one of you guys see the world. I just want to play a fucking video game. Like, I can tolerate your opinions, and if you put your opinions into a game in a way that can be tolerated, that's one thing. But if you're doing it in a way where I just have to accept whatever your opinion is, and I have to capitulate to it, and I actually have to then see the world the way that you want me to see the world, that's where the problem becomes. Like, and I think that's one of the reasons why you see a lot of people that have pushed back on the like pronoun system for video games and the body type 1 and 2 thing, because the reason why that has become such a massive battleground is that you're talking about the way that people fundamentally see reality. Like, if somebody is not like I don't care that, like, why would I care if somebody like has like, you know, they have their own preferred pronouns? I don't really give a shit. Why would I care if somebody is transgender or anything? I like do your thing, man. That's good for you. Like, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. But, you know, if I'm somebody that sees the world as male and female, but now you're telling me that I need to fundamentally uproot the way that I view my own existence, you're going to have a fucking problem. And when you're doing that inside products that people are supposed to buy, they're going to stop buying those products. Like, how does that not make any sense to people? It's not that you can't have the opinion. It's not that these things can't exist in games. You just have to be understanding and prepared that a lot of people are likely not going to put up with it. That's it. As far as the conversation goes. From my perspective, it's not even a political topic or a social political topic. I don't think it's right wing or left wing. It's just the reality of the situation of how you're selling a product. That's it. We all want this game to be as good as we can. That means critical feedback. It means critical feedback and amplifying it. As long as the barrier to negative interference on developers' personal lives is not widely supported. There is in no situation whatsoever should developers be under personal attacks online. Nobody should be trying to find out who they are. Nobody should be able to try to nobody should be trying to personally message them shitty comments or trying to find out where they live or find out who their family members are. Like, none of that shit should happen. It is some of the most degenerate, like, mental asylum behavior on the internet. I don't understand why people think it's acceptable. I don't even understand what they think they're going to accomplish by doing it. Direct your anger at the company will take action. Yes, exactly. Make your thoughts and make your opinions known, but don't be going after people. Shit's fucking stupid. Cringe as fuck, man. Oh, man. What is this? You can't be left wing if you don't embrace gender ideology, DEI, and messaging in video games. That's not true. That's not true at all. You can't be left wing in the eyes of people that feel like everybody else needs to capitulate to that. That's how that is. Yeah, it's total horse shit. I rail against DEI every stream and I'm left wing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, that's the fucking point that I'm trying to make. Like, we're talking, like, and this is like the worst part about, like, this is just the worst part about, like, cultural discussions in general today, is that things are so fucking radicalized that people believe that the only positions that are held within any political sphere or any social political sphere are quite literally the most, like, 5% nobodies that are just fucking loud as shit on the internet. And for some odd reason get a bunch of engagement. Want to know why they get engagement? Because it's fringe. Or cringe. That's why. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird, man. The world is just a fucking weird place. Weird fucking place today. The internet is both a fucking blessing and a curse, I think, in a lot of ways. I just want to play video games. Leave me alone, both sides. No fucking shit. No fucking shit. Like, I don't like, the funny thing is that like, I don't like seeing the, like, I don't like seeing the push on either side when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Though I will say like one side ends up being a little bit more neutral than the other in a lot of cases, but Stellar Blade creator Kim Hwang-tae attacked furiously by the media. Bro, they were going after his ass. IGN claimed he only makes over-sexualized dolls because he's never seen a real woman. Turns out that he's married to a talented artist. Yeah, she's really pretty too. Not a single fake game award. Becomes one of the richest men in Korea. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, IGN did not like it's fucking wild to me. It's fucking wild to me to see like I always love when these like more like controversial titles come out and then you see like how these writers like put in like how they put some of their shit in there, and it's just like you had to know what you were writing. What is this? Machina says, I'm Latino. I consider myself I consider myself left-leaning. I personally hate when people make characters that are not that are clearly pandering to my Latinx to my Latinx demographic. No. I just want compelling characters. Everybody does, man. That's all they want. People just want compelling and interesting characters. That's why I have heralded 1,000 times by now Dion from Final Fantasy 16. Gay dude, totally an absolute fucking badass. Like, you can do this. It's not impossible. Just start writing the character before you like think about the character of the character rather than what the character is. It's always about what they are, not who they are. Like it's crazy. Or what they are becomes who they are. That's what the real problem is. What they are becomes who they are. Like, they keep caricaturing people. It's fucking disgusting, man. The most tolerant people being the most fucking, you know, honestly, unhinged. Why Yoshi P is the GOAT. Yeah, I really wish Final Fantasy 16 was more popular than it is. I wish it did. I wish that Sony would just fucking nut up and day and date. This, like, you can't keep doing this staggered release. I'm going to release it in a year from now because it's only going to work with like the absolute most like pinnacle of the best games ever made. Those are only going to be the ones that are ever going to be able to find major success once they reach over, unless there's some other cultural meaning or significance for that game and a reason why it's going to take off once it goes to Steam a year later, right? But if Final Fantasy 16 came out on PlayStation and PC at the exact same time, that game would have fucking took off. It was just a fun game. It didn't have to be anything other than just being a fun game. It was just a wild ride. That's what I really enjoyed about it. It was just a wild fucking ride. I like Final Fantasy 16 to the disappointing ending. I think they didn't. I think the ending was, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think I've ever been happy with an ending in a Final Fantasy game. It's either just going to be like, honestly, you know what? I'm going to cut the bullshit. The worst part of every video game is the ending. I'm just going to say it. The worst part of any video game is the ending. It's either going to be, one, I'm disappointed because the journey's over. So I'm already coming off of my, like, you know, the emotional high of enjoying the game. Or two, you know, they've done all this work to build it up and the ending just doesn't fit it just doesn't fit what you wanted the ending to be. Mass Effect 3, okay, bad example. Are you saying it's the journey, not the destination? Of course it fucking is. Red Dead Redemption 2 ending? Okay, there are exceptions to the rule. Of course there are exceptions to the rule. But in most cases, most games, I've never, like, there's not a lot of games that I've played where the ending, like, satisfied me. It's always almost been, I'm just like, I'm done. Now what do I do? And then the depression sets in. I guess I go back to Call of Duty. Back to the mines. God damn, I don't know if it's a cat hair in my eye or if it's an eyelash. Something's in my eye. Truth be told, I haven't finished a game in a long time. The games that I really good example of this. I'll show you guys something. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, you can't see it because it's downloading an update right now, so I can't really do anything about it. Baldur's Gate 3, I got like 400 hours or 500 hours in Baldur's Gate 3. I beat it once. I had gotten like probably 4 separate playthroughs. 4 or 5 separate playthroughs all the way to the 3rd act, and then I quit and then went and started another character. I never did the ending. I was just like, you know what? I kind of feel like playing. And then all of a sudden I go right back and I do it all over again. And the reason why is because like I didn't want it to end, because I felt like if I beat the game, I would stop playing it. Because like that's what I do with games, is that once I beat them, I stop playing them. Guess what happened once I beat Baldur's Gate 3? I stopped playing it. To be honest though, that final playthrough was fucking sick. That final playthrough was fucking sick. I did that entire final playthrough on stream, on honor mode, and it was fucking awesome. It was really good. I had a lot of fun. I have 150 hours. I never made it into Baldur's Gate. There's a lot of people that do that. There's people that spend like 100 hours in the fucking in the goddamn character creator in some cases. Sky Oblivion fan project sends all the love and no hate to the official Oblivion remaster devs. This is always a passion project and still is until the end. This weird like virtue signaling that I've been seeing from writers, where like it's supposed to be like a mean thing, like Bethesda and Xbox are so mean for putting out a remake of the game because these guys have been working on the they've been working on this mod, is just fucking goofy. Like, they're not entitled to anything. They're modders that have been making a game on their own time. You don't have to respect it. Like, these guys are making money. That's the only thing that's the only thing that these companies are here to do. Like, what are we talking about? You know, like, and you know what the funny thing is? I'll tell you this. I would almost bet money that the Sky Oblivion fan-made project will be better than the remaster. Because the Sky, if I'm not mistaken, the Sky Oblivion fan project adds in a bunch of assets and adds in a bunch of like dungeons and other things and storylines that weren't in the original game. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, they're also adapting the combat systems from Skyrim into Oblivion. And the combat was much better and much more refined in Oblivion. But I don't know. Like, I also heard rumors that they're also changing the combat in the other one as well. I don't know. Who fucking knows? Do you think Sky Oblivion forced Bethesda to remake it? I think that, no, because Bethesda's not making it. Xbox gave it to a completely different studio and said, we want you guys to make the remaster. So it's a third-party studio. It's not, Bethesda has nothing to fucking do with it at all. Nothing to do with it. Fleshes out a lot of cut content, yeah. The unofficial patch alone fixes hundreds of bugs. Bro, don't even fucking talk to me about that. I remember, like I hate Bethesda. I really do. I just do not like the way they make games. I don't like their philosophy. I don't like the way they handle themselves. I don't like any of it, to be honest with you. I think that fucking Todd Howard's a pretentious prick. I think he gets way more respect than he deserves. Don't get me wrong. Do I like the games that he's made? Yeah. Yeah. But I also think he still gets far more recognition than he should. By a long shot. We're thrilled that so many players enjoying season 2. We have a hotfix. Yeah, I got hit with that last night. This game's been popping off, dude. Holy shit. Last Epoch's new season has been doing really, really well. Really well. 146k in 24-hour peak. They'd hit 150k yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, they're doing really well. People have been having a lot of fun with it. The funny thing is that people are way more higher on the... you know what it is. I'm just going to be real with you guys. You know, I've been seeing some shit. I have a hot take. You guys want to hear you guys want to hear an ARPG hot take? Gamers don't like... People like the underdog, and they don't view Path of Exile as the underdog anymore. So now they have a new underdog, so they are far less forgiving to Path of Exile and GGG, and they are super fucking doomers about that game. Where Last Epoch, they're like, oh, we need to protect them. We need to do... Like, the funny thing is that the minute that Last Epoch, you know, gains more popularity, and then another game comes out, that same audience will do the exact same fucking thing to Last Epoch. They'll do the exact same thing. Why do you guys suck so much? Why don't you guys listen? Let's talk about the vision. What's the vision? What's your vision? They'll start, oh, savages? Oh, for fucking sure. Yeah. Disagree with most of the audience? Yeah. PoE too bad? Bro, like, it's not even a meme. What are you talking about? What's... It took a hard dive in fucking player ratings. Don't get me wrong. I think they definitely fucked up a lot of shit with the update. I think there's a lot of things they could have done better for sure. But because like I tried to play it on launch, and like the classes just felt like shit, and they cranked the difficulty up so high that it was just like not very fun to play at the very beginning. I do think that the game is going through like a bit of an identity crisis. They don't know what they want it to be. Like, they want this like slow methodical combat, but like if you're gonna do that, then you have to commit to it. And the thing is that I think like as how Path of Exile 2 is built as a game, because it has so much of Path of Exile's DNA, I don't think it can pull it off. Like the game, you know, the game that they want to be is No Rest for the Wicked. That's the game that they want to be. There are a lot of things they could have done better, yes, but people are also still fail to remember that it's still in early access. No, it's fully out. I paid money for it. I believe me, I fucking know. I see people that are like, PoE 2 is dead. Dead game, bad game, dead game. And it's just like, dude, it's halfway done. It's like they're not... We just got one new class recently. There's still like 4 other classes that have to be released. Like, there's so much shit that they have to fucking do to put that game together. the reason why they're putting out the game and doing it is specifically because they want the players' feedback to see like what the game should look like. It's crazy. Nobody hates PoE 2 more than as much as PoE 1 players. Oh, ain't that the fucking truth? There's a lot of PoE 1 purists that are like, no. This game should have just stayed for us. You know what? Honestly, I don't necessarily really fucking fully disagree with some of those positions. Like in some like companies are in business to make money. They are in business to grow. The problem is that I think that the game industry, by and large, has become way too fucking obsessed with consistent and constant growth and expansion. So like the thing is that like you're always trying to beat your sales projections. You're always trying to like beat your sales targets. You're always trying to increase the value of your company, right? Like that's what you want to do as a business. But also at the exact same time, the problem is that these companies continue to expand themselves, hiring on more people to expand like the scale of the business so that they can reach higher profits. But like, if you're going to constantly do that, at one point in time, you're going to outgrow the audience that you could even reach. And then that's when you have to lay off. That's when you have to fire people. That's when you have to shut down your fucking studio. Like the problem is that like right now, when I'm like looking at like these fucking game prices and shit, Nintendo Switch $44.99, I have zero problem, by the way. I have literally no problem with the Switch 2's price point. I think for the hardware and what that hardware can do, for $449 is right in the money. Especially given the fact that there's a lot more competition for hardware in the market. I swear to God, like the vast majority of games media completely swung and missed by not bringing up the fact that there are multiple handhelds on the market now, and that didn't exist when the original Switch launched. It wasn't like that before. Steam Deck, Legion Go, Asus ROG Ally, right? Like you have a bunch of people that are competing for the exact same components, which then drives up the demand for those components, which then drives up the price for those components. So yeah, I would guarantee that it's much more expensive to make this hardware. Xbox soon too, right? Exactly. So Xbox is getting in the game as well, so that's gonna be a whole other thing too. So like I don't really have any problem with the price point for this. The accessories, that's a completely different story. The $100 fucking docking station is fucking wild. $110, I think is what it said. So it's gonna be like $120 or almost $130 after taxes and fees and shit. Good lord. Good lord. Mario Kart World for $79.99, $80 game. I don't know what the fuck to tell you about that, man. Like that's just crazy to me. That's just crazy. Donkey Kong Bonanza is $70. $90 if you want to buy the full, complete Tears of the Kingdom expansion. $55 webcam. What? What? Bro, that's only $10 cheaper than like a... That's only $10 cheaper than a fucking C920. Than a fully functional webcam. Fully functional 1080p high resolution webcam. Does that have filters? Does that make me look better? Like, what the fuck? Especially for something that you're going to be using on a console that is literally going to render whatever you're doing on video in like fucking like 2 frames a second. Do you guys, yeah, 2 FPS. Do you guys remember that? They were like showing the like shitty Discord calls, and it actually showed like the people were like fucking crazy. Premium price. Premium price. I'm going to refer back to this. I've been popping off lately. I've been going a little wild. I probably need to stop posting on Twitter so much. It's just really fun talking shit. I don't even know how to reverse. I don't even know how to respond. My God. You don't realize that they're the first to next gen? Highly regarded individual. Don't worry, we say retard here. I don't even like. I don't even know like what you have to do to be able to like make like. Patty, thank you for the tier 1. I don't even know what you have to do to be able to like get yourself to that ledge and then jump off it. I like. Nintendo Switch is Nintendo's the first to next gen. Next gen, bro. The thing does 1080p at 420. Or not 420. 1080p at 120 frames. Wink, wink. It's doing what Cyberpunk 2077 runs at 44 FPS. I didn't know that Cyberpunk 2077 and 1080p at 40 FPS is next gen. That's great. I didn't realize the next generation was actually last generation. Doesn't matter what you say, you won't change their mind. Ain't that the fucking truth? I'm all for 420 FPS. That's right, baby. Yeah, that's right. I get 3 something on my monitor. I have an LED OLED. Thing is, you have more flexibility with the ROG and similar decks. Switch to in their ecosystem, and that's it. I would like to see the raw specs. I mean, the raw specs are gonna look like ass. Like, let's be honest. Once these games are actually running on the thing, like. Plus, on top of that, like, you know what the funny thing is? They're releasing it with an LCD, so it's not an OLED, which means the battery life is going to be fucking garbage. And once those batteries get down to a certain percentage, your performance suffers as a result of it. Like, it's like you're really only going to get like even like halfway decent performance when you're playing on like you're only going to get like decent performance when you're playing it docked. And even still, like, I guarantee the dock is not going to be that impressive, to be honest with you. What I do find really funny, though. What I do find really funny. You know what's funny about all this? The prices were not affected by tariffs. That means the entire time that everybody was bitching on the internet, that means the entire time all these journalists were running articles, that means the entire time every Nintendo sycophant was trying to run defense for Nintendo and talk about how it was American tariffs. It was all bullshit. What the fuck did I say? What the fuck did I say? I'm gonna tell you right now. When I say things in a video, I'm saying it because I'm saying it with the utmost confidence in most cases. If I'm not confident, I will qualify and say I am not confident and I could be wrong. You will see me say it in a video. You'll be like, oh, I could be wrong about this, right? And I could give a scenario in which I could be wrong. I did not qualify this when I said that these price increases have nothing to do with tariffs. And I'm like, the fact that all these journalists are out here running fucking stories, the fact that all these people on Twitter are talking about it and trying to use it as a fucking as like an anchor point to bring everything back to American politics, it's all bullshit. It's all virtue signaling. It's all fucking like propaganda and trying to get people to, do what you want them to do. This is inflation. Well, I mean, inflation's part of it, but it's not. But it's not. It's like, tell me why I need to pay higher prices. Inflation is just over double 30 years ago. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the industry found a way to overcome inflation. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is that people are like, well, yeah, prices are going to increase because of inflation. But then you don't realize the trickle-down effect that has, where all of a sudden now digital content also increases in price. We're not adding into the fact, like, look at the long history of video games and what they've gone through over the past 30 years. If you really want to say, if you want to actually use 3 decades, let's go ahead and do that. They no longer have to pay for manufacturing. Most games that are out there, the vast majority of games, don't require, don't even use physical copies. They don't even really, and even if they do make physical copies of their games, 9 times out of 10, they're making a fraction of the amount that they used to in the past. So they have completely downsized how much money they are spending in overhead on production. They're not having to pay for the raw materials for the discs. They're not having to pay for printing the discs or on the cartridges or whatever it might be. The box art, all that kind of shit. They don't have to do any of that. The plastic, the shipping, the tariffs that would have to be used to be able to ship their games across seas. They haven't had, they all of that cost, by the way, was never passed down to the consumer. We never got a cheaper price as a result of that. Instead, what it was is it was a hidden cost where they were continuing to make higher profits on their products and being able to ignore inflation and keep the prices where they were. Then, what then end up happening, tariffs are digital too, you're a fucking retard. Anyway. that fucking distracted the shit out of me. So basically they never passed the discount down to the customer, and instead what they ended up doing is they held on to higher profits, and then they got to ignore inflation and keep their prices lower, which meant more people were able to buy their games, right? So they overcame inflation by not ever actually handing down any type of discounts to the customer because of their massive scale back in physical product. Then they came up with another way to be able to make money outside of those tariffs. Microtransactions. And oh boy. Holy shit. Man, did they overcome. They overcame everywhere. All over the walls, the ceiling, it's on the couch. You walk in any of those game studios with a black light and they overcame all over the place. They had no problem whatsoever overcoming inflation through microtransactions. Though somebody actually brings it up, can't even call them microtransactions anymore, because in a lot of cases, if we're looking at skins in Diablo 4, they're fucking 1/3 or half the price of the game. You have people that in most cases, I think I'd seen a survey that had shown that on average in most live service games, people are typically spending, like the average person has spent up to at least $300 in the time that they play a game. So my question to you is, should games be $370? Because I'm pretty sure that doesn't equal what they. I'm pretty sure that doesn't fit in the inflation calculator. We might be a few. We might be a few decades off from that. So like that's the point that like, but nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to talk about that. And then we're not even adding in DLC into the conversation. We're not even adding in the like outlier games that make $8 billion in lifetime revenue as a fucking mobile game. That, by the way, these mobile games require significantly less developers than a AAA game does. We're talking about a game that has like next to fucking no overhead. A relatively small development team. And they are making fucking insane money off of. They have these very scaled back things that are in the background that are farming money. Absolutely farming money. And people are like, game should probably be $80 because of inflation. You're using their language to let them charge you more money. How do you not realize you're being gaslit? I don't get it. Southern Kermit. I guess. Don't think, just consume. Yeah, we are the frogs. We are the frogs. $8 billion in revenue. Probably $7 billion in profit margin. That's the how many developers work on Pokemon Go? The Niantic, the original developer of Pokemon Go, has a substantial workforce estimated at around 800 employees in 2010. Yeah, but Niantic doesn't just work on Pokemon Go. Yeah, Pikmin Bloom, Ingress, Monster Hunter Now, Peridot, Harry Potter, Wizards Unite. Like, these guys fucking pump out games, dude. Niantic Games. They also have other apps as well. They're also using so they have 5 games that they run, 5 live service games that they run, or 5 mobile games that they run, as well as 2 exploration apps, which, by the way, they're just using your location data. They're farming your data off of these games to use in their apps here. Oh, and also keep in mind that these companies are also selling your personal information to advertisers. So while Pokemon made $8 billion in revenue, yeah, Pokemon Go just got sold to Scopely. Yeah. This needs to be a video. Like, it's like fucking insane that people don't realize like how much money these companies are making and how many alternative revenue streams they have, and why there is absolutely no fucking excuse for them to raise prices. None. Hardware, that's a different story. Hardware, yes. Inflation, yes. Everything else, sure. I don't have a problem with that. Digital video games, go fuck yourself. I've said my piece. What am I on? Oh, cat's hungry. blows my mind. Yeah. The number of gamers and customers have increased. Fuck. Like, that's the thing. Like, you gotta understand, this shit is it's an onion, okay? You just keep peeling back layers, and there's something else that changes the perspective on it at the same time. Where, like, you have to keep in mind as well is that, like, people are like, oh, inflation. Compare the numbers of how many people bought a game back in fucking 2000 versus the amount of people that buy a game in 2025. Like, the idea of these games being, like, as big as they fucking are, like, dude, we're talking about games that usually, like record-breaking sales would be like 2 billion, right? 2 million copies. How many copies? Keep this in mind. How many copies of Halo 2 sold? Halo 2 as a best-selling game was more than 8 million copies. Now you have games like Valhalla sold 30 million copies. On Xbox though, right? Well, I mean, it was only on Xbox. All right, let me feed the cat. Come on, buddy.
Keep shining your light, brother. We are winning. Get an auto feeder? No, I feed him wet food. Cats are dumb. They're not very good. Coon cat? Yeah, he's part Maine Coon. Like almost every cat is a fucking mutt anyway, right? I brought this up I think last stream, but cats are really fucking stupid and they'll only drink water when they're almost like on the verge of dehydration. So if you give them wet food, they stay hydrated longer, which then makes them just healthier overall, helps them fight illnesses and whatnot like that. Yeah, they're a little special. Yeah, they're a little special. What is this? Use the bathroom real quick.
Oh, okay, back. Wake up. Everything needs to be a fucking extraction shooter, says New Blood Interactive boss. And like, it's cool, but it's just like, I just like regular ass games. I'm gonna give this a like. Where are the Final Fantasy Tactics games? Ultra Kill publisher co-founder throws up hands, jokes Tarkov has done irreparable fucking damage to the games industry because even From Software games are extraction shooters now. Yeah, you know, the funny thing is, it's not that Tarkov has done irreparable damage. It's that the lack of creativity and imagination and creative control in the industry is what has done irreparable damage. It has nothing to do with Tarkov. It has to do with every AAA company chasing the other one's tail and trying to be everybody else. I don't think this has anything to do with the game itself. Like, yeah, you're gonna have some games that are gonna come out that are gonna be like incredibly influential, and people are gonna want to, you know, adapt things from it or make similar games to it. You know, obviously, like Souls games are a really good example of that, right? Where like now you have people that are trying to make Souls likes, and like that's fine. You're gonna have that, right? But in a lot of cases, be fair, the guy was joking. Well, I'm sure he is, but still at the exact same. I know he's joking about Tarkov specifically, right? But you get what I'm saying. Like, the thing is, like, from my perspective, like, the biggest weakness that this industry has right now is the fact that you're constantly chasing someone else's tail. It's actually just live service in general, right? Like, let's be fucking real. Single player games, I think that, like, you know, these companies wanting to make like a Souls-like or wanting to make a roguelike or wanting to make a crafting sim or whatever it is, like that stuff, that shit's fine. Like, I don't care. Iterate on that stuff. That's how we get really good roguelikes. That's how we get really good Souls-likes. That's how we get good games in general, is by people trying to iterate on that process. The only problem is that when it comes to the live service part of the market, things get polluted because those games are built by monetization. So the only thing that's really being iterated on is the monetization, not necessarily the player experience. Holy shit, that was actually fire. Wait a minute. That was that. Yeah, that was actually like. This is why I like streaming. How does that mic smell? Fine. I use a disinfectant cloth on it, or like I use like disinfectant wipes to clean it up. I like fucking Asmongold. Bro has a fucking goddamn culture growing on his fucking microphone right now. I was of the like mine the other day when I was like watching his stream. I was like, bro, your mic's turning yellow. Like, I can just tell this dude, like, literally you can just take a single, like, what are like, they're not Tide, I forgot what it, like the Clorox wipe. You can take a single Clorox wipe and just wipe the thing down, and it's gone. Replace the damn sponge. I mean, you can. I have a backup one for this one, but it's like super big. It's like the big jumbo looking one, and I don't really want to use that. I also don't know how to take it off. That's the other thing. I don't know how to take this motherfucker off. Oh shit, shots fired. It's not shots fired. Dude's a slob. He knows it. I miss super chats. I'm feeling like an asshole right now. Hold on. And funding. Let me take care of these super chats real quick. We've stacked up a few of them here. Kiez with the $5 says he's partially right and not allowed on the not allowed part. On AAA game devs would actually approve Baldur's Gate 3 development as it came out. I think before Baldur's Gate 3's release, I think in a lot of cases people probably would have shied away from it. But also at the exact same time, no, to be honest with you, I think that's bullshit. Baldur's Gate 3 was made for $1 million. $100 million, sorry. It was made for $100 million. They didn't spend $400 million making the game. They didn't make it under some like crazy condition of like, you know, development. They didn't spend a lot of money doing it. They just had a lot of talent. They poured a lot of creativity into it. They didn't have any investor influence or anything like that. There was nothing influencing the game other than the developers themselves, and that was it, right? How it should be. So actually, I straight up just don't believe anything anybody says where they can't say they can't make a game like Baldur's Gate 3. I think they are the ones that have built those. They are the ones that have built those barriers themselves. Bender the official with the $10 says Marathon might end up being another lesson in alienating your main audience. It 100% most likely will be. So I guess it's not really 100%. If I were talking about extraction shooters, Witchfire is the gold standard in my opinion. I haven't played Witchfire before. I'll have to check the one out. Thank you for the 10, man. Double 10 actually. Thank you for the 20. Monston, the 1999. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Keep shining the light, brother. We are winning. Honestly, you're not fucking wrong. I don't really think I'm doing anything. I'm just making videos and just saying my opinion. But then I'm also doing my best. Like the two things that I try to do more than anything isn't just like say my opinion, but I also try to like represent and translate the opinion of other people in good faith. At least the best that I can. Specifically people that I think in a lot of cases end up having their positions and arguments taken in bad faith. I'm sick of people that like are just calling out like just straight up genuine garbage in games and being like, hey, this character doesn't fit or whatever it might be, and then immediately be called like getting called a bigot or something like that, when that's not the point that these people are trying to make in a lot of cases. I don't think that there's just this incredibly like sexist and racist culture within video games and they just don't want anybody else, and it's all because it's not, you know, a straight white man in a video game. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just that they're putting in characters that just don't fit and just don't feel right. It feels forced. We all know it. Everybody knows it, but we just can't say it out loud. Otherwise you're going to get labeled as a result of it. It has nothing to do with that. It's just people want better characters. They want better. It's not like representation itself isn't the problem. Better representation is the problem. Justin Watkins with the $4.99 says, why pushing extraction shooters to console came so late than pushing battle royale? I remember seeing BRs every month. Yeah, they were really fucking late on this trend. That's true. Like Tarkov's been out for a long time. Tokenism instead. Yeah, it's caricaturing, right? It is tokenism. But people do co-op video games to do that. 100% they do. Both sides do. Both sides do. I mean, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there aren't people on, like, the thing is that, like, while I probably spend more time fighting one side than the other, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the other side doesn't do the exact same thing. And when the opportunity presents itself, I will call that shit out. I absolutely will fucking call that shit out. I talked about it in my Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 video. I called out the people that were like talking about like you know, oh well, you know, by the lore, you know, since these two characters can be gay, you know, they're minors by lore, even though like they are very obviously adult characters in the game, played by adult actors. But they were trying to like make the game woke from the outside looking in. And I'll be honest with you, you know the reason why a lot of people like really went after, from my perspective at the very least, I think the reason why a lot of people went after Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is because the like conversation and the like hate train for Dragon Age the Veilguard had like died down. And when it had died down, they didn't have anything to bitch about. And there really wasn't any like movie thing to bitch about or like TV show to bitch about either. So like, you know, what else can we like rile people up and discuss and get mad about? We need something else to get mad about. I don't have anything else to post on Twitter. And they're like, there's a black guy in this game, and they said there was never going to be a black guy. Not perfect. DI. Like, fucking grab the flag. Like, it's like, holy shit, guys. Fuck, holy. Like, could you guys be any more fucking obvious about this shit, bro? That's why I never even like I will talk or discuss different topics if I think it's relevant, if I think it makes sense, and if I think people are in the right for being upset about it. I won't fucking touch it at all if I don't feel that way. And I didn't feel that way with Kingdom Come. Do I feel like people had a do I feel like they had a right to be upset because of how the developer had like kind of, you know, made a very hard stance on how like how the game was supposed to be back when they released the first game? Absolutely. Without a fucking doubt. Do I think that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was like aggressive in any way with any no, not even fucking close. It's not even on the fucking radar. Like, it was just like, I'm like, you guys are really making a fucking mountain out of molehill here. Like, I had somebody the other day, bro. We're gonna talk shit. We're gonna talk mad shit right now. Hold on. What post was it? Like, I just want like I just want, oh no, that's that. So I posted saying, I muted this person because they fucking tagged me in another post and it's fucking annoying as shit. I was getting like all these fucking notifications from all these fucking conspiracy theorists. It was just blowing my fucking mind. But I just said, I don't understand how Baldur's Gate is a thing. I'm just saying, like, it's fucking crazy that we were blessed with such an incredible game. The developers have added so much content to it. It's just been really fucking great. And they had said Larian Studios sold 30% to 30% of their company to the CCP. And I said, yes. Tencent has 30% minority stake in Larian Studios. They also own Digital Extremes, Grinding Gear Games, Riot. They have minority stakes in almost every game studio in the industry. Yeah, but it's weird that Larian only sold to the CCP. Tencent acquired stake in Larian Studios to prevent their bankruptcy and fund continued development of Divinity Original Sin. They wanted to remain private, independent, and without influence of shareholders, and that's why they took the deal. Not everything is a psyop. Nah, homie. When it's the CCP, it is a psyop. It's always a psyop. Imagine getting into bed with Chinese Communist Party under the guise of being free and independent. In what universe is that true? They then went and posted, I'm not going to bring it up because it'd be hard for me to fucking find it or whatever. But they then went and brought up, maybe I can find it really quick. I mean, they're on Twitter all the fucking time, right? Jesus Christ, these fucking pictures. Yeah, they're all there. Okay, so the one thing I like to say is that, so they made a post, okay, where they were talking about how, I'm surprised, like they were talking about how content creators bend. They're on all day long, I know. They were talking about how content creators will push, that'll basically take a hard stance for the CCP and like defend China, right? And then they made a post about me. I was shocked that Legendary Drops. I was shocked that Legendary Drops didn't think it was a big deal that Larian only sold to China. Which is... then like they went on to this whole thing and then talked about how Baldur's Gate 3 obviously has characters like Gale and like Astarion that are there specifically to turn men into like basically like how talking about how China is using Baldur's Gate 3 for subliminal messaging to turn men gay and into cucks. And that's what Tencent is doing through every video game company that they're doing. And I would like to remind you that this is a grown-ass man that is parading around on the internet as an AI big titty fairy, talking about how games are making men. The fucking internet, dude. The fucking internet, dude. It's a place, baby. It's a fucking place. I'm like, am I really getting like, am I really having somebody talking about fucking psyops and shit like that, and they're parading around the like. And the funny thing is, the amount of times you will see somebody, have you guys noticed how it's like 9 times out of 10, if somebody is saying some unhinged shit on the internet, you go and you look at their Twitter profile and it's either like a furry avatar or a Sonic avatar or like an AI fairy or something like that. And they're just like, and their whole fucking timeline is just unhinged. Completely unhinged rants. It's like, or they post all day. That shit's crazy. Like, don't get me wrong, I have some fun on Twitter for sure. It's a very interesting social media app to say the least. But there's no way I could spend all day on it. It's the only way. I can't. I play PoE. I play Witch in PoE too. Am I trans? Kind of. Have you checked? I don't even know how you check. I was just like, you're fucking checking your oil or something like. Congrats on the searcher you didn't know you had. Yeah. Oh god. Don't you understand that the ascendancy is an allegory for transitioning? Choosing your identity? Do you identify as a necromancer? Fucking use your head, man. They're fucking here, man. They're gonna get in your fucking brain, man. I'm just waiting for my 500 hours of Baldur's Gate 3 subliminal programming to take over and fucking activate me as a sleeper agent. Oh god. Good morning. Good googly moogly. Good googly moogly. Careful, guys. CCP's about to drop some new skins. CCP's about to drop some new skins. Good lord. Man, it's always going to be It's always going to be Psylocke. It's always going to be Psylocke. But then again, like, bam, baby. Tony short circus if he goes swimming. Yeah. Yeah. Some days I love that Twitter is free. Yeah. I can't believe it's free, to be honest with you. Oh, I'd seen this. I talked about that earlier. Like, I think it's really smart that they open up their NDA. I think they're probably going to start talking more openly with the players before the game's released. They need to, because there's some things they're going to need to address. They're going to need to explain. They're going to need to show things off. But yeah. Yeah, this is going to do a lot of well. This is going to do a lot of well. This is going to do very well. This is going to make a lot of money. I didn't even fucking think about it. And I was like, oh, chances are for summer skins, they're probably just going to go bathing suits. And they're going to make a lot of money. They're gonna make a lot of money. like especially like looking at like Emma Frost, looking at Psylocke, Black Widow. Like, yo, they're about to make bank. Good lord. Because Lord, like, the thing is, keep in mind, right? You have a game that is already popular, that's already doing very well. It's already holding on to its audience relatively well. It's found its core audience at the very least, and it brings back people on its updates relatively well. And yeah, you know, this isn't like the First Descendant situation, right? Where they're like, oh, here, we released another Gunnar skin for you. And they're like, yeah, but your gameplay sucks. And your monetization is super fucking crazy expensive. And they're like, oh. And nobody's playing your game. Oh. If you're playing a game that a lot of people are playing, people like to show off. So yeah, you're gonna pop. This is gonna pop off. This is gonna pop off. Venom in a banana hammock. That's exactly what you're gonna get. It's gonna be Venom in a G-string. Hey, I'm all about equality. They can sex up the guy characters as much as they want, man. From my fucking perspective, give everybody their eye candy. Oh, the Silver Surfer thing. You know what the funny thing is that like canonically there is a female Silver Surfer. She also got her ass kicked if I remember correctly. But you know what? I actually don't fully disagree with this. The reason why I don't disagree is because, like, I mean these are like really shitty screenshots, right? Like, this isn't really doing it very much justice. But the reason why I don't really fully disagree is because, like, in most cases, guys wouldn't have any problem with like a hot chick Silver Surfer. Like they would like, or like a chick Silver Surfer in general. Like, I don't really think they would really give too much of it. They would really give like too much of a shit. But the thing is that like now today that like everything is contextualized around a narrative that wants to be pushed. That like you look at it and you like, the thing is, it would be different if you looked at this and you're like, oh, this is a creative decision. But when you see this, you have already trained and your brain is already set in place that you're looking at it going, yeah, I know why you're doing that. If we rewound the clock, like I'm like dead serious. If we rewound the clock 15 years and they were doing a Fantastic Four movie and it had a female Silver Surfer, Nobody would say anything about it. 10 years even? Yeah. 10 years ago, female Silver Surfer, nobody would have given a shit. They'd be like, oh, okay. Wouldn't have thought anything about it. Today, I know why you're doing that. It's the same reason why I'm seeing interviews coming out talking about how talking about how Johnny isn't going to be a womanizer. He's going to be much more sensitive about people's feelings. Yeah, and how Sue Storm is now the leader. Why do they always put is it Pablo Pascal? Is that what his name? Why do they always put him into like a bitch position? Like they always put him into like a really shitty position. We'll see how this turns out. Yeah. I mean, we'll wait to see how it turns out, but you know. Yeah, Johnny can't be a ladies' man anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, our Johnny's not going to be a ladies' man. Again, like I said, grown-ass men wouldn't have been upset about this fucking 15 years ago, but now everything is contextualized around a message. Nobody wants to have anything to do with it. It's actually really funny. Nobody seems to have a problem with the baddie that's in Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I wonder why that is. Maybe because everybody realizes that there's no agenda behind it. Maybe it's coming from a studio. Well, it's a new studio, so like they don't really have anything behind them at all to begin with. But, you know, we're talking about an industry that has proven this over and over again, right? Like, you guys have self-reported more times, especially with the fucking Marvel universe. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. This is really good to see, though. I'm really happy for these guys. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was actually really happy to work with these folks. They were really nice. Like they sought out 3 of us to help promote the game, if I remember. I don't know. I can't remember who the third one was. I know Asmongold was one of them. Just because, well, obviously I watched him stream it. He played the game, so he was sponsored to play it, right? But like they very specifically targeted a few people, you know, in the gaming community that they wanted to help promote the game. And then when they came to me, like, it was a bit of a shock. So I took a stance recently. I talked about this on a stream, and I was like, from now on, if I take a full video sponsor, not just like a 60-second ad integration, those are different. That's just a commercial, right? If I take a fully sponsored video, my position is I can't have any restrictions. It's just as simple as that. I can't have any restrictions. I literally, like, personally, I just make really shit videos if I do. Like, if I just can't make the normal video that I normally would make, then it's just not going to work out. And in most cases, I'll turn down the deal entirely if I feel like I can't even make a good video for that game, right? Like, if I look at it and I'm like, I'm not really interested in it, there's not really a good story here, there's no way for me to be able to, like, I'll be honest, like you know, like, one, it has to be a decent game or a game that I enjoy to begin with, right? Like, I'm gonna have a really fucking hard time, you know, if Ubisoft came over like, hey, we'd like you to do a sponsored video on Assassin's Creed. Like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Like, if my sponsored video is gonna be talking shit the whole time, like, if you're fine with that, you know what I mean? But for these guys, they were like, yeah, no restrictions, fully uncensored, say whatever you want, talk about whatever you want. The only thing that we ask is that please, you know, let people know how much we've improved the game since launch, talk about the 2.0 update and its changes, and outside of that, you have, you know, free reign, talk about whatever the hell you want. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I put the video together, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty good video. Like, I watched it after I finished it, and I was like, damn, that's a pretty damn good video. And I sent it over to them, and they were like, they sent me like a big thank you message and stuff like that. They're like they said some like really super nice stuff, dude. They got me right in my feels. They said please extend the deepest thanks to LD. His VOD might be one of the best examples of what sponsored content should be. And I've been doing this for near a decade. That's what they said. Super fucking nice. Super, super nice. One of your best, perhaps? Ah, man, I got some really good... I got some pretty decent videos out there. I actually think they're pretty much all the same. Like, I think that, like, quality-wise, I pretty much have stuck on a quality level for... I want to say since, like, December, I hit a stride. I want to say... I don't know where it was, but there was like I felt like kind of awkward making videos for a little while, and then all of a sudden I got like really into a fucking groove, and then once I found it, man, I was in it. I miss the old optimistic LD. What do you mean? I see those messages, and I don't understand it. I really don't. He missed you without a beard. Oh. Yeah, we ate good as gamers in 2024. Like, I literally... Yeah, like, I celebrated a lot of games last year. I've celebrated games this year. I don't get it. Like, I really don't. I wish I did, because I always try to take in feedback. I always try to do my best to be able to, like, listen to, like, what other people are saying. And, you know, like, you know, at least try to, like, improve the content as time goes on. New games weren't garbage on release. What is that even? What the fuck? That doesn't even make any sense with what you said before. Like, I put out the fucking... this is an incredibly positive video. This is a positive video, but then I go and I like how the first thing it brings up is cock. Just highlighted. It's just like cock. So, I was positive here. I was like, I'm super positive here. I've had a lot of fun playing this game. And in a lot of cases, like, I mean, there's nothing to be positive here. It's like $80 video games. I'm not going to be happy about that kind of shit. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I hated Assassin's Creed. Game was garbage. I've been covering the Assassin's Creed story for a while, so obviously I'm going to talk about that. Steam video, positive. Monster Hunter Wilds, positive. Talking about how this is super optimistic here. This is me talking about like all the Eastern games and stuff like that. Path of Exile, Marvel Rivals. Yeah, like the thing is that like I think a lot of people just have a problem with criticism. I think that's really what it is. The problem is that like criticism today is completely viewed through a lens of negativity, and that's as far as it goes. I think that's like the one thing that I see more than anything. Like people see like they see criticism and they think it's just being negative. Like I've seen like people say that like oh he's just a hate farmer and all that shit, and it's like it's not fucking hate farming. It's me just talking about like the way that I want games to be. It's me talking about boneheaded ways that these developers are not meeting the needs of the players. I don't know. It's weird. And then plus on top of that, the thing is that like, and I already know it, the vast majority of people, who's the one that had said that? Clayton Riley, come to the front of the class. What's the first video you watched? What's the videos that brought you in? If you missed the optimistic LD. because I have a pretty strong, I have a pretty strong feeling that anytime I see those, anytime I see those comments about, I miss the optimistic LD. There's a very specific time in which a lot of those players had shown up, or a lot of the viewers that like think that I've like turned to the dark side. Warframe Chad. I called it a long time ago. And in a lot of cases, I think really all it is it's just people want me to make Warframe videos. Dude, how many times have I called? The funny thing is that like all the people that are in the Discord that hang out, like that are like the Warframe people that are in the Discord, and I've talked about it in other streams before. Like I cannot tell you, like 9 times out of 10, if it's somebody that does not like what I'm talking about, or if they feel that I'm always negative all the time, it's somebody that just watched originally the Warframe videos, and then they were like, this is the guy. And then after that, they were like, what the fuck is this guy? But the funny thing is that if you go back and you look at the history of my channel, it's been the same thing. I come across the game that I really enjoy. I talk about all the things that I like with it, and then I go back to criticizing the shit out of everything else. It's what I like to do. There's no other motivation outside of that. I like talking shit. I like pointing out the things. I like learning from failure. And those are the things that, and then I highlight those failures, or I contrast them with games that I do enjoy. But the funny thing is that every single time I have seen somebody bring up how they're like, make a positive video, it almost always translates into talk about Warframe. And they all came from Warframe. No, and there's no like no shame in the game. It's just I don't want to be policed on what I should talk about, how I should talk about things, or anything like that. Like that's just how it is, right? I don't go and tell other people how to think or how to feel. Like, you're welcome to feel that way, that you wish there was more positive content. You're gonna see it. I would just wait and watch the videos that you think are gonna be positive. Hell, you even criticize the games that you really like, even when they have things that you don't like. Oh yeah, I criticize the shit out of Warframe. What are you talking about? I talked about its monetization. I talked about how much I hated the fucking crafting system and how it was time gated. Yeah, even when I was like super high on Helldivers, I think in my like first or second video, I was like, guys, I want you guys to know, which is funny as fuck, is that I had said, and I like probably like my second Helldivers video, that I was like, Helldivers 2 is not a game that is going to sit at 400,000 players. Helldivers is going to sit at like 30 or 40,000. Because I was like, it just doesn't have enough content. It doesn't have enough things to do. The gameplay itself is relatively repetitive. There's no way for you to really like, there's no like scaling, engaging loop outside of that. Like, it's purely community driven and just fun driven. And that's pretty much about it. I'm not going to ban anyone because they have a different opinion or even a bad take. Use the block button if you want them to stop. Huh? What are you guys crying about? Oh, just an argument. Ignore it. Oh, okay. Helldivers 2 needs a loot grind. That actually probably wouldn't be all that bad, to be honest with you. Like, I don't understand how people want to pull someone over to their cause while being a absolutely insufferable little shit. I don't like, what are you fucking doing? What like, tell me, what is the motivation? What do you think you're accomplishing by stopping Joe from getting to fucking work. Do you think, you know, like if I was working, if I was back in construction and some motherfucker was standing in the middle of the road, blocking the path, not letting me fucking drive, backing up traffic, and then I get to work and I'm, you know, 30 minutes late or something like that because of this bullshit. Do you think that my boss is just going to be like, yeah, there's an activist on the road? Oh, man, that's terrible. I'm sorry about that, man. Anyway, well, you know, at least you got here. No, motherfucker would be like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're late. I'm writing you up. Go home. There's some other bullshit. Like 9 times out of 10, any job I've ever fucking worked at, people will not hear you for anything. So like people on their way to work, like how much trouble you're putting them through? Do you think that do you think when they go to work and everybody's pissed off, or somebody's trying to go home after work and they're fucking tired from their shift, or maybe somebody's going through some bullshit, do you think that these motherfuckers that are stopped in traffic because of your dumb ass sitting in the middle of the fucking road, do you think that they're gonna go, I know I'm angry, but I want to side with their cause? Every time I see this shit, and like 9 times out of 10, this always ends up being like environmental activists or something like that. Bro, I just want to go outside with an aerosol can and just empty that whole motherfucker out. Let me Febreze this bitch real quick. Yeah, just stop oil. Yeah, just stop it. Guy was trying to reach his pregnant wife in an emergency. Yeah, I saw that. To be honest with you, in internet stories, I take that shit with a grain of salt because this is a clip that's completely taken out of context. Nothing here shows anything or says anything. All you ever see is just the dude trying to get the chick out of the way. I could literally post this and be like, guy ran over a road worker. And then wanted to fight her. I don't know. Like literally you can put any fucking text up there you want. What his reasoning is. I mean, it's obvious that they're stopping traffic, but you know, where he's going, like it's not unrealistic for it to be a pregnant wife. That's for sure. But I take things with a grain of salt on the internet. I love that for whatever reason that like all of these game companies are fucking obsessed with still continuing to push the price. Let's keep talking about it. Let's keep talking about it. Let's keep making it work. Like, I swear, I actually am at the point now where I think that games journalists actually just want to make the industry worse for the players because they hate them. Reviewers, I think, are one thing. But I think like just general game writers that don't do reviews, I think that they like just hate this fucking industry. They hate that they're not in politics. They hate that they're not writing a fucking they hate that they're not writing a book. You know, they hate that they're not living the you know, Hunter S. Thompson lifestyle that they had fucking dreamed up for themselves when they went to school for journalism. And they're just taking it out on this fucking bitter audience that they hate so fucking much in an industry that they didn't even want to be in, and they just kind of fell into it. They hate themselves. They hate everything. This shit is so crazy to me. $90 full price for Zelda Breath of the Wild Switch Breath of the Wild experience. So was the... Imagine convincing parents to buy a $90 game. And on that 8-year-old... that game's 8 years old. It's a fucking Wii U game. How much was the DLC for it? So there was there DLC for Breath of the Wild? 20? So when it originally came out, it probably came out at $60. So it was like $80 in total. So they've technically increased the price on a game that they already made. And not only have they increased it by $10, on top of that, all they're really doing is just unlocking a feature that was already in the game to begin with. You know for a fucking fact they didn't do anything to these games. You know that they did not go and develop a fucking brand new Breath of the Wild from the ground up. I thought Tears was glorified DLC. Tears of the Kingdom was really good. I actually really liked. I liked both games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They were great on PC. You like the weapon durability mechanic? I mean, that was kind of a pain in the ass, but you get over it, to be honest with you. What do I wish it wasn't there? Yeah, I wish it wasn't there. But I really like the building mechanic. Like, really, I just genuinely across the board thought it was like the coolest fucking thing ever. I think what was really cool with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was that it wasn't just like me playing the game and then like, it was when I would go to watch somebody else play. Like when I would go to like watch my friend play it, or I'd watch a streamer play it, or I'd see it played in a YouTube video. And then I would see how people would solve puzzles and how people would solve like environmental things in a completely fucking different way than I did. And it just goes to show like how wildly different our fucking brains are. I enjoy both games, but not Zelda games. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just waiting for a fucking Ocarina of Time remake. I'll be honest with you. Or Twilight Princess. I also agree with Asmongold because I've heard him say it like 500 times. I think it would be fucking sick if Nintendo did like a dark Zelda. Like Dark Souls. Like a Dark Souls Zelda game. Link to the Past remake? I don't know how to play it. Wind Waker? I liked Wind Waker. I just didn't like it as much as I liked Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. And the funny thing is that like that's not even just like nostalgia speaking. That's just straight up just I really fucking love that game. Like I've gone back to play Ocarina of Time more times than I can count. Like I still have my N64. I can still play. I've played it on my N64, and it's the fucking best. I had this whole week, I think, or something like that, where I would just like come I was still traveling at the time, and I would come home from work. I'd crack a beer, grab a slice of pizza, sit down on the couch, and just jam some fucking Ocarina of Time. And I'm just like, fuck, this game is so good. So good. Mako with the $50 Australian. Holy shit. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Super generous of you. Hey, Legendary Drops. I'm a huge fan. Your videos have inspired me to pursue gaming content creation. Any tips for beginners on video editing software, making eye-catching thumbnails, and staying motivated? Thank you for being such a big influence. Editing software, honestly, man, there's a ton of like there's a ton of like free ones that you can use. I use Filmora because it's brain dead easy to use, and I'm not very good at editing, and it has a bunch of like free like pre-made assets and stuff like that, and like animations that you can put into videos, though I don't really use any of that shit, to be honest with you. You just need something that can cut the video up. You don't need to be fancy about it, to be honest. My biggest piece of advice is don't focus or put in effort. I shouldn't say put in effort. Don't focus on the things that don't matter. Only focus on the content in itself and making the content good. Because if the content isn't good, then people aren't going to watch it. If it's not interesting or entertaining, people aren't going to watch it. And by the way, don't get into it because you want to be popular. You're literally playing, like, I'll be honest, like, content creation is literally playing the lottery. Yeah, don't get in it to make money. Don't get in it to be a career. I'm just going to be honest with you. The chances of anybody doing it is like next to zero. Like, let's take a wild guess. I think what's my, I think I'm like averaging like 500K right now. How many YouTube channels average 500K views of video? It's difficult to pinpoint the exact number of YouTube channels with an average of 500,000 views per video. However, a rough estimate would suggest that a small percentage of channels, likely between 1 and 5%. It's probably 1 or less, to be honest with you. Like, it's next to impossible to do. It's just the luck of the draw. And like, whether you're, I don't, like, I'll be honest with you guys. If somebody would ask me like, hey man, why are people watching your videos? Cream rises to the top, though. It's not really a lottery. Like, yeah, like obviously like skill and stuff like that, and like the kind of content that you make. Like, there's a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of different stuff. If I had to like actually dial in and say like, why do people watch me? I think it's probably because I like my interests. You know what it is? I have a very unique advantage. And that is that the vast majority of content creators have not lived a life outside of content creating. The vast majority of content creators that you watch, they were in high school when they took off, or they were already streaming and that's how they were making money. And like their entire life and career has been the internet and content creation, where like for me, it's been the opposite, where my life was like normal. Right? Like I was just like normal, and then I was just making videos, just like a little fun side hobby, and then it took off. So I think it just has to do with like relatability. And then it's like, and then obviously it's other stages of different things, and how they all combine, like how they all like compound together, like oration skills, like how good you are at writing a script if you make scripted videos, you know, what your interests are, you know, what you're talking about, like all those things. Like it's like an order of operations, and then all those things, if they all line up, it just has to all be there. If people like you, that's all it takes. Sure, sometimes it comes down to luck. Well, here's the thing: when it comes to the YouTube algorithm, like 9 times out of 10, they're not even gonna, like, they'll show your shit, but it takes a while for anything to actually like click into place, where they start actually finding the right audience of people to suggest your shit to. Like in a lot of cases, you can't just like upload a video and then just like, I got lucky right out of the gate. I think like my first video got like 4,000 views, which is like unheard of. Most people upload videos and they'll be lucky to get like 5. My first video had like 4,500 views or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I think my third or fourth video jumped up to like 200 or like 400,000 views or something fucking crazy. And then I had like a couple more that were like really high, that like 60, 70,000 views. And then I lost the audience entirely. And my videos went right down, baby. Right down.
And then I was at like a year of like 5 to 10K views per video until like, what happened? I'm trying to think what happened. Oh, Diablo 4 pissed me off. Baldur's Gate 3 was fucking insanely good. And then I got sick of the industry and started talking shit about it. And then all of a sudden, you know, I found my voice. Didn't Lugwood do one of those big guys do an experiment where he made a YouTube video under a completely new account to prove that it isn't just luck? Yeah, it's crazy how nobody else has been able to replicate that, huh? I wonder why that is. If I had to take a wild guess, it was probably botted for content. Like if I was to get like my biggest piece of advice to like people that want to make YouTube videos, do not fucking listen to any YouTube advice at all. Like that shit was such a fucking waste of time. Like most of the things are fucking obvious, right? Like make an attractive thumbnail. You just go and look to see what other people are doing and then just like riff off of their style a little bit. That's it. Don't copy it one for one. You copy it one for one, then I mean that's just like you're never gonna learn, right? He paid XQC to watch the video. Oh yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. It got reacted to somehow, even though it had like super low views. And then once that react went off, then it like chain effect, and then all of a sudden you got a bunch of views and shit. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny seeing people make thumbnails like LD now. Bro, I've been seeing people just straight up rip off me. Like I'm not even kidding you. Like that shit's weird to me. Like I mean like pure fucking rip off. Like same thumbnail, same title. I clicked on one thinking it was you. I think that's so fucking scummy. I think that's so fucking scummy. And I think that it turns off people. I've actually, there's a couple content creators that I came across that were like straight up ripping shit off of my channel. And I was like, I understand why you're doing it. And I'm not going to like shame your game. All I'm going to say is this is going to drive people away from you. Because they're going to realize you're not me. They're going to realize that you were trying to trick them into thinking it was me. So I would click, like you're clickbaiting. People don't want to be fucking clickbaited. They will fucking block your channel. They will not watch your video. They'll leave within the first few seconds and drive the fucking engagement down. Shit's mad weird. It's fucking cringe, dude. It's cringe. I thought you were riffing off of Luke Stevens. Oh, for fucking sure. Yeah. Yeah, I riffed off of his style. But if you actually look at his thumbnails versus mine, there is a different way that we do it. I'm not using his thumbnail one for one. I saw his and they were like, that's what you have to do. Don't one for one. If you one for one, then you're clickbaiting and you're trying to steal that person's audience. You don't want to do that. No, Luke Stevens uses like he uses like a little bit different of a font. I don't know what font he uses on his, but he has his like included in the background, and his are like much more how do I say this? His thumbnails are really well done. Like his are much more like overproduced than mine are. Mine are just like literally like I put up an image and then I just type words on it and then hit enter and then that's it as far as it goes. I take it as a compliment if somebody is somebody. Well, yeah, I mean, like they usually say that like imitation is the best compliment, right? Best form of flattery. But there's a difference. Because when you're on YouTube, it's like, I'm just gonna give you guys an example.
It's like, man, it'd be like saying like, oh man, I'm like actually really flattered by the guy, like, you know, if my pizza place that I have is called, you know, LD's Pizza, and it's got my character on the front, you know, it's got my my logo for on the front, LD's Pizza, and then some dude across the street opens up a place, and then all of a sudden he puts LD's Pizza and he puts the fucking same logo and all that shit out front, but then people walk in, and that motherfucker's selling hamburgers. Like, the people are gonna be pissed. Like, people are gonna be pissed and be like, what the fuck, dude? It's not about me. Like, I don't really give a fuck. Like, my videos, like, I'm not worried about what somebody else is doing in that sense. It's just like, I go to if I see it, I go out of my way to say something, because I'm like, dude, you're pushing people away. Like, you got to do your own thing. You can't just go and use somebody else's shit and think that's gonna be enough. If you think that's the reason why people are watching the videos, then you don't understand how YouTube works. I'm gonna be real, you guys. Thumbnails and titles. Well, here's the thing. We got like fucking, I don't know. We got like what? 7, 8. We got like 800 people here right now, or something like that. 900 people here between the two streams. Do you guys click on my video because of the thumbnail and the title, or do you guys click on the video because it's coming from my channel? The channel. Yeah. Like, maybe initially you got caught by the thumbnail or title, for sure. But 9 times out of 10, you just see I uploaded, and you're like, oh, what are we talking about today? Yeah, notification gang, what up? Profile logo? Yeah, I'm the same way. I look to see who the channel name is before I click on a video. If I don't recognize the channel name, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Who you be? Who you be? Why you be? I'm one of those people, by the way. Like, the funny thing is, I don't even use subscription feed. I'm a for you enjoyer. I don't know about you guys. Okay, you know what? I need to make a shitty video about YouTube. Like, I can't believe, like, am I the only one that's upset that for whatever fucking reason, now they've updated the app so it always pops up a fucking YouTube short the minute that you open the fucking app? Like, they think they're TikTok. YouTube, nobody asked you to be TikTok. Nobody asked you to be TikTok. It's nice that you have TikTok adjacent that's attached to it. That's fine. I don't think there's any problem with that. But like, yeah, now every time I open the now I have to be careful, because like sometimes I just like to. Do you guys ever like open up YouTube to browse YouTube but not actually watch a video? I do that shit all the fucking time. But now if I'm in public, you know, or even worse, if I go into the bathroom and then I pull out my fucking phone, like, you're immediately gonna know that I'm pooping. Oh, you just open up YouTube. It's like fucking automatic self-report, dude. Fucking bullshit. What? Almost 19% of Japanese people in their 20s have spent so much money on gacha, they struggle with covering living expenses, survey reveals. Dude, I was gonna do a video on the whole EU thing with the microtransactions. I need to make a video on that, man. So the EU's trying to fucking line this shit up with microtransactions and pervasive monetization. What's gacha? It's a game where you gamble your money so that you can get waifus, like hot anime characters, to be on your video game team. Oh, by the way, video game prices need to increase. By the way, inflation, guys. By the way, inflation. These companies aren't making enough money. Honestly, it's been a charity. Okay, they've been incredibly gracious to you. They have bent over backwards, taking a loss. I know it looks like the green line is actually going up. I know it looks like, from the outside looking in, that they're reaching record profits year over year. I know that's what it looks like to you, idiot. But actually, we've been giving our money away because we are humanitarians and we could be making more money and we're not. So we need to increase the prices of your games. Games are a luxury, and people complaining about game prices are like it's a necessity. People calling video games a luxury are fucking upper class wannabes that want to feel like they have something that they can lord over the poor. People that are fucking defending video game prices and saying that and trying to like downplay people complaining about it are trying to fucking poor shame other people because they're insecure about their spending and their money, because they know that they're only one step away from not being able to afford that shit either. It's real easy to talk about how something's a luxury when you can afford it, and how apparently you believe that other people shouldn't have a luxury. Interesting how that fucking works, right? Interesting how that works. This game isn't meant for you, baby. Game isn't made for you. By that logic, everything is a luxury? Yeah, I know what you meant. Oblivion remake, already talked about that. Elon Musk dramatically quits gaming live stream after troll comments flood in. I don't really care about that. Nintendo losing their identity, former PlayStation. I don't really give a fuck about that. I don't really give a fuck about any of this shit, to be honest with you. Baked in $5 price hike in every generation to acclimate gamers. Former PlayStation CEO complains that they should have baked in a $5 price hike every generation. Fucking Christ, you guys are stupid. What's this? Somebody sent this in the Discord. Wait, I need to turn off the I do have a react channel in the Discord. If you guys have videos that you guys want me to react to, you guys can put them into the Discord, and I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna start reacting to the videos. Okay, I promise. I'm gonna start doing it. I have this game. Oh, was it in early access and now it's fully released? Oh, I think it was. I don't know. Dude, I'm just gonna... I'll endorse the shit out of this game. Ultra Kill's fucking insanely good. Ultra Kill is just like a straight up banger. It's just a really good fucking game. Like across the board, it's just... Yeah, the music in it is really good. The fucking... the gameplay is just... It's like fucking insanely good. You get to punch enemies into blood, which is incredibly... It just feels really good. The guy that developed it is like fucking... ultra based. Speaking of the haves and have-nots that we were just discussing just a moment ago, there was somebody that had posted talking about how they had pirated, how they like to pirate indie games. And the funny thing is the person was actually just talking shit, and they were just trying to like get a rise in engagement and whatnot like that. They were just shit posting more than anything else. But the dev came up and said like, hey man, like if you can't afford it, that's cool. Just like, you know, talk to your friends about it, tell them about the game. Maybe one of them will be able to buy it or something like that. You know, I don't think that entertainment should be a luxury. I think that everybody should have access to culture. That's what the developer of the game had said. Somebody said they pirated it, and he's like, that's cool. Glad you enjoyed the game. Yeah, culture shouldn't be limited to those who can only pay for it. Yeah. Yeah, I like how it's like, oh, you don't understand. Video games are a luxury item. Oh, okay. I forgot. Nobody else in life is supposed to enjoy themselves. It's like that's like the same energy behind the people that are talking about how they're like the people that are like fighting over like illegal immigration and shit like that. And you see like these like you like see the chicks like on The View or something like that, and they're talking about how, oh well, you know, well, who are we gonna have to like do the field work and all this other shit, where it's just like, what is this fucking classism shit that you guys have going on here? Like, oh, we need these fucking we need these refugees, and we need these illegal immigrants because we need them to do our menial labor. Fuck out of here, dude. Bro, what the fuck was that? Blood is fuel. Oh yeah, if you so I forgot how this works. Blood heals you in the game. So if you're like if you're low on health, you want to get in for a big melee strike, and then the shower of blood from your enemies heals your wounds. Fucking metal. Fucking metal is shit. I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, the entire game is just like maximum fucking energy. Like it's just like constantly like fucking go faster. Like the whole objective is to play the game faster, get more skilled with your shots, understand how to do combos, how to combo weapons back and forth to be able to get like creative kill streaks and stuff. They definitely took a page out of like Devil May Cry, like super sexy styling and shit like that, right? They go that direction with this. It's a very good game. I highly fucking recommend Ultra Kill. Like I'm gonna link you guys the trailer. Like if you like, it's super cheap. It's not an expensive game by any means. There's a demo as well that you guys can play as like just play Ultra Kill. Good game. Game good. Good gum. Boomer shooters, man. Perfect formula. Never gets old. It really doesn't. I keep getting people telling me that I needed to watch this. So somebody told me about Tainted Grail. So I was like, okay, I'll buy it. And I bought the wrong one. It's like a card roguelike, like turn-based roguelike. It's not bad, but it's not that good either.
For such a long time.
I was like, man, I'm like, I don't understand why people keep saying this game is pretty damn good. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Refund it. I forget. I just forget. I always think I was going to do that. And I'm like, I'm going to return this. I never do.
I've dreamt of countless deaths. Yes, it's time to wake.
Okay. You know, for something that's mimicking like Skyrim, like this, like their art direction is fucking sick, dude. What the fuck? Very cool. Well, this shit's metal.
Of course I'm.
I swear to God, I thought that was the cow that was gonna talk. Is it weird that I got excited for it? Cause like it was just like the cow in the field, and then the dude started talking, and I was like, oh my God, it has talking cows.
Hey. Of course I'm human.
What are you buying? What you selling?
I'm sorry, but I don't take fashion advice from people wearing rags.
Okay, bitch. I don't know what it is about me in sim games. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, do you guys do this? I talk to myself while I'm playing them. Like if an NPC says something, like I just instinctively when I'm playing a sim game will be like, okay, whatever, fine, fuck you, bitch, or whatever. Like, I don't know why, but like I respond to them in real life almost like instinctively. It's when I know that I'm really immersed. Okay, you got cooking. Okay, we're cooking.
There was no clean path, no noble answer. Only the weight of reality.
Bro, this looks really fucking good.
Down on our necks. Something had to be done.
Okay.
Or everything we fought for would have been in vain.
Avowed. What the fuck happened? I'm just watching this and I'm like, Avowed. Why? 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 Okay. Oh wait. Bring it back. Endurance, dexterity, spirituality, perception, practicality. Okay, so this must be like cooking and shit like that. Dexterity is like dex-based weapons. Endurance, strength-based weapons. Spirituality must be like, what would endurance be? Is it probably just like general skills, like health and shit like that, probably? And then this would be like weapons-based, dexterity weapons, magical weapons. Okay.
Avalon will not save itself. The king will return.
Bro, that fucking game, that cover art goes fucking hard. I'll be honest, LD, I'm very tempted to buy it. Yeah. So I was actually originally suggested this game by my buddy, some of you guys might know him, Wolfheart, FPS. He told me about it before. That was the reason why I bought the wrong game. Fall of Avalon. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Oh, there's a demo. Free demo is up on Steam if you want to play it for free. Reviews right now, currently, very positive. Very positive. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. It's an early access game, but I think they're getting close to release, if I'm not mistaken. $44.99 right now. Not a bad price. I mean, very positive on the reviews, though. This game is in early access for a bit longer. A huge heads up, there will be a save scrub before the final release. With that said, I cannot recommend this game enough. I'm gonna read this. I love reading Steam reviews, dude. What is this here? I cannot recommend this game enough. It is it's Tool, the band, Scorn, a bit of Geiger, and Skyrim all mixed together into one. It's a AA game, but it gives you content that exceeds most AAA games that gave up in favor of repetitive content and copy paste store slop quests. Okay, this motherfucker speaking my language right now. Hold on a second. This is the only game that I've played since Skyrim and Hogwarts Legacy where I actually get that old Skyrim / Oblivion feeling from. I really liked Hogwarts Legacy. I think it was a little rudimentary in its like skill and class design and like play style and stuff, but it was still really fun. I really enjoyed that a lot, actually. Studios these days care more about the cash. Yes. I know you watch my videos. That's great. Reminds me of the old days with Elder Scrolls, Might and Magic, good RPG games. Don't know why. Okay, 75 hours in and still continuing to explore every corner of the map. Fuck, that sounds really good. I don't get why people are comparing this game to others. Like, this game is like X. Nah, this game's unique, and it's exactly why it's fun and refreshing to play. It's already on my wish list. Okay. I'll buy it. Bro, it's fucking dedicated. I went to the gym, did a walk for groceries over 4 hours ago, and I'm back, and he's still on. Well, I did all those things before I started streaming. That's what fucking dedication looks like, baby. I was up. I got up this morning. I fucking hit the gym. I fucking went for a run. I hit it all fucking done. I fucking got it all done, baby. Got it all done. Went through it. Downloading the demo on PS5. Yeah, give it a shot. Let me know what you guys think about it. I might check it out later this week or something, maybe. I just been like, I have way too many fucking games to play. And now more games are coming out. There's too many games. There's way too many games. Anyway. Let's see here. What else are we doing? Do I want to watch this? What time? It's 4 hours into stream. No. We need to watch it. We need to, like, I'll once I start getting some good React content in the Discord, then I'll switch it up and I'll actually start like fucking, you know, I'll react to a couple videos and stuff on stream as long as they're like as long as it's pretty solid content, right? But usually I just talk about the shit that I find on social media because it just starts better conversations, more engaging conversations with you, my friends. They're the one thing that matters more to me than anything else. For me to use you as my way to entertain myself. But imagine my neighbors probably think I'm fucking crazy, right? Like, who's this motherfucker talking to all the time? Wait, you're not? Cute cat. Well, any criteria for React content? I mean, like, as long as it's .tos, right? Just as long as it's as long as it complies with Twitch and YouTube's terms of services. Obviously it can't be like copyrighted content, can't be like you know, can't have licensed music or anything like that, but outside of that, everything's pretty much fair game. It doesn't really matter. Like, topic wise, I'm completely fine with evergreen shit too, right? I don't care what you guys like. If it's the worst that can happen is I look and I don't want to react to it. Right? Pretty much as far as it goes. Your neighbors probably think that you're crazy for using basic functionality of phone calls. I guess that's actually kind of stupid. Yeah, well, I mean, for me to be talking as much as I do out loud all the time. Your bot is off. What's the Discord link? Your bot is off. What's the Discord link? Oh, that's actually really, I didn't even notice the bot turned off. I'll remember that. I'll remember to check that.
Yeah. Yeah, the bot is turned off. Good fucking point. Safe for work only? Yeah. Reminder to submit your application for editor. I saw that you had posted for an editor. It looks is it cool if someone clips your videos to show their work and edit it differently? I have somebody right now that is taking the editor role. They've been making shorts. So I don't really need anybody at the moment, but I wouldn't mind people still sending me like clips so that way I can still like hold people to the side in the event that I want to expand further and either go for because like at one point in time I would like to have some of the content from my stream, you know, edited into like solid conversations and then thrown up. How much you pay, that depends on experience, that depends on the quality of work they do. Like, it's not something that I can just be like, oh, this is how much it's gonna be. Depends on the kind of content as well, right? Game capture, Last Epoch. Bombing. Oh man, everybody's small again. Fit to screen. Chat. Where should I put you guys at? Let me load the game so we can see what this looks like. Yeah, I think you guys are probably pretty fine here, to be honest. I'll put you guys like right here. You'll be fine. I think you guys will be fine over there. If you guys don't feel safe over there, just let me know and we'll figure it out. We'll switch it up if we need to. If you guys start getting attacked over there, just let me know. Let's see here. And then all the audio stuff looks fine, which is good. All right, we're good. We're chilling. Last Epoch? Yes, Last Epoch. I wanted to check out their recent season because this is like the one that they've been like really I'm gonna go ahead and switch channels so then that way you guys over on Twitch can get some drops because I got some drops going on right now. Some drops. They introduced WASD and I'm gonna be fucking real. Like this just needs to be like it now is just an industry standard. Like there's just no excuse anymore at all for you not to have WASD. It's just so much fucking better. It's not even close. I kind of want to go to the ritual site and then north up to the Shattered Valley. It looks like. This is like the main quest. I want to take care of this other one. I'm playing this too. Let's go, boys. Yeah, I've really been I'm a huge fan of ARPGs to begin with, right? So like for me it's just, you know, the more of these that I get to play, the better. It doesn't matter if it's PoE, it doesn't matter if it's Last Epoch, it does matter if it's Diablo because I'd fucking pull my hair out and lose my fucking mind with boredom. I think that they've done like a really fucking good job. It's fucking crazy to me that like, dude, I love gaming. I love like, especially like the indie scene is just fucking crazy to me. They're like, this game was made by a bunch of dudes that met in a Path of Exile Discord. Or no, or like, no, I think it was Reddit. They met on like Path of Exile 2 Reddit. That's fucking crazy. Where's my, oh yeah, there it is. Where's my fucking Raven? Get him, Raven. There we go. Got his ass. Got his ass.
Not happening.
What about TLI1? Torchlight. Oh, Torchlight? And how pay to win it is? Bro, I don't fuck with no Torchlight. I don't fuck with no Torchlight. How would I play that shit? I played it when it was like a I think I played like way back in the day, like Torchlight 1 and 2. But that was more or less just trying to get a Diablo fix because there really wasn't anything else to play. And I used to really like playing these games not as a solo thing. I would really only like to play them like as a co-op experience. I've always really enjoyed playing games like this with friends. It's so much more fun. I don't know why, it just is. Only channel member veterans remember that LD was supposed to be a channel that was dedicated to Diablo 4. Yeah, actually, that's how this channel started. I was going to dedicate the channel to Diablo 4 once the game released. I was just trying to get used to like talking about games at first. And I was like, yeah, I'm just going to talk about like Diablo because I fucking love Diablo. And this one's going to be like an ongoing live service. They're going to add a bunch of, you know, they're going to be constantly adding content to it. Like I'm literally just going to play like nothing but Diablo. It's going to be so fucking great, dude, man. I fucking love Diablo. I fucking love Diablo. And then the game came out and I was like, what the fuck? What? Miss Marvel Heroes? I miss Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And boy, was that a mistake. Well, actually, you know what the funny thing is? Like, I've said it before, I thank Blizzard because if it wasn't for Blizzard making fucking Diablo 4 as shitty as it is, it probably wouldn't have jaded me enough to be like, to actually like look into like industry, like issues within the industry and seeing like how many games are like failing to be able to find an audience and how many studios were getting fucking shut down and like what had happened to like a lot of my favorite franchises. Because like, keep in mind, you know, when I was traveling a lot, I didn't really like, it wasn't just traveling. I was also like, while in school, while traveling, I was also taking classes online to finish a degree. So like I had zero fucking time, right? For like probably a good like 4 years or 3 years straight or whatever it was. It was just straight up, like work, sleep, eat, work, sleep, eat, work, sleep, eat. That's all I ever did. I didn't do anything else. It was school, work, and then, you know, just trying to stay alive. And in that, I didn't really play a lot of games. The only games that I played, I would just continue to play like, I was still playing a lot of like Division 2. I was playing a lot of Call of Duty because I'd always played that, or I played NHL games because I like my buddies and I like anytime I'd get the opportunity to, I'd watch hockey, right? So that was pretty much all I ever played. Like I used to not be that guy, right? Like I used to play all the fucking games, but I just didn't have the time to play all the fucking games anymore because of life. So I got into Diablo after graduation because I was like, I now actually have some fucking time. Like, yeah, I'm still working my ass off, but I still have time now, some time, right? Like, not having to go to class, like not having to like take classes online and do homework and shit like that frees up quite a lot of fucking time for you. So I started to fill it with actually playing like other games. And Diablo 4 was going to be like first it was like Final Fantasy 16. I was really excited for, like I was getting kind of pre-hyped for that. Then like Diablo 4 was coming and I'm like, holy fuck, this is gonna be great. And then because I really like Diablo. And then after like then I played Diablo 4 and I was like, bro, what fucking happened to video games? Like I realized like as a game player, like I've been playing nothing but bullshit. You know what I mean? Like I knew that I was like when I was playing sports games and Call of Duties, like I'm like, you know what those games are, you know what you're getting into. You're not buying a fucking masterpiece. You know, you're there to play with your friends and have something to fucking grind. That's basically what you're buying it for, right? So like, you know what you're getting into bed into. But like, I always still thought that, like the rest of the AAA industry was probably just doing just fine, right? Like they still gotta be pumping out that good shit like they were before. Nah, no, they haven't been. Go Leafs, go to the fucking first round and then out. Who are the Leafs? Leafs are playing the Leafs in the first round, right? Diablo 4 is a wake-up call, but in a bad way. Yeah. I think I had a I had a really fucking good like what video was it? I don't even remember what video it was now that I'm thinking about it. I want to say it might have been Baldur's Gate 3 is a wake-up call. It must have been Baldur's Gate 3 is a wake-up call. Like, I think so, because I cracked a fucking joke in it that, like, I remember, like, a lot of people really fucking liked, because I was like, I was so pissed off with Diablo 4 that I was like, you know, you could just fucking ship bug fixes and call it a fucking new season or expansion in Diablo 4, because, like, do you guys remember, like, was it their first season? I'm pretty sure their first season was just like bug fixes. It didn't even have like an actual seasonal mechanic. It was like, it was straight up like essentially like a Diablo 3 season, right? Where like there really wasn't anything. There was like a little tiny mechanic, but like the very like the rest of the content that they put out was like almost all of it was just like bug fixes and balance changes. It was just like, so if you went to go play the next season, it was just like the most boring shit in your fucking life, because you're like, I literally have done all of this. There's like nothing new to do. Are you serious? The season of the actual release. Yes. That's what it was called. The season of the actual release. Which, I mean, like, technically, the funny thing is that, like, it wasn't even that. Like, from my perspective, Diablo 4 didn't come out until, like, fucking last fucking spring. Because that wasn't it last spring that they did, like, their Loot 2.0? Where they made all the balance changes to loot, made like loot a little bit more rewarding and stuff like that. And then they also did like the stuff for, like, you know, hunting pinnacle bosses, all that bullshit.
Not happening.
Go attack the fucking dummy. Don't attack me. Attack the dummy. You dead ass, bitch. You dead ass. You dead ass. That was the season where they put in the dark pattern that would cause players to accidentally redeem their collector's edition battle pass. Wasn't that Carnage? Was that that did that on stream? No, it was Rurikon. It was Ruri. I remember talking to him about that. That shit was way too fucking funny. Oh shit. He's like, no, dude. He's like, I was playing the game on stream and I just fucking I just hit one button and it just auto purchased the fucking battle pass. And I'm like, oh, poor Ruri, dude. I'm like, that's so fucked. Ruri even made the news. Yeah. He's a good fucking guy, man. He's a really good fucking dude. I'm actually like super fucking blessed to have the content creator friends that I've made. Like I like all the dudes that I'm friends with that are like streamers or YouTubers are like fucking just some of the best dudes. Period. Not that I know a lot of them, but the ones that I do know have always been like really fucking cool. I guess I really only know like 4 now that I think about it. Nobody else really wants to seem to talk to me or have anything to do with me, which, I mean, I get it. I'm kind of a fucking dickhead, right? But, yeah. Because I really only talk to, like, Rurikon. Who else do I talk to? Rurikon. Wolfhard FPS. Darth Microtransactions, DM. And Moxie. Moxie and I were like instant friends because it was like I like Borderlands. I am so hoping that Borderlands 4 is good, man. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if it's not. Miss Molly, thank you for the 250. Oh, Mako with the 50. Holy shit! God damn it, I missed this. I'm so sorry. Thanks, man. Your construction story really hit home. I was working in the kitchen, lost my drive. I was a VTuber until Men Shouldn't Be VTubers drama hit hard. Your videos put the spark back in me. Keep inspiring, dude. Just do your thing, brother. Just do your fucking thing. Don't worry about what other fucking people say. What the fuck are you doing? The men shouldn't be VTubers thing. What the fuck, bro? Get out of these goddamn online communities, man. I'm telling you right now, like these fucking like Reddit message boards and shit, these fucking online Karens that are trying to thought police you into fucking not doing something that you're enjoying. Fuck them. Stop paying attention to these twats. They're fucking nobody. They're fucking nobody. I really want Borderlands 4 to be good, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. I always look on the side. I tend to always look on the side of optimism, where I'm like, I'm not gonna marry myself to the idea of something being bad before it releases, because you're gonna put yourself in a position where you're just like not gonna want to engage with it. And like sometimes you might even put yourself in a position in which you're not even gonna play it because you know you're kind of too caught up in the assumption. Where did I want to go after this? I didn't want to put any more points in here right now. I want to take advantage of some of these. Damage over time, no. Physical damage per point. Digital point, oh, for throwing attacks. When you create a shadow, you regain health, and your skills used by shadows deal increased damage. Ooh, that actually works really well with my Umbral blades. What's this? Ooh, got a new ability put up. Smoke bomb probably. Smoke bomb. I need to look at my my little build calculator thingy. My build planner. Let me look at my planner. Hold on. Let me bring out my fucking trapper keeper. I'm picking the right spells. You know, the last thing that I want to do is pick the wrong. I want to make sure that I'm playing the game efficiently as possible, as not to waste my time and yours. This is 1, 2, 3. Okay. Where am I gonna put oh, wow. So I just want to make sure. Drop a smoke bomb, blinds enemies, grants you haste while you're inside of it. Smoke bomb grows in size over its duration, lasts 4 seconds. And I don't remember. No, that's portal. See? There it is. And I've increased its duration. I've increased the damage I deal while inside. And then I will create my shadow, which is going to increase my damage. Okay, so that combines with the points that I've already put in as well. Open the spreadsheet. That's why we play these games, dog. It's not about the building part, okay? It's about what you find at the end. It's not about the journey, it's about the loot, baby. Does anybody understand how this system works? Can I increase these boots anymore, or should I just no, I can't. Empower's done. Challenge. Give me my boots, bitch. Please don't kill me. I was getting fucked up. Oh god, he almost fucking sniped me there. Holy shit.
Not happening.
Oh, boot! Oh, wait a minute. Oh my god. I didn't realize that you have a chance to get one of the 4 items. I got fucking lucky. Holy shit. You get it all? Oh, it just doesn't show me the rest of it. Oh, okay. It's my loot filter. I'm stupid. Cooldown recovery. I mean, like, these boots are fucking, like, these boots are actually, like, pretty, these are sick leveling boots. Glad I found your Twitch. I've always enjoyed your videos when I'm watching Asmon react to them. So you don't enjoy them by themselves? I have a lot of people that are always like, I like to like they're like I like to pre-watch the video, or not pre-watch the video, but they're like, I like to watch the video before Asmongold ever fucking gets to it. Miss, thank you for the Miss Molly, thank you for the 249. Not seeking attention. Thank you. I've seen a lot of people that have been like, I like watching it because I always like try to see like, you know, where's Asmon gonna jump in? Is it gonna be here? Is it gonna be here? Honestly, you're just better off watching my videos anyway because, I mean, let's be real. It's good shit. Movement speed, dodge rating. Okay, we'll replace that. Flurry. Guess I'll just switch this out for now. Potion slot, fire damage, mana, spell damage. None of that shit's good. I don't know why I keep holding on to all these items. I can't fucking do anything with them. What is this? 13 melee. 2 crit. Dot 25. That's a big upgrade on that one. Stun chance with 40% increased stun chance with melee. That's big. I don't really want to get rid of this because of the attack speed. Good way for me to enter into the community. I've been playing PoE2 all day. So I got into the new season. I was playing it. I was playing a little bit of it. I was also in between like playing something else at the time too. So I didn't really like. I wasn't like super into it. Is it weird that I just wasn't like you know what I really like about ARPGs in general is that like there's always a new season to play. But it, like, you don't have to play it. You can just, like, it's when you're in the fucking mood for it, right? So, like, I just wasn't in the mood for PoE. Like, as simple as that. I just wasn't. I don't know what it was. It's not like it's a bad game or anything. I just, at the time, just was like, I wasn't ready for a fucking new season when it started. There's other shit that I was playing at the time. This one ended up just lining up better for me, time-wise. Like, I'll be able to fucking... But I'll be able to play this season quite a lot, to be honest with you. Plus, on top of that, it's like it's a much faster leveling experience for this one as well. I'm glad Lords of the Fallen is getting a second life. I thought it launched, it kind of lost in the shuffle for me. Got a reason to go back to it now. Yeah. I've genuinely been having a lot of fucking fun playing the game. There's a bug. There's a bug. I can't use my ability. I can use my other abilities, but I can't use this ability. For some odd reason, it must be, maybe it's because of WASD. But sometimes I have to like take that ability off and put it back on for it to work again. Is there a bug report? Yeah. You're just better at Souls games inherently? You think so? I don't necessarily think I am. I don't know. I'm fucking torching that game. I'm gonna be real. Like, I am fucking torching that game right now. Like, I haven't really ran into anything that's really like stopped me where I've been like, oh man, like I am fucking absolutely just. It's fun. It's fun to play a game like that where like you feel like you're the one getting one over on the game. Where you're just like, man, I am fucking this game up right now. The only boss that gave me pause was I fought this like fucking like giant the profane prodigy, I think is what it was called. This like giant fire baby that would like turn like the arena into lava, so you gotta go up onto this like platform. And the only reason why it gave me pause and I like turned around and I left and then I went like leveled up and shit. The only reason why I went back and leveled up was just because I just wasn't dealing enough damage. I was like, this is gonna take for fucking ever. Like, and like, not to a challenging point, but just to like, I'm like, this is just gonna take way too fucking long. Like, I'd rather just go get some levels, and I wanted to like do some respec shit and stuff like that as well. So I was like, this is a good opportunity to kind of knock both out of the way. Last Epoch enjoyers. Should I worry about trying to break down any of these fucking things this early into the game? Like, it's all like level 10. And like, I don't really need like this low level fucking shards, right? Like, the only time you ever want to really like shatter weapons is probably not going to be until way later, right? Like in the end game. So I probably should just be like selling all this bullshit, right? Or just not even picking it up if I don't need it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. What are you doing?
Who are you?
I'm your daddy.
Go on.
I'm your daddy. Sup? Sup? I was really oblivious about this game, except uniques. You never know. Uniques? Hold on. Oh, legendary are the purples, right?
Easy. Too easy.
I forget their classification. No, these are legendary. Okay. What are purples? Beyond legendary. To go beyond. Remember, if you can't buy the game, sell the 7 Cs if you really want to try them out. Try what out? This game? Yeah, you can't pirate Last Epoch, I don't think. Hey, I'm always a proponent of supporting indie devs specifically. If you can't afford it, sell drugs. You know what I mean? Exalted, that's what it is. Dentalion! Thank you for the tier 1, my friend. Sell heroin? Yes, heroin.
Easy. Too easy.
I never understood the appeal of hard drugs. I had friends that were into that shit, and I was just like, I don't fucking get it. Like, the downsides are way too down, bro. Like, I'm like a fucking hangover is bad enough, right? Like, can you imagine something even worse than that? Good fucking God. Like the crushing reality. Like, yeah, like the crushing weight of reality. Imagine waking up to that bitch. Imagine that slut fucking rearing her ugly head. I found tons to add to my wish list on the R horror sites. Not that I play them, just looked interesting. Oh yeah, like sometimes you're gonna find some of that stuff as well. Is it weird that I'm like a massive proponent for like, you know, for like sailing the seven seas for AAA games, but not for like, but not for indies? Like, I don't like, yeah, I'm just not. Like, if it's a really good indie game, like, I'm like, this motherfucker deserves your money. Like, I realize that like a lot of indie devs are like relatively like relaxed when it kind of comes to that stuff. You know what I mean? They're just kind of like, it is what it is. They just want their game out there. That's usually kind of, you know, what it comes down to more than anything else. They don't really like think about it too much past that, which I appreciate. I think that's really fucking cool of them to be that way. But yeah, when it comes to indie games, it's just like let those cats get their fucking money, dog. But if you can't afford it, like, I would never tell anybody, like, if you genuinely cannot afford it and you have no other way to, like, yeah, I'm just not of the mind to like tell people that if you can't afford something, you can't have it. I mean, at least with video games. Obviously with other things it's a completely different story, but like yeah. I don't believe that it's like a noble cause by any means, so it's not like a Robin Hood kind of thing. But it's like, I'm not gonna pose like my moral values on somebody. Like, I would be doing the same fucking thing. Like, if I was poor or I just genuinely didn't have the money, I'd be Monkey D. Luffy up in this motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'd be Monkey D. Luffy. Download a demo. Hey, you want fucking hours upon hours of like 80 hours of gameplay? You can download the demo of Schedule 1. You can get like 80 hours of gameplay out of that. Throw some friends in there and it gets even more fun. What does attunement do? Oh my god, that is so nice. I love these tooltip buttons. Each point of attunement gives you 2 mana and improves skills that rely on innate magic inside your surroundings. I don't really care about that, but the throwing speed thing is actually really nice. Biz resistance and how what do I have right now? Attunement, void, dodge rating. I kind of want them. Damage leashes health is really nice. Melee attack speed. Stun, slow on hit. One-handed, right? Yeah. Full power. Dentalian, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. Super generous. Make sure you guys thank Dentalian for the gifted sub and the commercial-free viewing. It's a spell stat. Oh, attunements for like spellcasters. I was almost going to so what did I play the last time I played this? I played Druid. I think I played like Shapeshifter Druid. I think it's really cool that you can turn into a bug. Like, I fucking thought that shit was cool. I was like, what the fuck? Shapeshifter Druid, and it's not about being a bear. Like, you turn into a motherfucking, like, a scarab. And just absolutely fucking shit on everything. Good lord, that fucking form is strong and a good build. Shapeshifter, you say? Just when I started a druid for the new season. Oh yeah, shapeshifter druid can be really fucking strong. What did I play? I think the last season I'd played like a frost based shapeshifter druid where like I had these like I basically had a like I think it's one of the earlier abilities that you get access to. But I like I had a blizzard. I think that's what it was. It was like blizzard shape-shifting druid. So basically I could turn myself into just like a walking fucking what is like I was a Roomba essentially. That's probably the best way to be able to describe what the class played like after I'd made the build. Like I would just transform, hit it, and then if I got to a boss, then I had like a bite attack where I could hit like some crits. Oh, so it really wants me to get the leech's health. The leech's health is
Not happening.
a good one. I'm curious, LD, are you really into narrative-driven choice matter types of games? I know there's the obvious Baldur's Gate 3, but games like KOTOR, Dragon Age, or Mass Effect, Detroit Becomes Human. I have not played Detroit Becomes Human. The reason why I didn't play Detroit Becomes Human because it literally, to me, from the outside looking in, looked just like Heavy Rain. And I don't know why that made me not want to, like, I actually really enjoyed Heavy Rain. But yeah, for whatever reason, I never gave Detroit Become Human a shot. Maybe we should do that on stream. I feel like that'd be like a really good stream series game, like one of those narrative driven ones where like I can get people like invested in the decisions and shit that are made and stuff like that. That could be a really good streaming game. But I do like those games, yes. I have not played KOTOR. It's on the list. KOTOR and KOTOR 2 are classics. I'll have to give it a shot. I mean, I've only ever heard like I've only ever heard good things about them. Mass Effect ending had me so upset. Oh, the Mass Effect 3 ending? Yeah. This shit was fucking mid as fuck. Good lord. Like, part of me was okay with it, but the other part of me was not. And the other part of me was had a much stronger opinion. Of me being upset that I just spent 3 fucking games and this is the ending they gave me. And also like how very little my choices actually ended up mattering at the end of the day. Like though I like fondly remember Mass Effect and like overall playing the games is really good. I always hated how much BioWare would hype up like your decisions and like how they would affect the overall like outcome of the game, but like none of that ever fucking happened. Like my choices from like 1 or 2 in Mass Effect 3 were just like what fucking emails. Right up until those last 15 minutes of Mass Effect 3 were some of the best series, and then they fumbled it at the end. Yeah. Well, no, like the thing is that like the most upsetting thing about the Mass Effect series is that like I feel like Mass Effect 2 was fucking perfect. Like it was like honestly there was some things from Mass Effect 1 that I wish that they kept, but they ended up getting rid of with some of the exploration stuff. But they had scaled back Mass Effect 3 so fucking much that it they just kept fucking making it for normies. Like it was so fucking obnoxious. Like Mass Effect 1 was like straight up the fucking giga nerd space fantasy game.
I think everybody can agree on that. Like, it was the giga nerd fucking space fantasy game everybody wanted. Mass Effect 2 made some improvements, but they also simplified a lot of things, and it was kind of like, yeah, I mean, no, it's still really good. This is still really good. I really like it. Because they did improve, so they did, like, some of the improvements they made were, like, massive improvements, right? Then Mass Effect 3, they were like, yeah, we've made this game for, like, the most average fucking, like, RPG enjoyer possible. A lot of your player agency outside of conversation has been removed. Exploration has been almost completely... Didn't they completely gut? Am I misremembering? Didn't they completely gut planet exploration and just make it a like planet resource mini game? Yeah, all exploration was gutted. That's what I thought. Yeah. Because wasn't it in the first and second game, we could fucking drop on a lander on the planet, roll around, find like dungeons and shit. Oh. But they like constantly scaled it back, and the reason why is because EA was like, but we want the money now. We need you guys to make we need you guys to make a sequel to the biggest game that you've ever made in 2 years. And then they essentially did the exact, like, I think was really upsetting. Like, I'm trying to think, like, when did EA piss me off? Like, when did I hate EA the most? When did EA make me hate them? And then I realized that it was the Mass Effect series in combination with Dead Space at the same time. Where like they constantly scaled back and fucking babified, like pussified both of those games simultaneously and watered them down for a fucking like mass audience. Mass Effect 2 DLC was so cursed. You had to buy BioWare coins, and there was no... Yeah, they weren't good for anything else. Yeah. Chop, it needs to ship. That's literally what they fucking did. Well, except for... fuck was it? Dead Space 3 had some, like, really, really fucking good moments. It was still, like, a relatively solid game, pretty much across the board. But like they gutted the difficulty. Like that game wasn't fun or interesting until you actually played it on impossible. That's my perspective. Like I was just kind of like, man, you guys really fucked this up. Man, and then they put in like the PvP multiplayer and shit, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like put that focus into the game. Did you see the Covenant trailer from Legion Studios? No, what is that? I hated EA from the beginning with their sports games dominance in college in the mid 2000s, early 2000s. I wanted to play Elder Scrolls Morrowind and Halo Classic, but frat bros were playing FIFA and I've never played a FIFA game, but I did play a lot of NHL. NHL is like really fucking fun, like because I'm sure they probably have the same thing for the other sports games. Actually, they probably fucking don't. Actually, now that I think about it. So in the NHL game, you can basically like roster a full 6-man team, two defensemen, your forwards or your wingers, your centermen, and a goaltender. So you can field a whole team in multiplayer. And there are entire fucking like communities where they have their own like minor league. They have their own minor league, professional league, and then like NHL level like teams. And you can and they have like full drafts and shit. Like they have like draft parties and shit in Discord. And they have like tryouts, and they like the whole like literally like you have your like the whole fucking like
basically the video gamer experience of like being drafted and shit like that. It was really fucking cool, man. I played I did a few seasons of that. I joined a community and had a lot of fucking fun, made a bunch of friends. It was an absolute blast. It was less about NHL like as it was less about EA as like the fucking sport in the game and the franchise or whatever like that. Like the game is what it is. The game had plenty of fucking headaches already. But it was just like the community and shit that it gave access to. That was the shit that I found the most fun. College football was so fun. EA didn't put it on PC. Oh, they didn't put the newest one on PC? That's fucking... Why do they do that? I don't understand the whole like only putting something on console, and then at the same time, then these fucking idiots then go and complain about their fucking margin. We're not making enough money. This game did not meet our fucking sales expectations. And it's just like, you guys wouldn't be bitching about sales expectations if you guys actually made your games available. It's fucking wild how that shit works. Genuinely, it's pretty fucking crazy, dog. It's pretty crazy that if you make your game available, people actually play it and buy it. Ooh, that's really nice. I think my favorite experience with sports games is Madden 92. Yeah, dude. The old, like, fucking, well, like, Madden 9, it wouldn't be like 92. What would it be for me? Probably Madden 2000 something. Like the early 2000s, because it just reminds me of like going with my brother to the fucking like convenience store down the street, grabbing like a bunch of fucking snacks that we purchased through money that we scavenged from the house, getting fucking chips and fucking candy and shit like that, like big old fucking like big bottles of like Dr. Pepper or something like that, and then coming home and just like absolutely fucking hammering down on some Madden, Tony Hawk. What else did we play? Madden, Tony Hawk. We played Wolfenstein on the fucking family PC. It felt like there was only like 3 or 4 games in existence, and there was the only ones that we ever cared about. We just kept playing those over and over again without any complaint. Zero complaint. What has happened? Where is everybody? Oh, you're back. Who are you? They told me to tell you they're setting up the ritual side ahead, waiting for you. Oh, okay. It's going to be wonderful. Just you wait. Yeah, I know. You guys want to sacrifice. Kind of fucking obvious. You guys were creepy from the beginning. Halo 3 was the game back in the day. Well, no fucking shit. Recon armor. I mean, yeah, everybody, like, fucking Recon. Hayabusa, buddy. Gotta get them fucking skull achievements done, brother. Gotta find them skulls, brother.
Yes?
Yeah. Dude got fucking shit on. Builds coming together. It's coming together. Though I'm going to respec at one point. once I can get like full specializations. Perfect Dark and 007. I played the fucking shit out of 007 as a kid. Holy fuck. I went so hard into that game. Played that. What else did I play? I played a lot of Pokemon. Like fucking a unhealthy amount of Pokemon. I mean, I essentially had completely skipped out on the PlayStation generation. Like PlayStation 1. Like I never owned a PlayStation 1. We had a PlayStation 1 at my dad's house, so I played that with like my little brother. But I never owned a PlayStation. We were poor to begin. I mean, we didn't have a lot of money to begin with, so I had like my I'll be honest with you, man. You guys want to know how like my N64 and my fucking Game Boy basically lasted me until PlayStation 2. I would think so. Like, and I'm not even talking like right when PlayStation 2 came out. I'm talking like PlayStation 2 after a couple years of it being out. Like, it took a while. Oh, never mind. I didn't get a I didn't have a PlayStation because I had a Dreamcast. I played the fuck out of my Dreamcast. I remember like my mom was watching the news. And when she was watching the news, she hit like it came up that like for some odd reason on the newscast, I don't remember what she was watching, but for whatever reason it came up and it said find the Temple of Atera. Into the Time Rift. Into the Time Rift. For whatever reason, she was watching like TV and it came up on the news saying that like Sega was withdrawing from the like console war or console race and that they would no longer be making games or whatever. And I just remember feeling like absolutely fucking devastated because I loved my fucking Dreamcast. Playing fucking Phantasy Star, playing fucking what else did I play? More Phantasy Star, Grandia 2, Power Stone, Time Splitters.
Not happening.
Wasn't Time Splitters on Dreamcast? I think it was. Sonic Adventures. Oh my fucking god, that game was so goddamn good, dude. Holy shit, Sonic Adventures is so good. Finally got some idols here. I can't do anything with that one yet. Poison on hit, physical resistance. Health regen and necrotic resistance. Health regen. I'll take this for more res. Third Strike. Yup. I have all my old games that I can show my son. House of the Dead. Ooh, yeah. House of the Dead was really good as well. I still... What consoles do I still have? I still have my Atari Jaguar. Feels so fucking bad that my mom bought that. I don't know. I don't know who sold that to her. I definitely didn't ask for it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I had like 2 games for that fucking thing because I never like really wanted to play it all that much. What games did I have for it? I had some like fucking weird like AI like, or not AI, but like this weird like wannabe Star Fox game that like had like the fucking most garbage controls possible, and it had this weird AI that always come up on screen, and I still remember it clear as day. It's just like, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Turn around. Turn around. And they like bring up this like big green head on the screen.
Not happening.
And then there was this like fighting game that was on there too. I still stand by the fact that my favorite I was gonna say that, and then I wanted to take it back. Okay, I'll say two. Two of the best fighting games of all time for me is Bloody Roar and fucking Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur 2 was like a fucking cultural event. Game was so fucking good. Virtua Fighter? No, I'd rather play Dead or Alive. Though I'll be honest, when I was playing Dead or Alive, I was just like, I just wanted to look at boobs. Love Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar was so good. Soul Calibur 2 is peak. I think they still play it in fucking I think they still play it in tournaments today. They knew their audience. They did know their audience. What was the fucking one girl's name? Katsumi. The fact that I can still remember that is crazy. It tells you she really left an impression on me.
Huh. They won't forget.
Ow, bitch.
Not happening.
You're dead. You've always been dead. Kasumi, you mean Mary? Nah. Nah, dude. Not even fucking close. Mary was good too, though. Kasumi, though. Good lord. Oh my. Ayane? That was like the dark-haired one, right? Or the purple hair one? She was hot too. I think Ayane was the purple hair one. Back when purple hair used to mean hot. It's only funny because it's true. Purple and blue hair chicks usually like punk goth rocker girls. Kind of, yeah, in a lot of cases. But those millennial women grew up into fucking Karens. They never grew out of the emo phase, man. We're like I think in a lot of cases, like a lot of the men from that generation like woke up to the idea that they were just like they were mad and sad for no fucking reason, and it was just a phase. Like a lot of women didn't leave that phase. They didn't leave it. They stayed in there. They stayed in there for a while. A little too long. Cooked themselves. I was emo for a reason. I wasn't. Not really.
Not happening.
I recognized that I was emo because I was immature. That's really all it was. I kind of like I grew out of it because of I didn't grow out of the music. I kept in the music. The music always spoke to me. But I grew out of it like overall, like as like a person because of oh shit. Jesus Christ, you hit like a truck, dude. Fucking chill, dog. Oh god, oh god. Oh lord, okay. Fuck man, he came out of nowhere with that shit. LD emo picks right now. Nah, dude, we're good. We don't need any of that shit in here, okay? But for me, it was just like, it was one of those things where like, I think I don't know what it was actually. I don't really know exactly like, actually, no, I do know what the trigger was. I started, a doctor, prescribed me for ADHD. And after that, my personality like almost shifted overnight because all of a sudden I had the confidence, like all of a sudden, like I wasn't having problems paying attention anymore. I was listening to people when they were talking to me. All my grades improved. I was no longer the fucking guy that could never get anything right. I was no longer the guy that like had all these fucking problems. I was like, all of a sudden I was like top in my fucking class and like beating out like who I thought were like far smarter than me, but they actually weren't smarter than me. I was just fucking handicapped. The Casey strain was my favorite. Fucking oh my god, what why can't I remember the name? Skin cancer? I think it's skin cancer and something. Literally the hardest fucking intro for a song like ever. It's literally the hardest fucking intro ever. It's so good. It's so good. Holy shit. Is it like sunburn and skin cancer? I think is that the name of the song? I can't remember. Sun poisoning and skin cancer. That's what it is. Holy shit. That fucking intro. That I can hear it in my fucking head. The fucking oh my god. Holy shit. Good lord. I was wanting to learn how to play it, but the problem is that like I'm almost positive those guys play on 7 strings and I don't have a guitar that goes that low. If I remember correctly, like their tuning is like super fucking low and I don't have anything that can play that. I could just play it like, you know, an octave 5 higher, but yeah. I looked away for fucking 2 seconds. Cat, do not eat my sandwich. Metallica 1 is the hardest song I've ever heard. Like, I'm like, not to shit on Metallica, but like Metallica's not that hard. I actually, you know what the funny thing is that like I've never like the only album I think I don't like from Metallica is probably the Saint Anger album. Like I think the like I know they made an album like a Black Album was the best. Well, no fucking shit. But the Saint Anger album was really the only one that I didn't really fucking like.
Metallica first album, was that Garage? What was it called? Garage something? Can't remember off the top of my head. Saint Anger was by far the first. Yeah, I actually liked the, I think it was the Fuel album or whatever it was. I'm sorry, dude, but like, where's your crown king nothing is like one of the best fucking like lines ever. Reloaded, that's what it was. Wasn't that also the album with Whiskey in the Jarro? Whiskey in the Jar. Bro, you need to chill, dude. Holy shit, man. You are like... I'm one person. You're like summoning fucking snowstorms over here. Please don't kill me. St. Anger's trash can drums remind me of grindcore. Yeah. Lars is hands down the biggest prick to ever play drums. He's not a good drummer. I'm just gonna say it. Like, Lars actually kind of fucking sucks. Like I'm happy that what was Death Magnetic. He finally learned what double bass was. It only took like it only took, you know, 30 some odd years. Death Magnetic was pretty good. I actually really liked Death Magnetic. It had some like really fucking, it had some really, really good songs on there that I really enjoyed. Well, what was on there? Broken, Beaten, Scarred. That one was really good. All Nightmare Long was pretty good. Unforgiven 3 was fucking, that shit was peak. I'm not gonna lie. That shit was peak. I really enjoyed that a lot. The Day That Never Came. Holy shit, that song goes hard too. Fuck, I wish we were just streaming on Twitch right now. I would totally be jamming music. YouTube would fucking kill the channel though. Unforgiven 3 is a masterpiece. So good. So good. Nah, Lars is a goat. Bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Lars is mid as fuck. Mid as fuck. There's so many better fucking drummers than Lars. Holy shit. I'm gonna check my build guide. Hold on. That's gonna be so good. Oh, that's gonna be so good. That's gonna be sassy. That's gonna be sassy. We don't like that. Excited to see how this can look. Sure. We got a decent sword out of the mix. Right? Where's it at? This one here. Right? I think I'll replace this guy with the sword.
best metal drummer for me will always be who? Rev. Oh man. Oh, Lamb of God. Best metal drummer for me, hands fucking down, would be Matt from August Burns Red. Dude is fucking insane. Like absolutely like mental. His fucking drum work is fucking mental. Holy shit. Listen to Mariana's Trench and then fucking call me tomorrow. Move, cat. You can't have my sandwich. No sandwich for cat. I'm a big metalcore fan though, so the thing is that like if you're more into like regular metal, you know what I mean, like metal, rather than like metalcore or progressive metal and shit like that, then yeah, obviously you're gonna have a much different opinion than mine. But I'm a huge fan of double bass and fucking blast beats and shit like that. Like that gets me moist. To be honest, it gets me a little moist. Where are we going now? Oh, the courtyard. So the side quests are done. It's main questy time. Okay. Nickelback is such a meme now that now I can't tell if I'm the only one that cries to photograph. Like, don't get me wrong, like the fucking Nickelback meme thing, like Nickelback actually has some like really good fucking songs. Like there's a reason why they've been like a fucking Billboard artist for like fucking ever.
Not happening.
It's just like one of the, like there's two things that made Nickelback in the eyes of like the public. Is one, their commercial popularity mixed with the fact that like they like in the alternative scene, like they were the most like milquetoast alternative band possible, right? Like the idea that somebody was listening to Nickelback instead of listening to like Bush or fucking Soundgarden, Audio Slave, fucking like let me just go ahead and list a fucking 100 other insanely good alternative bands. You know what I mean? Like that was kind of like the reasoning in a lot of people's eyes. They were just like, what the fuck? Like, how is this like, why? Nickelback was like tramp stamp music.
The reason Nickelback stuck around is drunk simpletons from the Midwest. Hey, you know what? Watch your fucking words, all right? Just because we like our bar bangers, okay? Is of no fucking concern to you. Though, to be fair, now Nickelback has been completely replaced by, like last time I went home and, like, went to the bar with my friends, Nickelback has been completely replaced with, like, Panic at the Disco. It's all Panic. Yeah, it's all Panic at the Disco. Or fucking Fall Out Boy. You're fucking I write sins, not tragedies, or something like that. Like all of a sudden fucking everybody just pops up. Grew up in the UP. Know from firsthand experience. Oh yeah.
Not happening.
What's wrong with Panic at the Disco? You got something to say about Brendan Urie? Panic at the Disco has been replaced by Brendan Urie. Panic at the Disco was always Brendan Urie. Don't say it in front of his boy. Brendan Urie has the voice of 7 angels all singing at the same time. But Brendan Urie will never have anything on Justin Timberlake. I'm sure we can all agree on that. Did I get fucking baited? What the fuck? Is it north or is it south? I'm gonna be so fucking mad if it's south. So fucking mad. Linkin Park would have been a lot better as an instrumental band.
Easy. Too easy.
What the fuck? Hot fucking take there. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe I just read that. What the fuck? Get Chester had the voice of 777 angels. What the fuck? What, didn't I kill this thing? Oh, did I not get the quest thing I needed to get and I just like left here? Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. Like, why am I finding the same thing over again? Oh my god. A little early there. A little early there, chat. God damn it, it happened again. There you go. Attack that thing. Give me your loot. Give me your gold.
Not happening.
Crossfade? Yeah, I used to listen to Crossfade. I used to listen to Crossfade while I was crossfaded. Well, how the fuck did I get here?
What the fuck you laughing about, bitch? What you fucking laughing about, bitch? Y'all need to shut the fuck up.
Not happening.
PoE 2 light, and I'm not even saying that as a bad thing. I know. Fucking, I love Last Epoch. They still have a lot to do in the way of like quality of life stuff, and I don't really understand why they haven't. I'm gonna be, yeah, I really don't understand why. Specifically with like not like, I don't like not auto picking up like loot, like the shards and shit like that.
Not happening.
That's pretty much about it, actually. It's not really like there's things that like Path of Exile does that I wish that this game did, but for the most part, they've already got the shit that matters the most. I seriously never grew up with AC/DC or classic rock. Good. I seriously never grew up with AC/DC or classic rock. Holy fuck, dude. Imagine. Imagine. That was my fucking house. I mean, like my mom was big on like my dad was really big into hair metal. My mom was really big into the Beatles and shit like that. So like I got like a lot of the classic rock shit from her, and the metal like Iron Maiden and Metallica, Megadeth, Pantera. That all that shit came from my dad because that's all he ever listened to. So like when I was with my dad, it'd be all this like fucking, it'd be all like the old fucking like 80s hair metal and shit like that. Dio, Black Sabbath. And then when I was with my mom, it was like the Temptations, the Beatles, the Beach Boys. Queen. Yeah, my mom was really big into Queen. No, you can not have sandwich. No sandwich. Don't forget. Like music peaked in rock and roll music peaked in 1976. I think that like every music category peaks at certain points and then
May I share a smile upon you?
probably goes through like a rebirth or something like that, maybe.
Greetings.
At least like that's the way that I kind of view it at the very least. That's what it feels like. Because like I feel like rap is pretty much fucking dead right now. Like other than like older rappers that come back and like make a good track every once in a while, like fucking Eminem and shit like that. Like rap is kind of like fallen down a weird route. Are you into Ghost at all? No, I don't really like them, to be honest. They're all right. I have listened to a couple of their songs, but it didn't really like click for me. I think a lot of people like when it comes to like Ghost, like people have like basically either gone in the direction of like Ghost or people go in the direction of like
like Sleep Token or something like that, right? Like I like Sleep Token a lot. Had Eminem and Lil Wayne. Yeah, like I mean, like other than like Eminem coming back, don't get me wrong. There's a couple other guys that are like I like Logic. I like who? I like Logic. I like Joyner Lucas. He's made a few good songs. But like outside of that, like I don't really listen to rap outside of Tupac. Like dead ass. Like that's about as far as it goes for me. It fell off as I got older. Well, I mean, like just the genre and all. Like, the problem is that like it's a different. So what's really interesting with music is that music is tied to like the culture, and the thing is that like rap music got like super fucking obsessed with drugs and money, and like as such, the quality of the music fell because the artists are fucked up. That's why. Like the artists are all fucked up. They can't, and like it doesn't work the same way, I guess, for like other genres maybe. Somebody lost some hearing going to metal concerts. I have tinnitus from playing in metal concerts. Read about that. I always thought it was like I'd always like look at like some of the like the more experienced musicians and be like, look at this fucking loser. Why are you wearing earplugs? What, are you sensitive? Fast forward like a few years later and it's just like, why wasn't I wearing earplugs? What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm a fucking idiot. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah, I can't believe I thought it was normal that I would like. I can't believe I thought it was normal that my ears would ring for an entire day after playing a show without the realization that that was the last time I was ever going to hear that tone again. Sag. I don't buy that tone BS. Yeah, I know it's probably hyperbole more than anything else. I also had like really bad neck aches from like headbanging. And I'm almost positive I gave myself a concussion at one point as well. Like, cause I was sick with it. Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what, guys. I wasn't the best guitarist, not by any means. I'm not a very it's just a now it's just a fun hobby that I just dick around on, right? Like I don't really write music or anything like that anymore. But I was never the greatest guitarist, but boy did I have stage presence.
I had stage presence. I played like I was. I performed like I was. I should say it like that. I didn't play like the best guitarist, but I sure as the fuck performed like I was one. It was funny as fuck. Like I have to find like one of the old videos and like show it to you guys, because like you just watch me absolutely fucking like going wild on stage, jumping around, doing kicks and shit, and fucking headbanging every the entire every fucking song without fucking break. Running up to the fucking drummer, throwing my fucking foot up on his fucking kick drum, fucking, you know, jamming with him, walking back to my amplifier, standing on top of it. And then you just see like everybody else in the band dead fish, no movement, no soul, nothing. Just a bunch of dudes just fucking standing there, fucking looking at each other and fucking just dead. But at least I was there. I was there to bring the fucking energy. I will say this is that I'm while how well things have gone for the YouTube channel are fucking crazy for me, I'm not gonna pretend like I don't think that this is I will not pretend like I'm not well suited for this job. Like I've always been a performer, attention seeking, or not really attention seeking, to be honest with you. I just like performing. I just it's, you know, yeah, it's simple as that. I get a lot of it's a lot of fun. It's actually one of the reasons why I like watching like Asmongold reacts when he reacts to my videos and shit like that. It kind of almost gives me that same feeling that I used to get from like going to shows and shit like that and playing in front of a group of people. Streams do the same thing too. Bro, I remember when I first started doing this, and like the first time I had like a relatively like large stream where I had like 150 people. I think the first time I had like 100 people, I was like so fucking nervous, and I'm like, should I start juggling? What the fuck do I do? What do I do? What do I do to not make sure they don't leave? How do I entertain them? How do I sell them on continuing to stay? And then eventually you just stop thinking any of that shit. You're just like, I'm just gonna be myself and not fucking worry about what people think. Same thing goes for like how I like run the stream and stuff like that. I used to like worry about like, you know, maybe I'm moving on from topics too soon. Maybe I'm not doing this enough or whatever it is. And then I noticed like a bunch of people would leave like the second a game would come up. And I'm like, well, there's nothing you can do about that kind of shit. Like some people just like listening to the news section. Some people like being here for gameplay. They're like having the background noise. They're hearing some dude just talking to himself for fucking, you know, hours straight. Alcohol is still for amateurs. Disgusting to ingest for any reason. Never trust someone who drinks anything but. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You okay? You're kind of concerning me. Amateurs of what? Amateurs of like alcohol is the drink for amateurs. What the fuck does that even mean? Partying? Amateurs for partying? Maybe people just like to relax, dog. Not everything like why would you like You sound like my friend. You know who you sound like? You sound like my friend who died from overdose. Like the dude thought that like you know, like alcohol or anything, like it all, like the goal has to be to get fucked up. Like I mean, motherfucker was committed, right? He's like, what do you mean you're only gonna have 1 or 2 drinks? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean I'm only gonna have a cup? But like, what do you mean? What do I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, I like this. That motherfucker had to get faded. Everything had to be about getting absolutely fucking fucked up. And I'm like, well, sometimes I just like to fucking just have a drink and relax, like loosen the fucking ties a little bit, get the fucking blood flowing, baby. A nice fucking glass of wine where you're just kicking it on the couch and watching a TV show or something like that. A nice beer with your fucking meal. Like, there's nothing fucking wrong with having a drink. What the fuck is wrong with you? Homeboy was chasing every next fucking eye, man. I mean, it was like he was a power user, bro. Holy shit. Like this is like he was like that motherfucker. He was like, you know, motherfucker was like schedule 1 speed run. Schedule 1 speed run. You've got a problem? I have a problem? I have like a drink every like fucking 2 minutes. There's people that drink more than that. What? Don't drink, use recreational drugs instead. Yeah, like alcohol's not a recreational drug.
Not happening.
Yeah, I was one of the very few. I was one of the very few friends in my friend group that, like, from a very early age, understood moderation. You know why? Because I think like the first night that I like went like drinking, I made I think I like went to a buddy's house for like New Year's, and like his brother was older and he got everybody booze, right? So like we just fucking hit the fucking town, right? And I was just hammering it back. I confessed to his sister that I was in love with her. That didn't end well. That ended in her boyfriend beating my ass. I then fucking ran around the block. I threw up in a bush. I woke up with like the worst fucking hangover in the world. I then went to work, and then I was like, alcohol, it sucks. I was like, everything sucks. And I'm never doing this again. And then of course I did it again, but I learned a lesson that night, and that it was moderation. Moderation is fucking key, my friends. It only took one time. You know what I am? I'm the guy that will that burns his hand on the stove and never touches the stove. I learned my lessons. Oh, alcoholic rednecks in your family. Yeah, I mean, I had both of my grandparents died from alcoholism. Like right now, like within fucking like a year of each other. So that was kind of enough. That was kind of enough to already be like, you know, understand the effects and make sure to do things the right way. And you know, never that. And I honestly, other than like video games, I just don't really have an addictive personality. I just don't. Acolyte body armor. Wow, thank you for giving me something I don't fucking want. That's great. Cold damage, no. 7% increase. Active shadow with shadow cascade. No. Moderation of all things. Ain't that the truth? Except for video games. We know life that shit. We know life. We have no regard for our fucking health or our mental security, safety,
Not happening.
continuity. Have you come to make me whole? Alcoholism is just in some people's blood. It is. It is. Like some people are just predisposed for it.
Not happening.
Like for just for like addiction forming habits, stuff like that. We all have our vices at the end of the day, though. It's how you manage them and whether or not you let them interfere with your life. That ends up becoming the true equalizer. And they really lay it on thick with the enemies, huh? I've always hated the kick of taste of alcohol, so I've never wanted more. Yeah, that's actually, like, a lot of people end up having that as well. Like, some people just don't like the fucking aftertaste of booze. The funny thing is that, like, in a lot of cases, you end up just, like, taking steps. You find, like, the easy thing to drink that you enjoy drinking, and then after that, you start, like, leveling up. Right? Do what I think that I'm the guy that actually likes to go and get, like, a fucking whiskey on the rocks. I would have never thought I'd be that guy, but I am. You go to like one fucking whiskey tasting tour, and they teach you like how to drink whiskey, and you're like, oh, this is actually pretty fucking good. Well, what you do is you for whiskey specifically, you just like you take a sip and then leave it in your fucking mouth, and you let it kind of burn your taste buds a little bit, and then you're pretty much good to go. It's definitely not a chug drink or anything like that. Definitely not it. Whiskey, splash of water opens up the flavor. Swirl it around a little bit on some ice, and you're fucking cooking. You're fucking cooking, buddy. Ooh boy. A little bit of like Angel's Envy, or what else is really good? It's really the only Angel's Envy is really the only one that I like to drink straight.
Easy.
Maker's isn't too bad either, though. But it is something that's pretty much well reserved for like really high quality shit. Never was a whiskey guy, but I enjoyed being the only person who enjoyed gin. I was never a gin guy. Yeah, I don't know.
I was never really a wine guy either for a long time until like there was like a group of girls that I made friends with. I would hang out with them all the time, and they would that was like their thing. And then I acquired a taste for it, and then I ended up like really fucking liking it. Now it's like I get asked to go to like a wine tasting or something like that, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I'm all about this shit. Speaking of, I don't know why this reminded me of it, but I need to buy some. I need to buy some tickets soon here. I need to visit home. Honestly, I need a break at one point in time. I've been running myself pretty fucking ragged. I'm so fucking busy, dude. I've been so fucking busy this week. I'm busy. Like I had three interviews this week. 3. Shit was popping off. These aren't gonna be upgrades. Right. Oh, sorry. This is though. Dang. Yeah, I know. It was a fucking lot, man. It was a lot. Because I have another sponsored video that I have to do. So I'm trying to get it pushed because I don't really want to have 2 sponsored videos in 1 month personally. It's just like a personal thing more than anything else. I know like the audience in general is probably gonna be like, especially if it's high quality and it's a good video, like they're not really gonna give too much of a shit, to be honest with you. Like there's nobody's fucking upset about the upset about the fucking Lords of the Fallen video. Everybody seemed to really like it. And as long as like that stays consistent, I think that people really aren't gonna have too big of a problem with it. I just don't want like making it a big habit, to be honest. Just personal than anything else. It's not what I would want as a viewer. I think that's probably what that's motivated by. Warden cold, no. Throwing damage though. Worthwhile. Throwing attack speed. That's better. Critical 2 ward decay. Critical strike movement speed. I feel like this is probably the better route to go. This I'll probably just get rid of. Like these low level set items probably aren't really worth holding on to, right? Getting ready for Oblivion. I mean, we'll see when it comes out. Yeah, man, I played it. It was a good time, but definitely missed the mark. They owned up though, and the changes they've made since the delay are all the things players have been since the launch of all the things that players have been asking for. Yeah, no, I mean like everything that they did, everything they fixed, everything they worked on is exactly what they should have been doing in the first place. In a lot of cases, a game like that would have been largely ignored and like walked away from. If you honestly like the game that you're sponsored by, it doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, I'm not really gonna I have one for Once Human that's coming up, and I actually really like that game. That game was a lot of fun.
They made a lot of changes. They got rid of basically everything that the players. It's literally the same thing as Lords of the Fallen. They've literally fixed all the things that all the players are complaining about. It's the same thing. They got rid of the whole like seasonal reset shit and all that stuff. The Oblivion shit is unreal. We don't even know what a fuck. Like, we've seen screenshots, man. We don't even fucking know what it is yet. Too bad I can't use that. The fucking 70% fucking physical damage. Really nice. Dexterity, cold resistance. Take the dex. What is this? Poison chance per dagger equipped. Kind of cool. I'm gonna take the resistance though. Fire. Except the horse armor, I fucking guarantee that they're gonna make, like, I think I saw something like one part of the leak was like talking about how they were gonna make it where you were like, they're like, oh, like the horse armor is gonna be included in one of the bundles. I'm like, bro, that's like the most fucking troll ass shit if they fucking do that, where they make like a fucking, you know, a another version of the game, like have like a collector's edition of it, and it comes with fucking troll armor, or fucking troll armor, the fucking horse armor. Once Human did not know they did that. Yeah. Oh, I think it's part of like the update that they have. They're also like, I think, getting ready to do like their mobile version of it as well. But yeah. So they're gonna have they're doing a bunch of stuff to like bring players back and whatnot. They want to have a candid interview and just kind of like talk, and you know, yeah, it was actually really funny because when they were like when they were like briefing and they were like, hey, you know, this is the kind of find one of the missing parts so the bridge can be activated. Was that not on these sides?
Not happening.
Am I tripping? Oh, okay, I'm tripping. Sorry, my brain like turned off mid-sentence there. It was actually really interesting because like when they were sending stuff over, they were like, you know, this is the kind of content that we're looking for. We're like, so far as like, you know, what kind of video, like, because usually what will not usually, but no, actually usually in a lot of cases, like sponsors will like, it's so stupid. It just goes to show how like things can be sometimes. Or at least like how much like advertising specifically, like how much influence advertising has on the media that you consume. I should say, like, that's how it is. How much advertising has, or how much influence advertising has on the media that you consume. Because in a lot of cases, like, sponsors will just straight out say, like, this is the kind of video that we want to be featured on. Like, whether or not that's even the kind of video like a content creator makes or something like that. So they'll very like specifically ask for like the kind of video that they want or whatever, which is just like really fucking weird, man. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, and I've tried to do it myself before because obviously, you know, pay bills, it's a job, you still have to like, you know, make money and whatnot, and you know, beggars can't be choosers when you're, you know, still early into the game, and you know, you got fucking rent to pay and shit, right? So you can't like, you don't really have a lot of fucking, you don't have a lot of room to be able to push back or anything like that when you're, you know, staring down the barrel of a fucking, you know, of rent being due. So it's like, you know, you just kind of got to do what you got to do in those situations, in those occasions. And it never felt good when because I've only ever done like, I think like 3 sponsored videos or something like that now, 4 maybe. But then but afterwards it was just kind of like, nah, dude, like it has to be my style or that's it. So anytime I ever see it and they're not like giving me full creative control, I just don't really want to have anything to do with it because it's just not really fucking worth my time. And it was really funny though, because when I was looking at like the Once Human stuff, the dudes were just like straight, like literally in the brief, they're like, here's some example of like content creators or like videos that we like and what we'd like to see. And this is really fucking funny. Underwater Boat, thank you for the gift to tier 1. They had a section of videos and they're like, here's some videos for inspiration of what we're looking for. And one of them was mine. And you want to know what category they had me under? Controversial. I was like, damn. I was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. All right. They're like, yeah, you can be like this controversial YouTuber. I'm like, how am I really? Am I controversial? Like, fuck, man. This Last Epoch, yeah. Can I not just go get both? Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Last Epoch developers. Last Epoch developers. What are you fucking doing? Dude. Dude. I'm gonna be fucking livid if I have to walk all the way the fuck down here to put this fucking crystal in place, and then you tell me I have to go all the way to the fucking left side to do it again. In 2025, reason and logic is controversial. Yeah, it is. It is. Like, I'm just like flat out. Like, it's actually kind of fucking, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It is really fucking weird and unexpected that for whatever reason, like the amount of times I see myself, like I see people calling me like a fucking, you know, like a right-wing grifter, fucking anti-woke prodigy, like fucking, you know, like that kind of shit, where I'm just like, bro, like, just what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, what? I don't you get tired of that bullshit, dude? It's so fucking annoying, and it's just like, I think what's really annoying about it, where it's just like, it's just pretentious people online is all it is. They're just fucking pretentious, and like they like, you know, they're so fucking extreme that if, you know, you say anything that has to, like, anything that's just grounded in fucking reality, man, like you're just not, you're all of a sudden you're like not on their side. You have to be like being an ally, like I think the biggest problem for people, like I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm like what the fuck happened, man? Like, what happened to fucking people in general? And this is for everybody. And I think that it's, in a lot of cases, there are people that have hijacked the identities of others for nefarious purposes, whether it's profit, whether it's ego, whatever it fucking might be. Because like, if you actually think that, like, just using it as an example, but like looking at like social political shit, like looking at like trans related things, like this is all shit that is being fucking onboarded and pushed, not by people that are trans. Have you noticed that? Like, how does fucking nobody notice that? Like, in a lot of cases, the people that are talking about it and pushing a lot of the fucking shit and trying to make laws or whatever fucking else, none of these motherfuckers are actually even trans. It's some fucking white woman with colored hair. it's just like, what the fuck is going, like, or some like fucking like random dude. It's just like weird as fuck, where it's just like, you're not even seeing like the people that we're saying that there are issues about, you're not even seeing them do anything. White Karens. Yeah, dude. It's fucking like, it's just these people that are like, what it is because they think themselves to be some type of fucking like actual like revolutionary or something like that, man. And it's just like, what the fuck? And like the crazy thing is that like, I think it's just because like, you know, weak times make weak people. That's really what it kind of comes down to. And you have a lot of people that have been like lived incredibly privileged lives. They feel, you know, given the way that like the job market has changed, how difficult it is to even like for people to like get under college debt and shit like that. You have a lot of people in the US specifically that are very aimless and they feel very purposeless and they feel like their life doesn't have any meaning. And because of that, they look to find meaning in something else. They look to make their mark on the world in some way, because in their life, and I know this firsthand, like my entire generation was brought up under the idea that everybody's a unique snowflake. We're all so fucking special, right? Everybody's different. And you were brought up believing that like you were gonna have some crazy, like everybody had a crazy impact on the world. And then social media then amplified that, because then you would see what all of these like incredibly even more privileged people had access to and what they could do. And you're like, wait a minute, well, I'm not doing anything with my life, not anything, and not even close to be, you know, being as compared, you know, to these other people. You know, like, look at this person, they're traveling the world. Look at this person, they're an activist. Look at this person, they're doing this. Look at this person. When like the funny thing is that like for the average everyday fucking person, the only thing that you need to be worried about is family and friends. That's where you make your impact. Family, friends, your community, the people, where you live, right? The vast majority of people are never going to fucking do anything that's really going to matter. And you don't need to do something that matters to the world. You don't need to be known or understood by the world or anything like that. You just need to worry about the people that you can actually impact right next to you. That's literally the only thing that you have that's going on. That's the only thing that you need to worry about. But the thing is that like in that desire to be impactful and that desire to like need to leave a mark on the world, you have people that have co-opted it, both sides, that feel like they need to be a warrior to either A, preserve the state of the world and don't let it be consumed by the woke mind virus. Or you're on the other side of it, which is like the entire world is bigoted and racist and everything's unfair and the entire thing needs to be torn down to its nuts and bolts and everything needs to be started over all over again. There's like no fucking in between, right? There's no fucking in between. And I think what it is that like it's the death of tolerance. Like we just like and the funny thing is both sides are just as guilty as the other when it comes to like removing tolerance. Like there's nothing wrong with just putting up with one another, because in a lot of cases that's just as far as this fucking goes. I'm never gonna get people. I'm never gonna be able to get everybody to fucking believe what I believe, and nor do I believe that the world should believe what I believe. And the same thing goes for everybody fucking else. And you have two opposing sides that think that the world should be thought about this way and the world should be thought about this way. And right now, one side is much bigger than the other one, but one has more influence on media. That's where the conflict comes from. So you have, you know, the overwhelming majority of people are just fine with they're just fine with the way things are, for the most part, right? And then you have people that, and then you have another group that are not fine with the way things are, and they're pushing all of their ideas through media, which then makes it feel like the world is being consumed by them, even though it's not. Because these are like such fucking niche minor issues, but it's all being like cycled by the news and fucking blown out of proportion to the point that you think it's right out your fucking doorstep. That's partially due to just like the general like legacy media coverage of these kind of things, right? Because they want you to feel like that, because that keeps you watching, right? It's happening right outside your door. Like, you need to feel that way. And yeah, I miss the days where people just really didn't give a fuck about politics. Like, I really fucking do. I really fucking do. The world would be 100% less interesting if everyone believed the same thing and acted the same way. Well, we would never progress as a society if we all believed the same thing. Like, nothing would ever move forward. Everything would just be stagnant. So, like, you want diversity in opinion, because that's just how things should be. Simple as that. There's nothing wrong with having diverse opinions. The only the biggest problem arises when the biggest issues arise when you feel that it's necessary to force everyone else to believe what you believe. That's where the conflict arises from. And I think in a lot of ways, I think like the biggest issue that like is really causing a lot of trouble, especially in video games, I should like just to quantify within games alone, the biggest issue for people with video games, and the reason why you're seeing such a large outcry and backlash, is that like it's like I said earlier in the stream today, like you have folks that are like the things that they're trying to, it's not things that they're trying to push, it's the things that they have forced into games, are things that are like they challenge people's fundamental way of how they make sense of the world. Like just using like the whole like body type A and B thing as an example. Like, I see myself as a man. I'm sorry. Like I understand where you come from, right? I understand where you're coming from with the idea of like things being not like the life not being binary. I totally fucking understand that, because technically, yeah, like here's the thing, regardless of what anybody says, these are all concepts that have been invented by us, that even the word itself was invented by us, right? So but we invented these words to make sense of the reality that we're in and why things work the way that they work, right? So like, but when you want to challenge that, especially when it's not something that somebody is like volunteering for, they're not volunteering to have that conversation, they're buying a commercial product in which like they are trying to enjoy themselves, but then they find something in it that is trying to challenge the very way that they conceptualize reality, you're gonna have some fucking you're gonna have some problems, man. You're just gonna have some problems. People are not here to be fucking, like that's not what they're looking for. They definitely didn't pay for that game for that. They paid for the game to like sit back and enjoy themselves. And now you're like, you're essentially trying to, indoctrinate them, because, from their perspective, it used to be about tolerance and just being like live and let live, right? That's about as far as it went. Live and let live, and everybody just kind of let it go after that. Like, hey, man, you live your life, I live mine. I'm not going to judge you for the things that you want to do or anything like that. I don't have any problem. I don't, like, yeah, go ahead, man. That's fucking cool. But it went from that to like, now you need to believe and see the world the way that I do, and you're just not going to have that happen. You can't have. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. I'm sorry. It's not how the world works. It's not how people work. It's fundamentally antisocial is what it is. And I think that's what I don't think the industry for some odd reason sees that. And I think that's maybe because these developers that are working on these, it's not the developers. Yes, it is. It's developers working on the game, but it's also in combination with management that thinks that it's a marketing opportunity, because they think that the controversy, they think that these social causes and things like that will like get people to want to buy games. And I think they're getting away from it. I'm going to be honest with you. I would not be surprised if like for the next like 4 years straight, we're going to see a heck of a lot more games move towards more masculine and feminine, more like very, very like normalism, I guess. I don't really know. People just want to escape from reality into a game and experience the world. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like when you start seeing things that are like reflecting the world in your game, you're like, so like sometimes there's situations in which it makes sense and you're and like you understand it in like the context of the game. And to be honest with you, like a lot of like the thing is that like people never had a fucking issue with like political like content or social political content in games up until it had been used, up until it had been hijacked and like used for a purpose rather than as a vehicle to tell a story. Also, I don't really understand what happened. What happened to these woke devs that can't write a good story? Their stories are always nothing burgers. It's like I just said. Instead of using these topics and subjects as a vehicle to tell a story, the story is the vehicle. Right? So like you could use social political conversations to be able to like create a good narrative, a really like compelling narrative. But the problem is that like that's where the thinking stopped. It stopped there. That's literally it. I think that's probably the best way for me to be able to explain it. And it's like it's very easy to be able to see. Like it's super like you can see it a fucking mile away, right? Like look at like Tosh as an example, right? Like Tosh is quite literally like the most fucking surface level character. Like Tosh being trans is like the fucking least of that character's problems. It's the fact that like that is the character. There's nothing else. Right? There's Tosh being non-binary, right? Like that is the character. There's nothing else to that character other than that. So it's like you guys really just had one idea, huh? Like you couldn't think about it past that other than like the lesson you wanted to teach the audience. Or like how you wanted to, how you wanted the audience to I guess relate to this character somehow. I don't know what the fuck they were trying to do there, dude. I have no idea. Brandon Oliver, $50. Jesus Christ, man. You guys have been like wildly generous today. Thank you for the $50 super chat, brother. Keep up your video game journalism. There are great videos and your channel, and actual input on discourse. Have a great day. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That was incredibly generous of you. Thank you for the kind words. Was Tosh the push-up character? Yeah, there was the like non-binary dragon lady, and I don't know what the fuck was going on, to be honest. Tosh was a female character that doesn't feel like a woman, that acts like a man, and like that was like their kind of thing. And like you can explore that kind of thing. You can explore somebody like questioning their identity and whatnot, but the problem is like they just did a really fucking garbage job of doing it. Which like people always want to turn it into like some like I'll be honest with you, like. Yeah, like maybe make the character fucking cool and not so fucking memeable. Like you don't want everybody to make fun of your fucking game. You don't want everybody to make fun of your character. Make them so fucking cool that people can. Holy shit. What the fuck? Just a big badass lady. Yeah, you know what? Hey, how many people make fun of Zarya from Overwatch? Butch Russian chick. I don't think I've ever seen anybody talk shit. Just a cool fucking character, right? Like I'm probably just gonna pull those block terms. I'll do it tonight after chat or something like that. in most cases, like to be honest with you, Jax, like people kind of got into what like I don't know what fucking happened, but like I guess my viewers actually watch me, but like people stopped like using that shit as like weird, dumb, spammy shit where they don't actually like have a real opinion. The reason why I banned terms like woke and DEI in my chats for a while was because like most people just like weren't like having an intelligent conversation. It was just a one-word response to something that they didn't like and understand. Like that's not fucking worth it, dude. Like fucking please. Like I want video games to get better. I don't want fucking opinions just to be dismissed because people want to grab onto these fucking token phrases. Fascist, yeah, like fascist is the same thing. Grifter has turned into the same thing. Like words that have completely lost their fucking meaning. And it's, yeah, Nazi. And the funny thing is that like one side will make fun of the other and say like, oh man, those words like oh, you could have allowed those. Jax, you could have left those be. I was gonna allow it. It's not a big deal. Oh, you deleted the block terms. I didn't realize you had access to that. That's scary. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Eloquent vocabulary is the best. Like I there were some people that were really pissed off that I said this. Ow, I don't know why. I just banned them after they got mad. It's just way more entertaining for me. But I had somebody that was what was it? I had somebody that was like they said it was a fucking pussy take. Because I said people need to start voicing what their actual concerns are and what they don't like, rather than just using a blanket fucking a blanket term, because you're never going to get better games as a result of that. Like you're literally never, like nothing's ever going to get fixed or get better because you're not saying what you don't like. You're not describing it in a way that is an actionable, constructive piece of criticism for developers not to do something. And then also at the exact same time, and this is probably the one thing that like pisses me off more than anything else, is that like you have a lot of people that for whatever fucking reason, like they have a hard on lately. You guys had to have seen this as well, right? Have you guys seen how many fucking people have like an absolute hard on for games that genuine, like, we use the funny coined phrase, this game isn't made for you, right? There are genuinely some games that you know aren't made for you. And you still see motherfuckers that are going and making like fucking videos on these fucking games and fucking posting about them on Twitter. Like, motherfucker, you were never going to play this game. You know you were never going to play this game. You know it wasn't, you know, like those weird sims, yes, like weird sim games, like the games that are obviously made for like 16-year-old fucking girls. What was it? Fucking South of Midnight, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Did their fucking community manager go off on a fucking tangent and talk about how she hates gamers and shit? Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. But like, if you're gonna call South of Midnight DEI when it's a game that was built from the ground up, it's not injecting their shit into your games. They made their own game. Are we gonna get mad about people making their own games now? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Don't get me wrong. Do I think Xbox is a fucking moron for probably pumping too much money into it and then not making their money back? Yeah. Yeah. But outside of that, like, I don't like, that's why do you guys think I never went out of my way to make a video or even talk about it a single fucking time? Even when the developer was talking shit, I didn't really give that much of a fuck about it because I was just like, this isn't me. This actually is one of those situations in which this game wasn't made for me, right? It's just like, what the fuck? Like, what am I gonna go out of my way to get mad about? That's literally what it looks like. South of Midnight isn't too terrible, honestly. It has some nice eye candy. Yeah, no, well, I mean, like the art style and stuff I think look really cool. It's just not really my kind of style of game. Those like really like, it's obviously much more of a narrative game than it is an action game, though they have like really long action bits, and it's just like, but if your combat sucks and is like super fucking repetitive, you know, stop using RIP or stop ruining RIPs for your agenda. Yeah, like that, like that's the shit that like people don't like if you're gonna fucking, you know, like you come out and make like fucking Master Chief wearing a fucking dress, like we're gonna have a fucking problem, right? Like, I mean, like they did what they did to Master Chief in the TV show. You do my boy like that, man. What the fuck are you doing? What the, like, this is made for somebody else, and now you're trying to make it and turn it into something else, right? Like, that's the kind of shit. They didn't get to Tom Clancy yet. Bro, you can play as a motherfucker in a wheelchair. In fucking Rainbow Six. What are you talking about? you can play as a fucking... What the fuck are you talking about? They didn't come for fucking Tom Clancy. They got his ass a long time ago. Wheelchair dude rules, bro. Does he? Whole game is completely different now. Oh yeah, Rainbow Six Siege. I've never played that game. I played some Call of Duty the other night actually, just to like fucking detach my brain for a little while. I was fucking popping off, man. I was actually surprised that I still got it. Still got it. I've been really like I missed the boys, and I see my old fucking crew. My old crew's playing fucking Warzone right now, dropping in Verdansk. The problem is that like this is what I fucking hate about live service games. We're going on another fucking rant, all right? Buckle your fucking ass in real quick. I fucking hate live service games like Call of Duty. It pisses me the fuck off to an unbelievable level that like I need to go and fucking farm and play fucking single player so that I can earn the fucking XP to get the attachments to have a loadout to go and play fucking Warzone. I can't just drop into fucking Warzone, and I mean I guess I could and play with fucking ground loot, but you're cutting off your fucking balls doing that. It's so annoying. So like here I am waiting for fucking double XP weekend so I can fucking go to the Call of Duty mines and unlock the necessary attachments. Yes, ma'am. And then once I get the attachments, then I can go and I still need to get another weapon for this loadout. Oh, I need to get myself to level 45, otherwise I can't get access to this perk that would make it really nice, and I would, you know, it's much better, otherwise everybody's gonna see me on the map. The loadouts kill it for me. Finding guns and loot has no real purpose. Just to farm the loadout ASAP is boring. Yeah, where it's literally just drop. Yeah, I never thought about that. You got a really good fucking point. Like floor loot is really there for like the first few minutes, right? Like it's you really only use it for the first couple of minutes, and then after that, it's pretty much entirely about it's almost entirely just about just getting your money for the first loadout, And then after that, floor loot is really just there for like if you come back in, you die and you get out of the gulag and come back in, and you just grab something off the ground and like try to make it work for a while until you can get another loadout or pick up somebody else's guns or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I personally just have fun with it in general. I've always enjoyed I had always enjoyed Warzone, but I only played for dance. Once it went to the Caldera map, I was just like, bro, this is fucking ass cheeks. What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, God, this map sucks. These guns suck. The games, like, everything sucked. It was so bad. I was like, holy fuck, you guys are just completely undermined. Like, the reason why people even want to play this shit. Which shows because they lost a fuckload of players, and then people started leaving, and then all the, like, Call of Duty streamers absolutely fucking fell off like a fucking rock. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm gonna tell you what, it definitely was not on my bingo card to find out that the dudes that like, so you want to know why tell you guys this. So I originally got into, like, I was gonna make YouTube videos. Like, I started, like, I had already built a PC, but the PC wasn't had anything to do with the YouTube video stuff. I just wanted to have a PC in general. But I started hanging out and playing with these fucking Warzone guys. I got really fucking into it during fucking lockdowns, right? And then I was like, you know, you're watching all these fucking YouTubers and you're fucking watching the streams and shit. Like, that was me first getting into like streamers and shit. Cause I didn't really watch streams until 2020, to be honest with you. I really didn't fuck with it all that much. I wasn't really like, I didn't have the time to. I had a fucking job. Like, so I shouldn't say it like that. It's not that, like, I just didn't have time. Like, again, I think I told you guys already, like, I was in school, I was working at the same time, right? Like, I just did not have fucking time. I would have been into like streams and shit like that if, you know, it wasn't for me doing both of those things at the same time and absolutely killing my fucking self. But once I got into like the streaming and stuff like that, then all of a sudden, like, all the boys were streaming and playing fucking Warzone and shit, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll do it. So then I got a webcam and I got all sorts of other shit, and then I started watching like other videos and whatnot. And originally I had like I think my first 2 videos I had ever posted on YouTube were on a different channel. And it was just a montage of like my like Warzone moments, like my top Warzone moments for like a month or something like that, right? Like, I was just using like NVIDIA Shadow Play or whatever it is, where like records the moments and you can just kind of go back and like pick out the moments that you got. And I just made like a couple of those like montages and put them up, and I was like, this is gonna be it, man. This is gonna be fucking it. And I was motivated, or I was at least inspired to do it, because I was seeing how fucking crazy popular these fucking these YouTubers were, these fucking Call of Duty YouTubers. And I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, I mean, these guys are good. Like, I'm not as good, but I'm like, you know, I could maybe be like funny or something, you know, I don't fucking know. Like, you know, I could do it. I'm gonna tell you what, I was doing it for fun. And I would never in a million fucking years, almost ever, I am now, like, I would have never thought that I would be bigger than those dudes. Ever. Because I was like, these guys are like fucking massive. These guys had to have been doing this shit for like a million fucking, in a lot of cases, those guys have been doing it for a long fucking time. But I was like, oh my God, like, now I think I'm bigger than all of them. Like, all the dudes that I was watching playing like Warzone and Call of Duty and shit like that, like outside of Shroud, right? Like that, like Shroud's a different story, but like we're talking about like one of the most well-known fucking first-person shooter players in the world or whatever. But it's just like, it's weird how time works. Life is a weird thing, man. I'll tell you that right now. In an alternate universe, we could have gotten LD, the Warzone gamer. It was fortunate that didn't happen in that universe, though. Yeah. True. Call of Duty streamers are some of the most habitually miserable people. Fuck yeah, they are, because they fucking live, eat, and sleep by the fucking book of Activision. Imagine that. Imagine that. Will you play the new Destiny 2 expansion? But I haven't played Destiny. I haven't played Destiny 2 since Witch Queen. And honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. That's probably for the best. Warframe is right over there. I've played a lot of Warframe. Played a lot of Warframe. My best memories on D1 and D2. I'm not gonna lie, dude. When Destiny 1 came out, I was like, this is the fucking game. This is the game. Like, there's just, like, I was a big World of Warcraft nerd for a long time, but I always liked first-person shooters and just, like, ARPGs and Diablo and shit like that. And I'm like, and all I ever wanted, I'm like, dude, the idea of, like, a first-person, like, and I've always been, like, a massive fucking Borderlands fan, right? Like, I fucking love playing Borderlands. I hate Borderlands 3 for its story. As a game, I loved playing Borderlands 3. I did. Borderlands 2 is better, but Borderlands 3, I had a lot of fucking fun playing, right? And get your ass fucking back here. Where you going? Watch your ass. Holy shit! They're fucking multiplying. They're multiplying. Oh, they're still here. They're still here. Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking golly. That's some fucking loot here. We got a whole situation going on here. Fucking that one lizard turned into two to four lizards. We had a whole lizard situation going on here. We had some lizard gizzards going on, brother. What the fuck was that? Brother. But yeah, no. So like when I got my hands on fucking Destiny, I was like, holy shit, this is my game. This is the only thing I'm ever gonna fucking play. Fucking doing raids with the boys. Like, there's just something about doing a fucking dungeon run and fucking like I love Warframe. Warframe is not Destiny. It doesn't scratch the itch. It has its own itch that it scratches. I love the game, but it doesn't scratch the same itch that Destiny does. It just doesn't. And it's the fuck off. Get this fucking stupid skull thing away from me. It doesn't scratch the itch that Destiny does. Like, there's just, you get the World of Warcraft feeling, like the World of Warcraft like dungeon, like running a dungeon with people feeling, but in a first person shooter. You just don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that in fucking in Warframe. You don't. And the game still has it. Like, I know right now, like, don't get me, like, I know that, like, the last expansion, like people really enjoyed.
So I know for a fucking fact, I'm telling you guys right now, if I picked up fucking Destiny, I would fucking love playing it because I love the feeling of playing the game. I fucking hate Bungie, but I love the feeling of playing Destiny. And I enjoy doing nightfalls. I enjoy doing raids. I enjoy doing dungeons. It's just it's a similar feeling is old Planet Side, but never forgotten. Yeah. Funnily enough, Warframe would probably say, yeah, but what if we do have it? They can't do it. Warframe will never be able to get that feeling that you have in Destiny from doing like raids and dungeons because of scaling, which would completely undermine how people build weapons and warframes and shit like that in the game. It's because of like how damage is multiplied and how absolutely fucking just stupid fucking high your damage multipliers can get, and how like relatively unbalanced Warframe is as a game. But that's like part of its allure. That's why people play it, right? It's also like Warframe's movement too. Like Warframe's just a much faster game. So like movement mechanics, like dodging attacks and things like that. It's just not the same. It's a completely different game, completely different beast. And it's never gonna, it'll scratch part of the itch for Destiny players, but not fully. Yeah. Power Fantasy, yeah. Warframe had raids, but until they didn't and removed them. Yeah, because they didn't play very well. Like Warframe can't do like challenge the same way that Destiny does challenge. Like the two games have completely different identities in that sense. I'll put it into really simple terms. If Warframe could literally give somebody if Warframe could give everybody exactly what Destiny gives them, then Destiny wouldn't still have players. It would have shut down a long time ago because people wouldn't have put up with their shit. Love the content, man. Thank you. No problem, brother. Like genuinely, like people would not have put up with Destiny's shit if there was a comparable what was that other one? There was that other third-person shooter MMO light that was like coming out that people were really interested in. I can't remember what it was. It was decent, but it had like really fucking bad Division, bro. I'm telling you right now, like I think they're kind of waking up to it because they're putting out a Division expansion. I guess that's going to be this weekend, I think, or something like that. When's the Outriders? That was the one I was thinking about. That game had horrible performance issues. Good fucking God. The Division 2 is getting an expansion. Did you guys see that? I didn't bring this up during stream and I should have. Oh, where's it at? No, not this one. React. There it is. Yeah.
Battle for Brooklyn. Big question is why now? Do you want me to say? Do you want to? It's two reasons. It's one, to re-drum up interest in Division before announcing Division 3, right? We already know it's in pre-production. The other part, I think it's because they watched the complete and utter collapse of Ubisoft video. I think they've been watching my videos because I have brought it up at least 2 or 3 times saying, like, why don't you just make a fucking Division expansion? Why did you guys just stop developing for that game? Like, it was making money. People really like playing it. It's a good game. Like, Ubisoft, it's a good game. You guys made a good game. I'm not complaining, though. I love that game. Like, I hate Ubisoft. I'm buying this. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. I love the Division 2. I love the Division 1 and 2. The Division is the only thing they have, dude. Now, yeah, because the other ones are in their subsidiary with Tencent. Yeah, I knew you looked familiar. Didn't Asmongold play your Ubisoft collapse video? Asmongold's watched like fucking 500 of my videos. That's not true. I only have like 450 videos. So technically, some of them are like live streams and podcasts, so that's actually kind of not accurate. I post 2 videos a week. 52 weeks in a year. Right? A new Division is coming. That's pretty awesome. Makes sense they put out a DLC then. Yeah, because they're gonna announce it. Yeah. Work in progress. So you need a monotone voice actor for this guy? Let me know. That's funny. Like Ubisoft's big thing is that they just need to go back to doing like playing to their strengths. That's it. Just go back to playing to your strengths. There's like no reason whatsoever to not. Like, why are you having fucking massive working on a Disney IP or Disney IP? It is a Disney IP because it was Star Wars. Like, why are you having studios not play to their strengths? Why do you have them making you essentially, from my perspective, I'm sure you guys probably are like you're not fucking kidding me, Ubisoft. You guys literally just made without a fucing doubt, Star Wars Outlaws was straight up, no bullshit, where's it going after this? I think I want to go up here, don't I? Make sure. Double check. It was an Assassin's Creed game. Essentially, it was just an Assassin's Creed game with a gun. Changed my mind. If Ubisoft didn't, it'll have microtransactions. Like, the funny thing is that like if Ubisoft if the Division 3 was set up to be like Destiny or Warframe, and they actually had like the talent and it was good and it played well, that shit would fucking go hard. I would say more like I'd say more like Destiny than Warframe. I'm not gonna pretend like if it was ran well. That's the key though, right? That's the key qualifier there. We can't forget that part. Like, it has to be good. If it was a good game. it would go incredibly hard and people would be all fucking over it. Myself included. Uncharted? Huh? Uncharted? What the fuck does Uncharted have to do with this conversation? They got the blueprint already and it's awesome. Yeah, like the Division raids were good. The Division dungeons were good. The Division open world is great. They have the Dark Zone for PvP. You literally have like the perfect fucking makeup for a stellar live service game. That all it needs to have is just more content, more things to do, more like unique weapons that come in and legendary weapons, shit like that, right? I guess like the problem is that like maybe it's like because you know they go the more like Diablo route with things with like randomized weapons rather than like more like named weapons, like in something like I guess both those games do that. But yeah, you hear what I'm saying. Titanfall deserved better. That's random as fuck. We're talking about Respawn now. That's EA, brother. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking there. Like, did you think they were gonna get it? Do you think they were gonna get like fair treatment? It's fucking EA. It's funny how we seem more qualified to run these companies. We're not by any means. Not even fucking close. But we are qualified to say what we want. And that's the thing that that's the difference. These developers are not well suited to say what we want. They're not equipped and they don't have the right to. You pointed that out in your video. Yeah, I brought that up as like as a topic in general, where it's like, you know, from the outside looking in, like in a lot of cases, we'd probably sit here and be like, oh well, I could lead a fucking, I could lead a team better than these guys. Like no, I couldn't make a fucking video game to save my fucking life, right? In a lot of ways, even I understand that it's a fucking miracle that these things exist in the first place. You have the looter scrambler games figured out as far as templates go nowadays. Yeah, like I mean that's definitely the thing too, is that it's pretty easy to look around the industry and see like what works and also what players are really interested in, right? Like I like it's not far. Like here's the thing, like look at fucking there is a genuine hunger for a Last of Us. There's a genuine hunger for like a looter shooter, like live service, ongoing like MMO light experience. There is a hunger for Destiny that's not ran by Bungie. Risen Lake. Yeah, these other companies just can't figure it out. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it, to be honest with you. I get it in a lot of cases, but there are a lot of companies that are suited to be able to do it. They just don't, for whatever reason. And a lot of that just comes down to the fact that, like, you know, maybe their creative teams just aren't interested in making that game. And then also, not only are the creative teams, like, it's one of those things where it's like, it has to be a perfect storm where the developers have to want to make it. They have to have the tools, the right tools to be able to do it in the first place. And then to take it a step further than that, they also need the management to greenlight it, right? Because, like, none of these games are just greenlit by creatives. Like it has to go through, like, their CEO. It has to go through, like, their fucking, they have to, they go out and they product test. They use focus groups. They use these, like, super fucking old means of being able to collect user data and, like, try to predict trends and, like, what kind of game would work and what kind of concept would fail, what's actually going to make them money and what's not going to make them money. Like there's a lot of shit that goes into it. The problem is that I think what really is, like, if I had to say, like, what do I think is, like, probably the industry's, like, biggest fucking problem right now, they are doing a really, like, colossally terrible fucking job at collecting data. They're collecting the wrong data, and they're making games for an audience that doesn't exist. And they're doing it out of desperation because they're seeing these other companies that are making, like, a fuckload of money on a game, and then like, because they're desperate, they then, like, chase after them and try to do exactly what they did in their way, and then it falls apart. It's like I said, like, I've talked about this in the past, but, like, social media specifically is, like, a fucking horrible place. It's so misleading. Like, it can simultaneously be the best way for you to be able to, like, collect data on trends and what people are interested in, and also the fucking worst place. The absolute fucking worst place. That's one of the reasons why you see so many people, because I just saw something that was like, somebody's talking about something else entirely, but I saw the word remake, and that's the reason why they go for remakes, is because they know it worked. They know it worked before, so it's likely going to work again. And that's the only thing that they've been able to bet on and get their money back. Has there been a remake yet that has not done well? I don't think there has there? I think they've all sold. I think they've all made their money back. Dead Rising 4? Was that a remake? GTA Trilogy? I said remake. Not remaster. That's the whole other fucking story. I'm pretty sure the Dead Rising was a remaster as well. Yeah, we are fucking farming, dude. We are fucking farming right now. Where am I going after this? I'm not gonna lie, at first when I was trying this build, it wasn't really working. Now it's actually coming together. It's working. Dead Rising was cool as fuck. I like the Dead Rising games. They're really good. Oh god, these guys are fucking dickheads. Why did I fight him? Okay, that wasn't that bad. I'm much stronger than I thought I was. Legendary drops, you're right. Dead Rising Deluxe is a remaster, not a remake. Yeah. Remasters is a completely different story. People are going to be a lot less likely. Like, I think people are a lot less likely to want to buy remasters than they are wanting to buy a remake. I think remakes are far more interesting and, right, because like it's the idea of being able to like revisit a game that looks like substantially better than than what it does. I think the only one that you could argue is like not necessarily been like crazy successful is like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But again, like the thing is, I don't think that has anything to do with the actual I don't think that has anything to do with the actual game itself. I know it actually doesn't have anything to do with the game itself. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is fucking fantastic. What it has to do with is the fact that like these fucking morons keep going the PlayStation, you know, staggered release thing. You can't fucking do that. Fucking rock, son. What do you think about the infamous reboot? So many slept on games in the PlayStation 3 era. I would absolutely fucking play a new Infamous game. That shit was fire. What studio are they going to use it? Do they still have the studio that made it? Did Insomniac? Was it Insomniac that did Infamous? If so, like the Spider-Man games have been like they're pretty fucking good. Like gameplay wise, they've been good. Gameplay engine wise. Oh, that's probably gonna bang then. Oh, Sucker Punch? Oh, then it's really gonna fucking bang then. Oh shit. That's crazy. Man, think about how absurdly good looking that game is gonna be. Like we don't know what like Ghost of Yotei is gonna be like, but I mean Ghost of Tsushima was fucking insane. Like, Ghost of Tsushima was fucking insane, right? So it's like, holy. It'll be good. Yeah, I would imagine it probably will be. That's like another one of those like nothing burger, like outraged to be outraged kind of moments. Was when like they made like the Ghost of Yotei, like the Ghost of Yotei reveal, and then like people found out that like one of like the voice actor is like an online activist. It's just like really you like the voice actor, like who gives a fuck? Like let's talk about the game developers. I think they've retained a lot of their talent too. I don't think they've lost too many people. Key creatives, at least. Prototype 3 could be in the works. I'd rather play Infamous 1,000 times over. Prototype was alright, but I liked Infamous way more. Resistance series, yeah, Resistance, Killzone. I mean, you're never we're never likely to see a kill zone again, I don't think. Like Sony has their fucking head so far up their fucking ass with Horizon. They keep trying to make fetch happen. And that game just like does not fucking take off for whatever reason. I mean, it's conceptually really fucking cool. But it just doesn't hit. Just doesn't hit what people want. Not what they're looking for. I know, you're like, bro, why haven't you been petting me? Why haven't you been paying attention to me? I understand, child. I understand. Yes. I know. It was the voice actress. She's kind of annoying as hell. Block spree when the game was announced was crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, who gives a fuck? It's a voice actor. I don't really care. Like, I care about like I care about the developers. I care about like who's leading the team, who's like the people behind the game, right? Like, I don't really care about like it's just not really. I'm just not really interested in like the voicing talent. Yeah, who's writing the game exactly? Seems dang near as big as a Maine Coon. Yeah, I'm almost positive he's got some Maine Coon in him. He has that kind of like lion looking face that the Maine Coons have. He's got the ear tufts like a Maine Coon has, and he's like fucking huge. That's a micer right there, bro. This motherfucker, he absolutely will kill a fucking mouse. Like, not even question it. Ain't that right, buddy? Ain't that right? Yeah. He has done that before already. I had an apartment that was like out in the fields, like out in the country, and he had a field day. What an angel. If only. I'm just now like healing from like the last bite he gave me. Because he'll get like wound up like just before bed. Like he'll get like really excited that we're going to bed, and he's like, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go to the bed where I'm gonna lay down and then fall asleep immediately. And when he does that, like he'll like run around the house for a second, and then he'll like jump up on the bed, and then like when I go to like grab my blanket, he'll like try to like pounce on my hand, and he bites my ass. My cat screams to me to go to bed. Yeah, mine does the same thing. That's why he's over here right now, because he's like looking at his internal clock, and he's like looking around. He's just like, hey, so what are we doing? Why aren't we in bed? That's why your cat's not allowed in the bedroom. Fuck. I wish I could pull that off. My apartment's like super fucking small, so I don't really have the option to tell him where he can and can't go. Played Terraria yesterday, and after many years, couldn't put the game down. Forgot how good the game is. You know what I wanted to look at? We'll look at this before I go to bed. Wrong scene. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Like, the modding community for this game is actually fucking mental. It's... Are they just adding Calamity? No. No. So basically what had happened is that like former Calamity developers, like core Calamity mod developers, formed a new team that are making something called Calamity Fables. A new standalone Calamity experience. From what I understand, this also doesn't like this, you do not run this on top of Calamity. It is its own standalone Calamity. Like, look at this, dude. They've added in like full text boxes and like different interactable conversations. Completely revamped UI. They brought in some type of like new like trinket system for like equipment, I guess. I don't really know what that is. What is this? Given to members of the Royal Remora Squadron. New items, of course. New building, like new building materials. That was actually, what the fuck, dude? What exactly is Terraria? The better question is, what isn't? No, Terraria is... Terraria is a game that is best played with zero context, knowing nothing about it, not looking at a guide, not spoiling yourself, and then finding out what kind of game it actually is. But do you want me to really tell you what it is? Because I played this game 100% blind, and I was fucking floored. 2D Minecraft x Dark Souls? I mean, kind of. What? Well, wait. Twists or anything? The game is more than meets the eye. Let me just say that. If you have the opportunity to play this game, and if you like 2D platformers, if you like Minecraft and stuff like that, like you like building bases and you like farming materials and building weapons, and you also like random loot drops from enemies and stuff like that, if with like random rolls and whatnot, if you like all of those things and you like then you'll really like this game, and you should just play it and play it without any context, because yeah. Well, I mean, it already showed off a boss anyway. When I played this game, I didn't know there was going to be any bosses. I was expecting it to be like Minecraft, where it's just like, you know, you build a world, you build your little house and shit like that. But then you find out that like the entire game is built around boss progression, and you're just like, what the fuck? And then you discover there's classes. Like actual fully fucking fleshed out classes in the game. And mounts. Crabulon. But this right here is going to set your expectations really high, because base Calamity mod is already fucking insane. And now this Calamity Fables is like Calamity mod on crack. Like, these dudes just like absolutely amped it up, like on the quality side, on the art side and everything. Fucking crazy. Available now. I didn't even know it was available now. That's crazy. We got whips and Calamity mod Fables before Calamity. That's crazy. Plus, what's really cool about Calamity mod itself, like just the mod, the entire Calamity mod, every single boss has its own theme song, and they're all original tracks, right? So like this is the phase 2 song for this boss. So good, man. So good. God damn. God damn. I remember finishing Calamity mod and being like, holy fuck, what did I just play? Like, literally, it's an entirely different game. It's like, what's really cool, like, the best part about playing Terraria is if you go and you play Terraria base, just like vanilla Terraria, you play it all the way fucking through. You're just like, man, that was really fun. I really enjoyed that. I had a lot of fun, especially if you play with a friend. I 100% recommend to play with at least one other person. You play it with a friend, you play all the way through on one, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh man. Then one of my buddies was like, well, have you tried modded Terraria yet? And I was like, modded Terraria? They're like, oh yeah, dude. So then you go and you play fucking, and he's like, oh, you need to check out Calamity mod. And then you find out that not only is there like a Terraria 2 that you can play basically because of a mod that somebody made that has its own story that adds like fucking like 50 bosses and shit like crazy. Is that like there's like 3 mods that are like that. And you're like, what the fuck? Like there's mods that I still there's like the one of the other ones I haven't even played yet. There's another Calamity mod. There's another one that's like Calamity that's different. But like ones that add like tons and tons of more fucking playtime. How long is the playtime? Playtime on Terraria. I have 600 hours in base Terraria. And where's Tmod loader? Oh, it's in my favorites. And it's similar, another 600 there. Wait, but 1,200 hours total. I mean, I've played it a couple times. Sounds like the Stardew Valley modding scene. No. The Terraria modding scene's on fucking crack. These guys are crazy. I forgot what these are boss mods that people have made. Okay, so this is I forgot what is this called? Nameless Deity, Calamity, Wrath of the Gods Showcase. This is a Calamity so this is a mod for Calamity, not a mod for Terraria. No, this is a mod for a mod. This is a mod for a mod. If I had to give a proper explanation of like what does Terraria actually play like, well, like with bossing, it's like bullet hell meets like castle, like Metroidvania, but during like regular gameplay, it's just like Metroidvania. This seems way too hard. You're right. It is. It is way too hard. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, like
well, you have to keep in mind though, this is a boss mod for a mod. So this is a mod that is adding more bosses to an already existing mod that has like fucking 3 or 4 times the amount of bosses that the like original game does. So like by the time that you have gotten to like modding in bosses into a mod, you are such a fucking degen for this game that this is not hard anymore. This is just challenging. Unfucking real. So really Empress of Light. Well, I'll show you this. Look. So like Empress of Light. So the Empress of Light daytime. So to get one of the best weapons in the game, okay? To get one of the best weapons in the game, you have to beat this boss without getting hit. This is the base game, okay? This is like, by the way, so there's a boss called the Empress of Light, and you can fight her during the day, but if you fight her during the day, if you get hit once, you die. And if you die, the boss fight's over, right? And then you have to resummon her and bring her back out and fight her again. At night, you can get hit and you're fine. But her best weapon will not be in her loot pool if you do not fight her during the day. So you play her on hardcore or you play her whatever, right? So you cannot get hit by this boss. This stuff is easy. That's the little that'll catch you off guard every once in a while. This part right here. As long as you have the DPS to like this is the part that people, as long as you have like a flying mount, you're fine to be able to fight her, to be honest. It's really not that bad. It's just hard to get used to initially. But my favorite boss. Such a good fucking game, man. Such a good fucking game. I love the music. Oh, dude, like literally all of the how many mod? I fucking love this dude. I fucking love this dude. It's my boy Marco. I keep calling him Macro. I'm fucking dyslexic. Here, you want to know what's really fucking sad though? So the guy that made all of these songs, DM Dokuro, made like all of these like absolutely fucking banger songs for free for a mod for Terraria, right?
there were some like boss themes that weren't finished, and you want to know how the community handled those boss themes not being finished? Free mod, free music. Guy was giving to this because he loves the game and he wanted to work on it. Yes, as you can imagine. As you can imagine, they do what internet people do and sent him death threats. And he stopped, and he completely stopped making music for Calamity. It's just unfucking real. Like, imagine being so like fucking privileged and selfish that you're playing a free mod. The guy works pro bono making music. Entitled, yeah. It's crazy. Hit it. Oh. It's so good. Wait a minute. I bet there was something pretty damn cool there. Vector scope on. What? 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 I didn't even know that. So he actually, how the fuck do you even do that? And the boss has, because you fight the boss in the mushroom biome, but he actually digitized in the song so that it would show up, on a vector scope. Death threats, by the way. That's why all of his videos have comments turned off. Because every single one of his comment sections turned into a fucking like war zone. Unreal. Fucking internet people, I swear. Reason? He wasn't making the music fast enough for their free mod that they've been playing. Dude is a fucking king, man. I think he still posts his... No, he doesn't really post music that much anymore. Yeah. But I mean, like, his Calamity mod music was like 20 million views, 17 million views, 10 million views, 9.4 million views. Unreal, man. This one right here is just a fucking jam, though.
I don't want to play it because if you guys ever play Calamity mod, you want to hear it for yourself, and it tells like the whole story of like who you're like what you're fighting against and stuff like that, like what you're trying to do. And like the story, he got lyrics. Yeah, for like a couple of songs actually have lyrics. What sadness? His description. The different musician. Yet another autistic composer who's just doing the best they can, even if it's never enough. Yeah, I mean that's just the way that shit. That's just, I fucking hate to say it, but that's just the way that fucking shit ends up going. By the way, DJ, thank you for the gifted subs, man. I really appreciate that. I saw it, but I was just talking at the time, so I didn't like interrupt myself to say anything. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would entitle it a-holes? That's the fucking internet, baby. That's how people can be sometimes. Yeah, no, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I mean, like, fuck, like how much even is Terraria? It's a $10 game. It's a $10 video game. Full price. Yeah, or you can get four copies of the game for $30 so that you can invite your friends to play. Didn't even know it had mods. You poor soul. Calamity has a fuckload. And honestly, I actually would say that, like, I think the only game community that would rival it is maybe Skyrim. But even then, Terraria has more transformative mods. It's one of the top selling games of all time too. Yeah, it's one of the best games ever made. Period. Like Terraria is just one of the best games ever made. No question. There's like one thing that like I'll see like I've watched Asmongold streams where like Terraria somehow came into conversation and he calls it a girl's game, and I don't think I've ever been more fucking mad at him for being wrong in my life. Where I'm just like, you son of a fucking, you shut your fucking whore mouth. You classless, uneducated swine. Like literally the most like fucking caveman fucking, I don't know what that is, it must be for girls fucking approach. It's just like, he's trolling. No, he's not trolling. Because somebody finally, I don't know how or what happened, but he got shown Terraria like boss fight gameplay, and he was like, what fucking game is this? And they're like, Terraria, and he's like, what the fuck? I thought that was a girl's game. He keeps mixing up Terraria with Stardew Valley. And I'm just like, bro, I wish he tried it. He doesn't have the patience. He doesn't have the patience. He plays video games like a gorilla. It's fucking true. It's fucking true. He plays games like a gorilla. He brute forces every fucking thing. Everything he plays. And plus on top of that, like it would be like, if it's one of those games like you wish that, like, I wish you would play it, and you're like, but you think you want him to like, you think you want him to stream it, right? Like that's the way you would think. But the problem is that like that dude cannot like when he plays a new game in front of an audience, like he just, yeah, he has a hard time. He has a hard fucking time. I get it. I just don't give a shit what you guys think. If I'm learning, I'm gonna learn. Like literally, there's somebody. I love that there's like somebody in chat that's like, I didn't know there's mods. Like, and then like I just got suggested another video of somebody else's mod.
Spirit Reforged. From the creators of the Spirit mod. Okay, it's like jungle or like not jungle. This is like experience the definitive edition of Spirit. They have emus? What is that? Face old foes with new weapons. Okay. So this is like more of like a vanilla experience with some other stuff added to it. Oh, that's a new guy. What does he do? I went through my last protein bar a whole 45 minutes ago. I'm on my last legs. Could you spare me one of your bombs? Okay, so you have like quests to like turn things in and get special items like a sky pin. Take a look here, way up there. Got some mischief while back, and it ended up in the sky. Okay. New discoveries around every corner. What the fuck is that? Ooh, okay. Different like crafting or like platforming ways. I like that. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
Back in
Okay, we're gonna watch one video and then I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, watching one video and then going to bed.
2024, I was playing modded Terraria as I normally do, and a pretty crazy idea came through my mind. What if Terraria had proper mod packs? Not just combining mods that were clearly not designed to be played together.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems with Terraria is that like you have like there's so many different mods and so many like gameplay defining and like changing mods that they don't actually combine. So you usually have to use the mods like separately.
But a real mod pack, with a real cohesive progression, and every mechanic from every mod being made compatible with each other. It seemed like a pretty good idea, and if we successfully combine the biggest mods together, we could create a mod pack that would...
Thorium, that's the one that I was thinking of that I haven't used, that I haven't played before. Like Thorium is kind of like Calamity, but just like a little, but with less content.
Have so much content. So I looked into it, and... yeah, it was way too much work for myself. So I made this video, where I just talked about the idea that I would like to make a real ultra-modded mod pack, and turns out, I wasn't the only one wanting something like this. And a lot of people joined me to try and make this idea into...
This is why I love the fucking internet, man. I love the internet, bro. This is the kind of shit. LD, before you go, what mod is essential? I just downloaded Terraria. Just play Terraria. Just play Terraria base. Like literally, just play the base game. Don't worry about the mods. Play the base game, beat the base game, then download Calamity and play Calamity all the way through. Like I'm dead serious. Like you do not need to play with like I highly recommend just to play base Terraria vanilla and then go play, because like it's essentially like you're going to play Terraria 2 when you go to play Calamity mod. Yeah, new players should start vanilla. Like there's like you want to get used to the systems and things like that. Like you have to understand that like Calamity, which is going to be like the next step that you're going to want to take. Calamity is essentially like Terraria on like it's maxed out to its fucking infinity. Just it has just way too much content. Way too much. Believe me, you'll spend a good fucking 100 hours on base Terraria alone.
To reality. But even then, it seemed way too hard to achieve. So I made another video to present some of the stuff that was currently made, announcing the creation of a Patreon and creation of paid positions, and...
wow. Okay. So they put together... That's fucking crazy. So they put together a Patreon so that people would pay into it, and then they would make... And then they made full-time positions for people to create mod packs. For Terraria. What the fuck?
Safe to say, a lot of people had the same idea as me and wanted to see something like this happen. So I hired the development team and we got to work. Today I have a ton of things to tell you, not only about this project, but big news that I'm confident will shake the entire modded community.
Okay. I've
First,
never
let's
watched
do a
this guy
quick recap
before.
of this.
I watched like Chippy. Oh, he's small. Where the fuck did you get the money to hire an entire dev team? Motherfuckers got some dough.
Situation. The plan is to take a bunch of big content mods who were not supposed to be played together and then create a compatibility mod to make them playable with each other by modifying the progression, crafts, balancing bosses, weapons and accessories, and expanding the mechanics of certain mods to make it playable with the other mods.
Okay.
The name of this mod pack, the Bereft Souls.
Bereft Souls. Okay.
Now, let me present to you the development team that was chosen. If you remember from the last video, 3 positions were created for the development of the mod pack: developer, spriter, and progression designer. Before presenting who was chosen, I first want to thank everyone that submitted the application to be part of the team. If you wasn't chosen this time, there will definitely be more opportunities in the future. So, for the developers in the team, we have Mumu, who worked on multiple very popular mods like Ultimate Skyblock or Mumu's Ultimate Yo-Yo Revamp.
Okay.
Tomat, who worked on Fargo Source and the Nitrate Optimization mod. Yo, who's the head developer of Calamity Vanity.
You know what's really crazy about these fucking the Patreon? Yeah, probably a lot of it came from the Patreon. You know what's really crazy about these developers? So like the people that made Calamity mod, a few of those people got hired to work at the studio and work on Calamity or sorry, work on Terraria. Like that's crazy. Like these modders are just like people that are just like chilling in their house, like working on their favorite games or whatever. And then the next thing you know, they actually get like jobs in the industry. There's a lot of occasions in which modders like basically like turn developer.
And Nycro, who worked on the Calamity mod. For the spriters, we have Fred, who is responsible for some Calamity sprites like the Victory Shard or Blood Orb, and Triangle, a very talented spriter who's part of the Calamity team, responsible for making many sprites for enemies and weapons planned for the future Second Sea update, and also some reworked armors like Auric and Godslayer. For progression designer, we have Yitron, who's helping on the documentation and providing ideas for the progression, and Atom Eve, a person who works on the mod of Redemption, who's also helping by providing ideas for the items that will be added. Now that the team is introduced, let's get into the actual content that was made. First of all, let's talk about the progression of the mod pack. With the huge amount of bosses, simply using the order of bosses provided by boss list, like on boss checklist, was not going to be enough. See, following the progression as told by boss checklist doesn't make a lot of sense, since each mod had its own progression. So, instead of relying on the progression provided by boss checklist, we created our own progression, using all of the bosses from all of the mods included in the pack. I'm not gonna show you everything since I want to keep some of it secret, but we can.
So what is this? World Tour of Horrors. The Divine Mucilaginous. Oh, okay. So this is for like the slime bosses, Agents of Evil, which is the vanilla bosses, Mysteries of the Sand, which would be the bosses in the desert zone, World Tour of Horrors. These are just like event bosses.
Look at the start of it. As you can see, we decided to divide the bosses into groups. For example, the first few desert bosses, Brenther the Bird from Thorium, Desert Scourge from Calamity, Cursed Coffin from Fargo, and Pharaoh's Curse from Secret of the Shadows are all in the group Mysteries in the Sand. Reworking the boss progression is definitely more difficult than I thought, because you have to take into account a ton of
can get you into
parameters.
meditative mode. Do you have any idea how many hours I've blown just like what? Just like building. Like building like an elaborate base for no reason, even though it's completely unnecessary. And the vast majority of players that I know that play it build like highly functionable bases where it's just like they keep all of their like town members in like a little fucking box that's like suspended that you can just like, it's made out of like platforms.
What makes two bosses linked?
Me, I build them like entire like houses and like little cabins and like houses that are like that are like themed
towards like what zone that they're in.
This link between the Profane Guardians and Providence is explained because you obtain the Profane core from the Profane Guardians, which is used to spawn Providence. So when linking two bosses together, you always have to think about the content that leads from one boss to another. It can range from making the first boss drop a material used to craft the summon for the next boss, making the first boss trigger a certain event that leads to the next boss, or even making a town NPC spawn that will sell you a material to summon the...
Yeah, so like there's different ways that like bosses will spawn. Like I think what is it? Is it the first time that you beat Skeletron? No, Skeletron, like the skeleton boss. Is it right after you beat the skeleton boss that the meteor spawns? And then after you farm the meteor material, then you can go and fight something else. I forgot how it all works, but yeah, it's fucking deep. This mod pack is going to delete my 2025-2026, for real.
A certain event that leads to the next boss, or even making a town NPC spawn that will sell you a material to summon the next boss. Adding interesting content between bosses is really important, since we are also trying not to make the mod pack feel like a boss rush, an issue that would be very noticeable and would make the gameplay loop very repetitive and boring if it was not addressed, due to the sheer amount of content and bosses in the pack. But we also have to be careful not to restrict
the fact that they're talking about the four biggest Terraria mods, and they want to make a mega like mod pack to link all four mods together and have them balanced with their own progression is fucking crazy.
Play it too much.
Are there randomizers for this? You don't want randomizers.
If we introduce too much links between the bosses, it could make the player
feel
restricted and not in control of their actions. So, the perfect progression is a balance of choice, which we are trying to do by dividing bosses into groups, and good progression design by having meaningful links and content between bosses. But if we do not use the progression from boss checklist, a valid concern would be, how is the player supposed to know the progression if the list from boss checklist is not reliable? We could get this whole diagram into a wiki and
so
we could precise the content in between bosses, but no. The answer is much simpler. A quest book. Questbook have been an essential part of Minecraft mod packs for years, using the FTB Quest mod, and we could definitely recreate something like this and adapt it for modded Terraria. Our questbook could look a bit like this mockup I made. You would have multiple chapters for every important thing that you need to be told, and have the main chapter be the general boss progression, with the quest line resembling what you'll find on Minecraft with FTB Quest. We also have another concept where the questbook resembles more like an actual book. Having a quest system be integrated in the pack will help to keep the player more immersed while playing, as Terraria, and especially mods like Calamity, are infamous for
which I mean, like, this works out for them because they just showed off so this is a month ago that this was made, and 2 weeks after they posted this, the 2 weeks after they posted this, the Calamity Fables came out, or the Calamity Fables mod came out, which gave them already the like the baseline that they would be able to need to be able to like create like a proper quest line for this game.
To use the wiki
for this
to
mod
progress
pack.
through the game. Talking about the general progression, let's go over what is planned for the end game of the pack. As you may have guessed already, the final objective of the player will be to craft the Soul of Eternity from Fargo Souls. And if you don't know what this item is, it's an accessory that combines almost all of the accessories in the game into one broken item. And in Vanilla Fargo, the recipe looks like this. But of course, we'll need to add more items to the crafting tree from all of the other mods included.
Like, this is the shit that gets you like absolutely fucking degen in fucking Terraria, where like what he's showing right now is crafting like a single item. Like, look at all these crafting steps. This isn't even the whole thing. This is just part of it.
Souls, most armor sets have a corresponding.
There's like the best weapon, quote unquote, the best weapon in vanilla Terraria is a sword that combines all of the swords in the game. Every sword in the game. All the unique boss drops, all the ones that you can build yourself, every tier from every single one. It's the best weapon in the game is technically it's made out of every sword in the game. So you have to have crafted every other sword or got every sword drop
The Infinity Sword? No. It's called Terra something? The Terra Sword? Is that what it's called? I think it's just the Terra Sword. This is the Zenith. It's called the Zenith. Yeah, Zenith. Yeah. Terra, I think Terra's the one before it, isn't it? Terra Blade is a requirement. Yeah, Terra Blade's like pretty far into the build. But I think you need the Terra. I need Terra mixed with what is it? I think is it Terra Sword plus the one that you get from Moonlord?
Enchantment, which are accessories having an effect related to the armor set, and are crafted from the armor set itself and a couple of other items related to it. Multiple enchantments can be crafted into Force and then into a Soul, which will be used for the Soul of Eternity recipe. Fargo Souls only add enchantments for vanilla armor sets, but we can add the Fargo Souls DLC, which adds the enchantments, forces, and souls for Calamity sets, and Fargo Souls More Cross mod for the Consolaya set.
That's so fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? The amount of like absolute fucking degenerate depths you can get to in fucking Calamity or in fucking Terraria because it like where like they created enchantments so that you could then enchant weapons, and then they created more potions so you could have more buffs, and then they created different weapon types and class types.
Enchantments for vanilla armor sets.
Meowmere, that was the one from Moonlord, yeah.
Souls DLC, which adds the enchantments,
that was like the Neon
forces,
Cat,
and
right?
souls
The
for
Neon
Calamity
Cat,
sets, and Fargo
sword.
Souls More Cross mod for the Consolaya sets. So we are left with Thorium
This is
and Secret
thousands
of the
of
Shadows
hours.
sets.
Oh, yeah, like this. I can't even imagine how long it would take to get through all this content.
Do. I'm not going to show you everything that we've made in terms of...
And likely it would also take multiple worlds. It wouldn't be just one world that you could do to be able to get all of this stuff either. Like it's almost easier for you to be able to have multiple worlds because like you have to keep in mind as well that typically in these mods, and it's the same for base Terraria as well, is that depending on the difficulty also depends on what drops are available in that difficulty. Right? So like you're not just like not all of the weapons and accessories and gear is available in like base, right? So like you kind of want to start off in hard mode, otherwise you're gonna be fucked.
Since most of the effects are still being made, but we have sprites made by Fred for a couple of them, which looks very cool. But before adding content into the Soul of Eternity crafting tree, we have to adapt it to the added mods. For example, the unchanged progression for boots leading to the Supersonic Soul looks like this. The middle parts looks fine, but we can see that the Terraspax boots split the progressions in 3, with this bit being from Thorium, this one from Secret of the Shadows, and the main one from Calamity and Fargo. Obviously, we don't want the progression to split like that, so we can place some of the misplaced pieces into the main progression, now, some of the tiers happen at the same progression point. Since we want 2 tiers of boots to at least be separated by one major boss, we can introduce one item from Post Golem into the crafting recipes of one of the boots to fix the problem. To add certain items into crafting recipes more easily, Nycro has been working on a system to change recipes in bulk using a single JSON file, which will be much more efficient than changing recipes one by one using C#. This is only for the boots progression, but we will have to do the same for many other item.
Yeah, like that's like one of the like for like, you know, people that have never played Terraria, like the really cool thing is that you have like certain items that have like continual progression loops. Like boots as an example. Boots, first you first craft your first pair of like Hermes boots, I think is what it is the first ones that you find, which are just like a pair of green boots that make it where you can run faster. Then you find boots that then you get you get the goblin tech, and then you mix goblin tech and you make rocket boots. So then rocket boots will make you like when you jump you can float for a little bit using your rockets and maybe get a little bit of extra jump distance. Then Terra Spark is the final form if I'm not mistaken. But then after that you want to get like lava boots, and like then you can walk on lava while wearing the boots. Then you want to get ice skates.
so you can walk normally on ice, like, and then like, so your boots constantly evolve as you keep adding these other boot recipes into the boots that you're already using. So it's just like continually like improving piece of equipment that you have. And there's like multiple different ones of that in the game. So like you don't ever just want to like throw away a weapon. You want to make sure that it's not classified as material, because if you have a weapon or a piece of equipment that also has the material tag, it could very well be used in a future recipe to create an even more powerful weapon or piece of equipment. Like that shit's fucking sick. And on top of that, like it has like the like looter, like Diablo-esque mechanic where like bosses have like specific drop rates for specific items. So you're like farming bosses, and monsters also have that shit. So like you're spending time like farming monsters and like creating like monster farms to get very specific items you're looking for. Some items only spawn during under certain conditions. Like it's.
But now it's time to reveal what I consider to be the biggest news of this video, and something I'm really excited for. You know when I said that we created a system to change recipe way more easily? Well, features like this won't be limited to only existing on the Birth Souls mod pack. Instead, we are releasing a mod available right now that allows for other mod pack developers to use our tools to create their own mod packs. Introducing T-Pack Builder, an API containing 3 tools that we will be using to create the Birth Souls. But
that's crazy. That's why he says the era of Terraria mod packs are here. So not only are they using this to be able to create their own like insanely condensed and like well-structured mod pack, but they're also creating a tool while they're making this to be able to make more mod packs in the future.
Also available for anyone that want to give a try at making mod packs. And that's why the title of this video says that the era of Terraria mod packs is here. What I hope to see now that the first version of the API mod is released is a ton of people experimenting with the T-Pack Builder API to make their own mod packs with a ton of different mod combinations. Want to play a Terraria mod pack but don't like the mod that we chose for the Birth Souls? Well, it won't be a problem, because there will be so many other mod packs with different mods made by other teams. Plus, the API is made to be very accessible, requiring minimal knowledge of C# and a very understandable documentation. So even if you are not a modding expert, you will still be able to create mod packs easily with the API. For the first version of the mod available now, only the first 2 systems are completed and ready to be used. So let's go over them and also reveal what will be the last tool that will come out in a future update. As I said, the first system included in the API is a tool that allows you to dynamically modify any recipes to add, remove, change ingredients, results, or crafting station by only using a single JSON file.
Okay, this is all like mod talk. This is all like for like mod developers and shit. Yeah, I don't really know anything about
extremely simple.
This is really fucking cool in general. Holy shit, man. You know, there's like still like one video that I've been like I don't have the script for it anymore because I lost it, but I had shout out to the modders, man. Fucking modders make the fucking world go around. It's like the one thing that like you really don't understand until you actually get into like PC gaming, and then you're like, holy fuck, like there are completely other versions of the game of like my favorite games that I could play. You're just like you realize that you've only been scratching the surface of some of like your most favorite games. It's wild. It's wild. But I'm whipped, boys and girls. I'm tired. I've had a long week so far, and it's still not over yet, and I still have a lot of shit to do. I got more work I got to do this weekend, preparing for next week because I have some more shit I got to do for next week. But yeah, this is also just this has also reignited the flame. I had a video that I had a whole script I had written for a video on Terraria, and I never made it. And it was just because I at the time it just didn't really like fit into the content that I was doing or anything like that. But even more so, what ended up happening is that the entire script got deleted in a data leak. My something had happened. I think I got a virus or whatever it was. No, I remember. It was because my old email account that I was using, that I was like writing and like doing things in like Microsoft Word with, was connected to my work account. And my work, the construction company that I was working for, had a data breach. They got hacked, and they had all of their data essentially ransomed. It was ransomware. They got hit by ransomware. So like all of my fucking scripts that I had that were in this like folder all got corrupted and locked. So I lost all that shit. So it was like, part of me was like, man, I really want to make that Terraria video, but I'm like, I literally had probably at the very least like 8,000 words written. Like it was gonna be like an hour and a half long video. It was pretty fucking crazy. That's not necessary. Maybe I'll still revisit it though. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out so long. It's been a long ass fucking stream, 8 hours. Videos next week. Thank you guys for watching the videos this week. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for your generosity. Thank you for your views. Thank you for the support. And just thank you in general. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. And most of all, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you guys next week. Peace, baby. Peace.